1 year of this incredible game. 1 year of new maps, operators and new content for us to play. 1 year of incredible international competition. It's all brought us to this. Welcome everybody to the 6th Invitational! Thank you, Montreal, for being so welcoming to everybody involved in this show. All the teams, all of us who are on stage and everybody behind the stage in production. We thank you, Montreal, for being so welcome to us, and we thank Ubisoft Montreal as well for this incredible game that we have enjoyed over the last year. This is our third and final day of the 6th Invitational. Amazing competition over the last couple of days from all of the teams who made it through the Invitationals and those incredible teams who qualified to be here as well. Now just 4 teams remain. They will be fighting to be the first ever World Champion for Xbox and the World Champion on PC. And it's been this incredible year, just 1 year of this amazing game, but we have so much more to look forward to as well. So to start us off today, we're going to go over to Jen and the UB team for our first panel. It's going to be telling you everything we've got to look forward to in year 2.
Non, c'est un film français.
Okay, c'est cool. Nice.
Jen, good morning to you. Let's talk about the next year of Rainbow Six Siege.
Peggy 18.
I think people just realize that this is a really unique game that almost came out of nowhere.
Là, ça a dépassé nos estimations et aujourd'hui, Rainbow est un jeu qui tous les jours gagne des joueurs.
As 2, if he gets 1 onto Slash, gets Avian down at 2.
Season 3 finals in Poland were just amazing plays, maybe the best plays, the best matches we've seen in the whole year. The game growing stronger, players getting better, people learn more, people watch more, engagement is higher. It's a snowball effect almost, and this is what we're seeing and hope to get for year 2 as well.
A year in Rainbow Six Siege is 4 seasons, so 8 operators and 4 mid-season reinforcements.
L'année 2, c'est une année dans laquelle on a prévu en tout cas de pousser la méta du jeu encore plus loin. Et les opérateurs qui arrivent dans l'avenir sont beaucoup plus représentatifs encore de la vision de Siege et ce que l'on veut faire. Et pas d'inquiétude pour les anciens opérateurs, ils iront toujours aussi à la table d'opératoire où ils seront refaits en partie certains, etc. Donc on maintiendra toujours l'ensemble de nos opérateurs. Ce qu'on sait, c'est qu'on a travaillé beaucoup sur l'anti-cheat première année, des recherches aussi côté Code Network, etc. Pour l'année 2, en fait, on va continuer à faire des efforts, en tout cas pour améliorer le confort. On va avoir une première milestone où on va modifier complètement le matchmaking. Une refonte du matchmaking à 2 niveaux. Déjà, ça va être un matchmaking en une étape. On prend un pool de 10 joueurs. Dès qu'ils sont assemblés, hop, on redistribue d'un seul coup. Et d'un seul coup, les 2 équipes sont faites. Et puis, plus que ça, une refonte aussi dans laquelle le matchmaking se fait sur une bulle, sur le côté. Ce qui fait que vous êtes libre d'agir quand vous voulez, où vous voulez dans les menus. On peut manipuler le jeu intégralement le temps que le matchmaking se fasse. Donc du confort et de la qualité de matchmaking.
With Year 2 Season 1, one of the first things that the players is going to notice when opening up the game is the menu. We have revamped the whole menu into the player hub, so everything is accessible from this one page.
Donc tout ce que l'on va faire dans le futur, sur les mois à venir, sur les saisons à venir et plus, pourront rentrer directement dans ces interfaces-là. Ce menu-là, il est prévu pour recevoir toutes les upgrades du futur. On va aussi envoyer du loot pour les joueurs. Et moi j'ai envie de donner accès à quasiment toute la banque d'items que l'on a aujourd'hui dans le jeu, mais en plus on va remercier les joueurs pour leur temps de jeu. Vous jouez et on vous donne des loot packs que vous pourrez ouvrir gratuitement. Donc plus vous jouez, plus vous en avez.
For year 2, we decided to put a high focus in building a stronger Pro League. That means for this, we decided to put a lot of investment and efforts on one of the platforms. PC is becoming the main platform. So PC now has 3 different leagues: Pro League, Challenger League, and the Go For, which is the community league and grassroots level of competition. The 2 consoles as well have a competition program. We are introducing major leagues, both for PlayStation and Xbox, with the same format and scheduling as the PC. Every player on every platform has an entry point into the competition for Rainbow Six. We want to keep building, keep growing that competitive aspect that is so key and central to Rainbow.
Faire une deuxième année, ça veut dire que ça marche, ça veut dire que ça fonctionne. Ça veut dire que le jeu a prouvé en fait tout ce qu'il devait faire et aujourd'hui on est au-delà de nos espérances, donc on est très heureux et cette année 2 c'est extraordinaire. Cette fois-ci on est en train d'envoyer un message ultra clair à tout le monde. Ce pourquoi on se bat, je me bats, en tout cas, on est ici pour rester.
Hi everyone! I'm Jen, product manager on Rainbow Six Siege, and we are stoked to be here with a stoked crowd because it's amazing. The hype in this room is awesome. I'm joined by my fellow panelists. I have Alex, brand director, Leroy, lead the multiplayer game designer, and Jalal, Lord Jalal, technical architect. And we're here today to talk about year 2. So you've seen a little bit in the video right there, but we will be talking a lot more in depth about it. We'll talk about the key elements we want to tackle and a huge focus this year on health with hit registration and matchmaking improvements and more, which we will discuss in a few minutes. So first of all, we want to show you a word cloud to show you where we're headed in year 2. These are not on a timeline because we wanted to show you everything we want to bring with year 2 and beyond in terms of improvement. And first of all, we want to talk, of course, about players who are so central to the game at the beginning of it all. So one of the questions that people are always wondering about is our active player count. And we have a graph right now to show where we're at. We don't have numbers to disclose, but we're really excited about where we are right now with Rainbow Six. I can actually say that this weekend we've once again just wait. That this weekend we have once again broken all of the records we've ever broken. So we never had that many players. It's insane. It's so cool. It's very encouraging. So let's take a look at the graph some more so we can talk a little bit about it. So this graph that we've had that the devs have been looking at for a while now, we stare at it every day, to be honest. It shows the progress we've been making. Can you guys tell me, how do you start your day at the office? Tell me what you do first, Jalal. You've been telling me about it.
Yeah, and usually, like, the first thing I think everyone does is pretty much just open, like, the page where we have our statistics and graphs and look at where we are at. Did we break our last weekend record? Did we break our last day record? And we start comparing week to week, and it's always like kind of our daily routine, like for everyone at the office, right?
Absolutely, and this is just unbelievable, this curve. I think when we started and launched the game, never we were like sort of expecting that sort of growth. We knew we had some sort of a game that's a gem, you know, like we knew retention was going on, we knew with playtest and the alpha and the beta that people were like keep on playing, and but like in our wildest dream, we never thought it would have gone that much and to that level. So thank you, like honestly, all players, teams, ESL, Ubisoft to help us achieving this. I think it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's great. And I want to point out like the first season, when we launched, we thought, oh my God, look at this. Like if you look in December and February, we were like, we're doing so great. We're like putting up posters on our wall, going like 60 consecutive days of how many players we had. And we're like, we did it, guys. This is amazing. And then, yeah, it just kept going and kept growing. So it was quite notable. And this old poster is really outdated right now. It's cool.
And it is, if we go back to the graph, it is a testament of the sort of the power of the seasons. Mm-hmm. Like everyone can absolutely witness how each season or each operation is like pushing the game and grabbing the game to a higher level each time. I think when we thought about the whole year and those 4 seasons or operations, the idea was to put a rendezvous or an appointment with the players so they keep having some novelty and new content and features to enjoy. And what we're seeing is just like how much that creates that excitement, more people coming in the game each time, and it's like, you know, almost a snowball effect as we move forward, and it's crazy good news for next year.
New content is good for players that are coming to the game, but it's make older players come back with new stuff to enjoy, new gameplay, new tactic to learn, and the recipe seems to work.
And on our way there, we also introduced the mid-season reinforcements, which were introduced with Season 3. Can one of you tell me about what you feel it brought to the game and why we added that?
But to me, again, the mid reinforcement patch is a way to bring even more content to the player, and those ones are more related to balancing, because we saw that people really get in the game super fast, and they play and they achieve like super high level, and we feel that the game is moving so fast that we felt that we needed to have another rendezvous to address some balancing issue, to make it more interesting for players.
Mm-hmm. And Season 3 also brought something special, Jalal. I just want to touch upon it one last time.
Yes.
But what was the special thing about Season 3, do you think?
I guess it's anti-cheat.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, Battle Eye was like a big release for us, and it really helped improve the health of the game. And I think it was one of the best investments we made on the technical side last year.
Yes. And this goes perfectly into our next segment. We're going to be discussing a little bit, let's go back to our word cloud to see what's the main focus we want to go to right now, and it is content. Because another year of Rainbow is, of course, another year of content. So right now, let's take a look at our timeline. Let's talk a little bit about our roadmap for year 2. Most of it you know, but you may notice a little surprise at the end. With another 6th Invitational coming here.
Book your flights right now.
Yeah, this time they can really plan in advance to come in the cold. So yeah, we're going to have, once again, 4 seasons, of course, which come with 8 new operators throughout the whole year, 4 new free maps that's accessible to everybody. We're not changing the recipe for this. We feel it's the right thing. We're going to bring some mid-season reinforcements. So yeah, we just keep that formula that we enjoy. And I know that some of you saw in the video that we started for the intro, we were talking about the loot box, and I know, Leroy, you want to discuss it a little bit more.
Just wanted to rephrase what Xavier said, that this is something that we really wanted for players to thank them for their playing time, because we felt that we were lack of a reward in this sense. And again, we want to be super clear and upfront that it will be, of course, obviously only cosmetic items that you will find in this.
100%. Yeah.
Since the beginning, I think it was clear that for us, we will always split gameplay content versus cosmetic content.
Yeah, the foundations of the game when it comes to the seasons, but as well how we approach monetization and the content has always been like, there's never going to be content behind paywall, so everything has to be grindable. There's no gameplay element that you cannot get by sort of investing your playtime. The second aspect for us is we value playtime like above anything else, meaning that even if you don't spend an extra dime on the game, just the fact that you are playing, for us, it has value. It has value because you're part of the system, you're part of our matchmaking, and you're also part of a community which you are contributing to. So I think it's super important. We absolutely want to keep that philosophy of keeping and rewarding players for the playtime. I think Lootbox is an extremely good example of pushing and keeping that philosophy alive for you too.
And let's take a look at the 4 destinations which we will be visiting this year. I know it's already been announced, but maybe you guys can give us a little bit more insight as to why those destinations.
But there is always a we want to travel around the world. We want to take the player and make them visit a super wonderful country, and that was one of the reasons behind the Spain Geo, for example. Want to go back to Europe, and there is also the legend behind like extreme well-known CTU, like for example the Grand Polish, that is an insane CTU that everyone knows, and we feel that it's important also to go explore those well-famous CTUs. It brings a lot of gameplay, interesting stuff, and there is also we want to reach new player, So, for example, Hong Kong and South Korea. So we also to bring the game in their country, so we can reach them, make them, being interested by the game and start to play.
Yeah, absolutely. We've noticed last year when we had on season 4 Japan as the last CTU, like how much for this country and this region it meant a lot. All of a sudden, we saw like a peak of interest and a peak of players coming just because it was their country or their region that was represented here. So I think it's important to look at next year and the years to come in how we're going to bring potentially more regions and more players, as well as obviously keep building the universe and the CTUs, like GROM, for instance, and new CTUs.
Yes. Let's take a look at our roadmap once again, because now we want to discuss a little bit about the Pro League. How did you decide how do we decide about the Pro League pacing throughout the year?
More than the pacing, I think to me, like the striking point coming this year is the fact that we are trying to give as much stability and visibility on the Pro League. When we did year one, we announced every season one after the other, right? We were sort of testing waters. How is the formula working? Is that cool to tie in the Pro League finals or the LAN events with the reveal of the new content? What we've seen across the whole year one is actually it is working. Like every season final gets more exciting. Teams are getting better at the game. Obviously, viewership is growing. So when approaching year two, the main decision was like, hey, we need to announce a full year of competition, right? So the team can actually practice. The team can actually invest. They know they have that stability for the whole year to come. So it's super cool to be now able to announce the full year of competition. So that's for me is the one big aspect of year two competition.
Yes, I'm sure it means a lot for all the players and all the teams that invest energy in this. And even for the viewers, you can project yourself throughout the year. Everything seems more meaningful suddenly.
Yep.
So let's take a look at the program right now, which we have for year two. So Alex, we notice PC as the lead platform for year two. Why is that? Let's talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, true. The two big elements that we touched upon in the video, one is obviously that we are opening the program to the 3 platforms now, so every platform has an entry point into the competition. The second aspect, and the one that's maybe the most visible, is the fact that we're focusing and putting a lot of efforts on the PC. The idea by pushing and putting some focus here is like, how do we make that league grow? How do we take Rainbow Six Pro League and competition to the next level? And we all felt that focusing on one platform, putting all our collective efforts with the UB ESL and the players is the way to go. So putting all that energy here will just translate into bigger events, bigger prize money and changes.
And how is it going to be a better, bigger program?
First, because we are focusing on one platform, it becomes easier in the whole scheduling of the program, meaning that all matches starting next season will be broadcasted because we have a limited number of teams to actually expose and broadcast and follow. So it's going to become much more visible and clearer. Also, one of the aspects for the viewer, I think, by going with one platform is there's now one champion and not, one champion per platform. So I think we're sort of clarifying the narrative behind the league. And obviously, because we are focusing, that means that prize money is getting bigger. We can invite more teams at each event. So I think the competition overall is getting a better and bigger scope. About the prize money aspect, I want to make it clear that, again, back to that stability sort of ambition we're having for year two, those pro teams and players, they are dedicating so much time, investing so much time on the game, that having that sort of bigger prize money is clearly a message to them that we want to support them as much as we can all through the year.
And I knew that you had good news for a particular community that fared quite well this weekend.
Yeah, I'm just going to say obrigado. Yeah, I'm super excited to actually officially announce that Brazil is going to be the 3rd region joining the PC Pro League and PC program as of the next season, meaning that now we're going to be having North American, European and Latin American teams joining the Pro League. It's extremely exciting.
So I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more Santos dexterity.
No, I'm sure as well. And we're actually going to Sao Paulo, right, on the season 3 finals.
So they may get their revenge. Yeah. They still have year 2 to do it.
Yeah,
so
continue and watch out.
So yeah, let's talk about, let me see where we're at. Yes, let's go back to our word cloud to talk about our priorities for year 2. So the next one, of course, is the biggest priority of year 2, besides, of course, the content which we're going to release, and it is health. And right now, we will deep dive into it. You can see some quite important topics there on the screen: connectivity, hit registration, performance, technical public test servers. But before we get into them, let's talk a bit about how our vision evolved since the launch of the game in terms of addressing health.
So you have to know that we come from a team, and a lot of people have a lot of experience with single-player games. And it's usually like we decide what we do tech-wise prior to shipping the game, and like we provide all the necessary tools for the designer to build the game, and this is pretty much how we go about building the tech for the game. And then after the game ships, we move on to something else. But what's happening here with Rainbow Six is that we have like a big base of players that need a good quality game to be maintained, to be working properly. And for us, that has shifted our priorities to pretty much follow up with the players and have the players also drive what we invest on technically. So, with that also, like we need to make the game evolve technically. So we need to make updates and follow up whatever is happening with that. And what we're planning for year 2 is to start shipping most of our technical improvements in a second batch, in the second batch of a given season. And
with the mid-season reinforcements instead of with the season.
Yes. So
why is that?
Why is that? Because usually we have, when we ship any tech change with a season, there's a lot of content coming in, there's a lot of also tech stuff changing, and if we encounter any problem, becomes a bit difficult to know what exactly happened and to really kind of pinpoint the problem. So with releasing any technical improvement with the second patch, we are pretty much going to have to focus on all the changes that we did and be able to see if it really made the positive impact we were hoping for. So yeah.
So that's the plan.
Yes, that's the plan.
Let's talk a little bit more concretely. So little warning to the viewers, this may get quite technical, but we'll try to make sure that everyone is on the same page about what we're going to address next. So let's start with a big topic which we want to address during year 2. It is connectivity.
Yes.
And there's like 3 main things we want to improve with it. So the first one was just having less connectivity errors.
Yes.
So how are we going to do that, Jalal?
So,
Tell us your plan.
Yeah, Jalal, come on. Come on, man, everyone's watching.
Well, one of our focus for next year is moving to a pure client-server model. So some of the components of our games are still peer-to-peer. The main gameplay components are actually client-server.
So that's dedicated servers?
Dedicated servers, like pretty much when people play. But systems like party invites, voice chat, and Teams previously, how they were handled, were peer-to-peer. And peer-to-peer usually adds a lot of complexity in our code and also in how connectivity is handled, because like there's a lot of variables when you want to connect 2 players together. Like you have their setup coming into like factoring into like the quality of connection. But connection with the server is usually like very clean and like easier to handle. So our plan is pretty much to focus on like phasing out all peer-to-peer components and having a pure client-server model to weed out most of the problems, connectivity issues that people are having, like sending an invite doesn't work, you get disconnected when like you join a team or something like that.
So that just means a more stable connectivity.
Yes.
And it will also bring more security, right?
Yes. Well, currently you still see the IPs of the players that are on your team, and ideally like you would see only the IP of the server. And with moving to this client server model, we're gonna just like remove all IPs of any other player coming into a session and playing.
So that means less likely also for like DDoS
attacks,
stuff like that. Yeah. And finally, the third point we're going to improve in connectivity is just less downtime.
Yes. So how our backend works, backends the collection of all our services, matchmaking and news system and whatever. So all of those are in a monolithic system. So they pretty much live within the same infrastructure. And when something happens to a system that is secondary, it might impact all the primary systems. Like we don't want the news service to impact matchmaking.
Yeah. So like if a news would have an issue, it would potentially affect the matchmaking.
Yes.
So now you want to.
We want to like divide all of those systems, and we call that moving to a microservice-based infrastructure, so or architecture. So with that, we're pretty much gonna divide all of our services in pieces that can move independently. We can update them independently, and we can fix them independently, and they will have less impact between each other. And the idea is to have less downtime overall when doing that.
So we're going to have less downtime, like for Rainbow Six, for like server maintenance.
Yes.
Well, not server maintenance, but for like maintenance of our service and stuff like that.
Yes,
so
yes.
More uptime.
More uptime overall.
Yes. And then let's talk about another big topic, which is hit registration.
Come on, Jalal.
We're talking about the real topics here.
Yes. I know it's one of the things that like a lot of players actually touch upon, and we spent actually last year working a lot on the tool. So when we shipped, we were lacking visibility on whatever was happening live, and we developed a lot of tools to pretty much just follow up with issues and have a clear visibility on what exactly is adding latency into the game, what exactly is inherent to how we handle replication, and what is bugs that gets introduced like from patch to patch. We developed like a system where we have high-speed cameras, like taking captures of a set of screens to see exactly where the latency comes from. So, and now that we actually have enough data to know what we're gonna do, so within like this year, we're gonna release a series of patches that are going to focus mainly on reducing all the processing latency that we have within the game. So let's say there's two types of latency. There's latency that is inherent mainly to your quality of connection.
So like that's your internet provider or whatever your setup is. Yeah.
And there is everything that's our processing time, like how the game by itself is going to process your inputs and send them to the server, and then how the server is going to process inputs from all the players and send them back to all the other players. So we're going to focus on those processing time to reduce them by a good amount. And it's going to be like our main focus within the next patches.
So that's what we're going to be working on during year 2?
Yes.
And you're pretty confident that, do you have any estimation that you want to?
Well, it's gonna impact mostly, not mostly, but it's going to impact more importantly LAN games, because LAN games, this is where usually like latency on the network is close to 0 or 1. Like it's really small, but it's also going to have an impact on the overall quality of the game for all the players.
So everyone basically is going to probably see an improvement.
Yes.
That is good. And now we want to address a little bit about performance. I'll go really quickly over it, but basically it's always a priority to keep improving it. What it brings to us is that if we keep improving performance, then we can do even more in our game. For example, the new operator Jackal, which is coming, his gameplay tech of his unique gadget would not have been possible like a year ago. So we're always pushing to bring more richness into the game and keep pushing the boundaries. So we're going to keep doing that, of course. And finally, technical public test servers. I know the community really wanted test servers. We're going to start with a technical way, of course. So the main focus will be health and not gameplay. We want to really push, the stability testing, every deployment we do to make sure that the game is stable, healthy, good. And you never know later on what's going to happen. We'll see. We always iterate, so we will even iterate on the the technical public test servers.
Yes. For me, those are the two most concrete things that the players will notice. When we're talking about matchmaking, hit rates is something that happens a little bit under the hood, but by putting the technical test servers, as well as the mid-season reinforcement, that's going to be the moment where we push the technical features and new features. You should see at every mid-season like some much cleaner tech that gets into the game, which will improve by a lot the game.
Yeah, and the important thing is always to remember that we're working on like the ground of the basis of our technology for the game, and trying to make it better for everyone, and that it's going to come through an iterative process that with each patch we're going to push new things, we're going to test new things, and we'll have the players' feedback to guide us in whatever we do.
And talking about tests, I remember when we started that discussion before in the studio, like Jalal, you mentioned like how today we are setting different milestones for tests before we go live, and how the public test, technical test is going to be adding an extra milestone there.
So currently we do a lot of tests. So we have a huge team of testers in Montreal helping us like with every kind of changes that we do in the game. They go through all operators, they go through all of the systems that we have in the game, they test them. Before releasing a season, we go to a broader phase of testing, where we actually have players like through like North America, usually like playing our game and giving us feedback on how it works. But then we go directly live. So the pool of external testing is like 200 to 300 players like testing our game, and then we go directly live with our like huge bases of players, and we have this huge gap like in between that like we don't know exactly what we have. So in this like gap, we want to fill this gap with the public technical test servers.
So let's talk a little bit about our next topic, because we have still a little bit to cover. We will be discussing comfort, because with the players installing themselves into our game, we want to make sure they're comfortable, and we want to keep making the experience, well, good and comfortable. I am repeating myself. So let's see what we're bringing this year. We will have, of course, a new homepage, which you probably saw yesterday. But we will also be doing a big matchmaking revamp, which matchmaking everywhere and one-step matchmaking, which we're going to discuss a little bit later. But let's see a video first to see where we're going. So as you can see right now, we're seeing the new revamped menu. And from there, you'll see what happens when players are going to be able to queue now. So maybe, Leroy, you can talk a bit
the
about
code name Matchmaking Everywhere, so it pretty much say everything in the name. So the idea is that you see, you launch the matchmaking, and while you're matchmaking, searching for player and for team, that you can go to anywhere in the game, to the menu, change your loadout, adapt it. We all had those games when you start the rank.
Yes, that deserves some applause here.
And yes, it's at the very late second that you will have a notification, and that you will be put in the game. And
I mean, everyone who plays and puts enough hours on that game knows exactly how that new feature is going to make their life much comfortable, and being able to again change loadouts and go everywhere and manipulate the whole game while you're searching for a team. It's really cool.
And you're going to be able to stay in your party as well. Exactly. Like no need to say, wait a minute, guys, I need to change my little attachment. I'll be right back. So now you can stay together. And another big thing coming to matchmaking, which wasn't touched as much upon in the video, is that we're bringing one-step matchmaking. And it's going to do a lot of improvements. So first of all, faster matchmaking. Maybe, Jalal, you can explain how...
Yes, well, how matchmaking works currently is that it's a two-step matchmaking. So we have the first step where we're actually just looking for a team. So we take like the pool of all players that are in the matchmaking at a given time, and we iterate through them to match them into a team. Then, like once we have a couple of teams like that were made up, we match them again in a second pass to get into a game. So we have the first step where we actually spend time just looking for a team. Then the second step where we spend time also looking for a game. And with one-step matchmaking, we just moving the team to actually the server. So we actually cut in one of our peer-to-peer like sessions that we were talking about earlier. And we are handling the team in the server pretty much. So what happens is that like you just go into matchmaking, we have this huge pool of players and we just like match them all together in one go, like inform the teams and put them in a game directly. So that's going to improve overall the speed of matchmaking.
Mm-hmm. But also the quality, right?
The quality also. The quality, so we can put more thought into how we can bundle the teams and the players together within the team, since now we have a bigger pool of players where we can actually do the decision and think about like how best to split the teams and such.
So we can expect better like matchup quality, fairer, more chances to.
Yes.
Well, it will be close matches, basically.
And reliability as well. I mean, right, the whole loop becomes much simpler, so more solid as well, right?
So we're cutting like one phase that we had to handle on our client, and we had a lot of interaction actually between the client and the server to make up the team and have the team move to a game. So now like we're removing a lot of code, so less code, less bugs usually.
So a more stable...
less work. Nice.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
So it means a more stable connectivity, basically, throughout matchmaking in general and in the game. So it's a big connectivity push, which also is going to impact matchmaking.
Yes.
And can you commit on any dates, Jalal?
Well,
I'm sure it's what people are wondering right now.
Yes.
So we're saying year 2. How?
So the mid-season patch for the year 2 season 1 is we're gonna push the one-step matchmaking and.
So pretty much in a month and a half once we start the season.
Yes. So we're going to probably push PC first just to make sure that everything works because, as I said yesterday, we have more flexibility on PC. We can roll back quite easily if there is a big issue. And we're going to try to have that in this mid-season patch.
Yes. Cool. And now let's recap our year 2 priorities. We're almost at the end of the panel. So the 3 big priorities are kind of all under the umbrella of health, to be honest. So on the creative side, we want to bring growth and maturity, always a more rich meta game. On the tech side, a huge health push. And on competition, it's also really about solidifying the competitive scene, which in a way is also about health, right? A healthy community, a healthy competitive scene. So yeah, that is pretty much it. So we just want to thank everyone so much for tuning in, for being there, for playing our game. It means so much to us. It allows us to keep doing what we're doing right now. And I see Leroy is ready for the final.
So biased.
Biased Leroy.
Oh, damn. Damn. Good job, Leroy. Good job.
We're hiding it. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to my fellow panelists, and I'm really excited to see everyone in here.
And also thank you to all the players and everyone that is contributing to making that game and allowing us to make a year 2 and hopefully many years to come, right? So thank you guys, really.
Guys, really.
So that is it. Let's go to our finals for today, and then we'll have the Velvet Shell demo, and then more finals, so day full of emotions. See you guys next time. Goodbye.
In For Honor, knights, Vikings, and samurai fight to control territory in a persistent cross-platform war. Join your faction in battle. Claim new lands. And tip the scales of war in your favor. Will you serve the knights and fight with valor? Will you unite with the samurai and strike with deadly elegance? Or will you side with the Vikings and their thirst for battle? Choose your faction. Lead your army into battle and claim victory to reap the spoils of war. This is not a world to be shared. It is a world to be taken. Your path to faction victory is not carved in stone. It is paved in blood. Sign up for the closed beta on January 26th.
Now you can escape with the machine designed for virtual reality gaming. Meet Alienware Aurora. Dual graphics ready and driven by 20 years of innovation and gamer feedback, Aurora is our first chassis that supports graphics and expansion card upgrades without any tools. Overclock CPUs with liquid cooling. It's got everything you need for truly immersive gaming. Boundaries not included.
Come and get it! This is yours! If you can take it! You want to be the world champion? Come and get it! Welcome to the 6th Invitational World Champion Finals! Thanks to our incredible operators for joining us. That is the trophy, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. It's all right, isn't it?
It's pretty good. It's quite worth writing for.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Montreal. Thanks to all of you, for telling us all about the year 2 that we are so excited to see. Lots more competition and lots more great content for Rainbow Six Siege. But we have a small, unfinished matter to attend to of crowning the world champions. And we're going to do it with this amazing audience in Montreal and with you. Thanks to all of you for watching. We are breaking all figures here with players this weekend on the free weekend. Thanks to everybody joining us playing, and thanks for everybody who's putting the game aside just for a moment to watch the best in the world. It's going to be Xbox Grand Final and PC Grand Final later on, but let's show you a schedule of what we've got coming up for the whole of today. Firstly, we'll be doing the Xbox Final between Elevate and Team Vitality, and you can see from that bracket, big fights to be here. Both of them, the invited teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been around, they've been in this scene for a long, long time. We are here this weekend to celebrate the full year of Rainbow Six, and there could not be two better Xbox squads to make that celebration this weekend.
We had, if you are just joining us in this competition, not sure how we got to this stage, we had 12 teams here 2 days ago. We invited teams to compete through online and closed qualifiers, but we also invited 2 teams on Xbox straight to the semi-finals who represented the best of this last year of incredible ESL Pro League competition. And those 2 invited teams have shown why they were given the invites. They're here. Kicks, and they both won it.
Yes, Team Vitality versus Team Elevate. Both teams are playing on the razor's edge, the best teams out of their particular region, as we said earlier, the invited teams. They are extremely skilled. Team Vitality relying a little bit more on strategy, Elevate a little bit more on their fierce aggression, but both playing on the razor's edge, so it could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you're looking over at the stage because we want to bring them out. We want to get this thing ready. And I know our crowd are ready to see them as well. So we'll be getting to that match very, very soon. We're expecting a really hotly fought contest here because we know both these teams. It's the first time you can be, the world champion on Xbox. And both these teams can win it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tight one. I'm expecting all 3 maps. I'm expecting a lot of overtime. And after the game we've gone this weekend, a few hidden surprises from each of these squads.
So let's get into that then. The Xbox World Championship for Rainbow Six Siege. And our first team are these well-known guys.
So we are Elevate. We have a lot of background of playing. We've all been on different teams. We really grinded, really worked hard to get this spot, and we are very appreciated that we got this invite. The team that we got is extremely solid. They're all slayers, they're all smart, they all have the skill and what it takes to honestly be the #1 team and to be the best team. We have our strats, we have our set strats, but honestly we really rely on each other and play off each other and really play off our gun skill 100%. We're ready to win this, to be honest.
Ready to win this. Representing North America, please welcome to the World Final, Elevate!
Team Elevate, ladies and gentlemen. Some of these players were the original Xbox One season champions back in Season 1. They've been playing and competing and right up there at the pinnacle of Xbox competition all year long. However, most recently, Season 3, they managed to fall a little bit short. The trophy was moved across to Europe. These guys are now here, close to their home turf, up here in Canada, looking to take it straight back to North America.
That's the first of our potential world champions. Here's the other one.
Team Vitality were the current world champion, winning the Season 3 in November in Katowice. So we came here to defend the title. I think what makes Vitality one of the best teams in the world actually is our strategy and how we study our opponents. Well, in the team we're basically all good friends for ages now. I mean, I've been playing with Varius for 9 years now. When we won the Season 3 finals, there was a huge moment for us. Of course, we want to live this again. I mean, especially for me, that's my last event as a player, so if we could do it again, that would be so amazing.
Can they do it again? Representing Europe, the reigning ESL Pro League champions on Xbox, Team Vitality!
Team Vitality have been playing Rainbow Six Siege competitively since the beginning. They've been playing esports together for years longer, and they've known each other for years longer still. And a heavily strat-based team, they're coming here to the finals, not only representing Xbox Europe, but also France, specifically trying to avenge their fallen brethren, Supremacy.
It is Elevate against Team Vitality to be the Rainbow Six Siege World Champion. We're going to have a quick chat with the captains of each team while the rest of your team, please go and get ready. Here we are, gentlemen, with this incredible crowd from Montreal and so many people watching us online. Time to deliver. Time to take this and be the world champion. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling confident. We know we played Vitality at Season 3. They beat us, but we've prepared for them. We expected it was going to be them or Lethal for the finals, but I think we're ready this time. I think we're going to take it.
And Furious, you guys are very calm. I was chatting to you not long ago in the players' lounge just over there. There wasn't any last-minute practicing going on. You were all just chilling out. You guys are ready, but very calm with it.
I mean, we just want to enjoy the match. This is a huge event, a huge crowd. I mean, we just want to be on stage and play these guys. This is the best match we could have for a final, so let's enjoy it.
You've said you were preparing for... We are going to enjoy this, I know. You said you were preparing for both of your potential opponents. Are we going to see some surprises? Have you got some tricks in store?
We'll see.
I won't ask you the same thing, but I will ask you. This means a lot. We saw when you won the Season 3 finals how much the dedication and commitment, not just you, but everybody who competes at this level, but when you were on stage there with tears, and I know you don't mind me pointing that out, it meant a lot then. You could be the world champions.
Winning the Season 3 final was like already meaning all the sacrifices paid off, so that would just be bonus to win here. As I said, we just want to enjoy the match, enjoy the crowd, enjoy the last Xbox event, so...
And I know you said to me as well, you're going to do your best, but if you don't win this, it's because you were beaten by a better team on the day. And that's right. All you can do is turn up and do your best in competition, and if that means you're the runner-up, then you must have had an incredible opponent. That is what we're expecting from both of you. Gentlemen, a handshake, please. Good luck to Team Elevate. Good luck to Vitality. And let's have a look at how they got here.
It's been a fantastic weekend of competition up until this point. We had huge games throughout the course of Friday and Saturday between some of the best teams in the region. Supremacy there on your screen, coming here literally the day before as a standard squad and putting up a huge fight, getting through to the semi-finals to play Elevate. They fell short, but Elevate made them really fight for it. And we can see in the screen some very big moments from standout players picking up 3 or 4 kills, clutching a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, Supremacy playing against Elevate, they certainly proved their point. They are a team to be reckoned with. They were the team that made it to the Season 3 finals to play against Vitality last time. But Elevate now in the finals of this invite, going to try and secure their position as champions from North America.
This is incredible.
Yeah, I just want to give him a moment. I didn't want to say crowd favorites, but there's a lot of support for Vitality in the crowd here. The teams were previously knocked out, Supremacy is one of them, are there in their crowd and some of the biggest supporters. We've had a lot of people travel all the way from France specifically to support their Xbox squad.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting people. And, some of them had huge journeys here. I flew in from London, where I'm based, but people met me at the airport going, well, we flew here from France to fly from here to Canada. We're coming. This is absolutely incredible. And I tell you, I've had the pleasure and honor of hosting lots of different esports in lots of different places in the world. I don't think I've ever seen what we just witnessed up on that stage. And a team singing their anthem and the audience behind them as well. Not just, of course, Vitality, who are here, Elevate are here as well.
Yeah, Team Elevate have, I mean, they also have the North American teams back in there. The Lethal Gaming boys, which they said themselves, they were half expecting to see Lethal in the final here. They were preparing half for Vitality, half for Lethal. They are now in the crowd too. They're going to be shouting and yelling a bit in a very short while and making plenty of noise. We had it yesterday in the semi-final, complete reverse, where we had Elevate playing Supremacy. Lethal playing Supremacy. Yes. We had Elevate in the crowd making lots of noise for him. Lethal are going to be there returning the favor any moment now. And those kind of cheers, that kind of crowd reaction, it elevates your play. It helps push you forward. It keeps the blood pumping. Yes, you've got sound cancelling in your headphones, and yes, you can't hear the casters and everything's locked out. But that kind of rumble, that kind of roar from the crowd, and you can see them standing on their feet and cheering and yelling for you. You can't ignore that, and it keeps you going, it keeps you pumped up, and it's going to get these guys riled up and Elevate more than I think any other team live for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's find out who makes up these incredible teams, and let's have a look at the rosters. So we know. Oh, we won't have the team sheets. Okay, so we don't have the team sheets, but we're looking for Vitality. It's Furious G, Burst, Crisco, Anthrax, and Lion, and they will be playing Skies, England, Bosco, Lexing, and Fightier is making up the roster for Elevate. Kicks.
It's worth noting that Vitality has known each other for years longer than Siege has even been a game, up to 9 years. The majority of those players have been together since the beginning of the competition in Rainbow Six, and even before that, playing other games such as Battlefield. But going into these finals, a lot of people are want Elevate to win. The North American scene, they want Elevate to win. And the European scene, they want Vitality to win. And as an analyst, it's my job to predict who's going to win. But looking at this matchup, it's impossible to say. Both of these teams are incredibly talented. They both have their strats. They both have their teamwork. They've known each other for a long, long time. They are both previous season champions. Yeah. And they both have the confidence to pull it off as well.
It's going to come down a lot to the maps that get played. Once we get that big band going, like the dynamic and the different metas from region to region that comes into those is going to play a big part in this. We're looking for some very, very standard bands coming out of like Elevate. I do not expect them to want to play Border. However, they've said they prepared a lot. They might have something up their sleeve. Knowing Vitality like it, knowing they have strong strategies there, they might have prepared. But the safer bet when your practice region doesn't play Border. It's not really in your meta. Safer bet is to ban it. Focus on the things you are good at, because you don't have practice partners that are going to be good at Border. You don't have someone there that you can learn off of. So I'm expecting to see Border banned away. I expect we'll see a Skyscraper picked after the teaser we saw yesterday, after the bringing it into the meta. We did see some strong play from that from multiple teams on that map.
But
then we're looking
lost
at our
on
familiar
Skyscraper 5-1 to Supremacy.
Which is why I'm expecting Vitality to want it.
Supremacy, are not just going to knock it out before we even get to that stage?
I'd hope so. If they look at the 5-1 and say, yeah, we're not going to touch that, but it's the targets for Vitality are the likes of Skyscraper. The targets for Elevate are looking more to North American strategy-based things, the clubhouses, the chalets a little bit. But it's one of those things. Yeah, we can sit here and they want this and they want that and they're good at this, they want that. But until it sits down and we see what they're going through, we can't be inside their head completely. No. So
let's find out. Here are the pick and bands live from stage here in Montreal. Let's see what the teams fancy demonstrating to us and challenging each other on with our special map pool that we have here for the 6th Invitational.
And I think it's
to go first.
I think it's worth noting that no matter what 3 maps we get down to, yes, it may favor the pick and ban phase may favor one of the particular teams based on their meta and the practice they've put into those particular maps. But when it really comes down to it, we're in the very last matchup of this event, and both of these teams are not going to be letting any of the rounds slip by going into, like, when you see a team, so they get their pick ban phase and it's down to, say, Chalet, Consulate, and Clubhouse or something like that. And they're a more dynamic team. So they're going to win those Chalet and Consulate, or maybe and lose Consulate, win Chalet, and then bring it to Border. You have this dynamic of, like, okay, the team's not super strat heavy, so maybe they're not super strong on Clubhouse, but they will bring it to overtime. And going into the final end of the event here, I feel like no matter what maps we get, no matter which team prefers whichever maps, definitely going to be seeing overtime on every single one of them. That's
on every single one of them.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
And we talked about how, like, I wanted to talk about how, like, the Elevate pumped up by the crowd, they're there and they perform. We saw in the highlight clips multiple occasions throughout the semi-finals and quarterfinals where teams have gone in and they've got a well-executed strategy and they've had the best played plans and they'll push for it and they will start to gain control of a round and plant a diffuser or begin a diffuse. But then we'll have one player on whichever team they're against step up, pick up 3 or 4 kills of their own, sprint through a smoke grenade with a shotgun, surprise them and just tear a team apart. And again, both of these teams have those standout players that can do that. Lion is the most recent addition to Vitality, but has made that kind of mark on multiple occasions. Skies was doing it repeatedly yesterday for Elevate. They both have these players that all have that skill and that potential. It's a question of can they bring it out here on the day, on the grand final.
And they can. We know they are capable
certainly.
of it.
We've seen it,
yeah, we've seen it. And I don't feel like these are squads of people who don't like being on stage. As you've mentioned, Elevate are lifted by this. Vitality, they're feeling it as well. They have experience in front of audiences when we've had Pro League finals with an audience in the studio. It would be a surprise to me if anybody fails to deliver today, but it is the World Championships.
There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but yeah, I think that all these players are ready. Both these teams are definitely ready. And the experience, like you said earlier, the vast majority of these players have already been to LAN events. So they're going into this, I don't think that that's going to be a factor in either of their games.
It can happen. I won't go into individual details, but I'll tell you that in one of the PC semi-finals yesterday, without going into specifics, the pressure was really getting to somebody. Not in how they were playing, but in just how they were feeling between maps and stuff.
It's one of those things that
who or how, but yeah, like it matters to win this thing. It matters every match, and this is the one.
Yeah, this is all it comes down to. Yeah, you can look at it, you can prepare for it, you can see it, you can think you understand, but until you're sitting in that chair and you've got it all going around, there's nothing that compares to it. You can't mentally prepare until you've done it a couple of times. But they've done this. They've been on the stage. They've been in front of crowds. They've been into the season 1. That shouldn't phase any of them. But this is also going to be one of the last times this Xbox community has this kind of stage for a little while. Like, it'll come back eventually, but the pressure from that and being the NA versus EU is there.
And
Skyscraper.
There it goes.
First ban. Elevate. They lost 5-1 on that to Vitality. They don't want to see that again.
Saw that coming.
Oregon have banned out Vitality. Elevate have banned out Border. Chalet has gone. Vitality don't fancy playing on Chalet again.
Chalet has a laxing bush for a very specific region, and Elevate have a laxing. So there's history with Chalet. It's a map that Elevate are very good at. You don't want to play them there.
Elevate banning out Clubhouse. Now that's interesting. That's something we saw them playing on in Season 3. It's something we saw Vitality win on when they won their semi-final. It was their 3rd map. Cafe Dostoevsky's gone 2. So we're going to be seeing some Canal.
I am very surprised the Bank is still in this pool.
I was about to say, it is a little weird. Bank is not a typical map for Xbox. Yeah. And looking at that ban from Clubhouse from Elevate, that makes a lot of sense to me because Elevate is a strat-heavy team. But they rely a little bit more off their teamwork and playing off of each other. And Clubhouse is one of those maps where it relies a lot on one particular player in one particular situation. We saw yesterday K9 get that 3K as 3 players, or 4 players, I think, rushed into Armory. Something like that, individual plays, whereas Elevate, they play off of each other. And Team Vitality are extremely good at setting up those strats ahead of time, on a map like Clubhouse especially, and being ready as an individual with the timing.
We're going to Consulate first, and Bank will be in this for certain.
And Canal.
Okay.
Yeah, well done.
So
Consulate, Bank, and Canal is how the World Championship will be settled. You were surprised to see Bank in this pool. Are you surprised that it's not left to 3rd?
I mean, no, because to leave it through the ban phase,
someone
has a plan in it. Someone that led it through and was looking to play that for a reason. So see if Vitality pick up, they're confident in it. They have Lion, we've talked about, it's very aggressive on Jaeger on regular occasions, runs around the map. Bank worked great for that. We've also had Bias and Criscu, who have been a notorious roaming combo together for a long time, work very well on such large maps like that, or can do. What surprised me in the way the picks go down is that Elevate picked Consulate. It's a map which Vitality have got a lot of history on and a lot of practice on. Now, Elevate may have used a lot of that, used a lot of those VODs, used a lot of that practice, and now feel confident that they can take apart what Vitality have to offer, but it's why you pick it first. It's why you don't leave it till the end. It's all right, if it does go horribly wrong, if it does backfire, we've got 2 more chances to turn it around.
Yeah.
I think on a map like Bank, it's going to come a lot down to if Elevate as a team are going to be able to set themselves up on attack specifically in a concise sort of manner. Are they going to set them? Are they going to try and take from server? Are they going to try and clear out the roamers? Is it going to be compacted? What are they going to do? And then for Vitality on defense, I think it's going to come down to, are they going to be able to roam efficiently, or are they going to keep anchoring in the site for all 5? And it's not really historically been their sort of deal to roam a whole lot on a map like Bank especially. But like you said earlier with Lion and his aggressiveness, I think that might come out.
We'll show you who it is, who could be your new world champions. Let's get those rosters up. We'll start off with Elevate. I've already read out the names, but there we're going to have Laxing, Skies, Bosco, England, and Fightier is here to be a world champion.
Yeah, these guys, as we mentioned, have been around for a long, long time. Different teams, there's been some shuffles throughout the course of the year, but they've all been playing at the highest level of competition. They've all been playing in the peak of North America for quite some time. And yeah, they're here to make them up.
Their opponents from Europe, the French team Vitality, as I say, Furious G, Bios, Crisco, and Thrax, and that aggressive player you were talking about, Lion.
Yeah, this team roster, Furious G, this will be his last event for Rainbow Six, so this is kind of his going out show. But the rest of that team, I talked to them behind stage, and apparently they're going to try and keep on playing in competition for Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, there's still going to be plenty of competition. Go through the major leagues are still there, and it's a big scene. It's something more. It can keep growing with more progress. There's no reason to stop playing these days. And yeah, Furious said it's his last event as a player, but that is not a face that's going to leave this.
No, definitely not.
Coaching? You think
he'll have some involvement in Rainbow Six for quite some time.
It's kind of an iconic figure. He can't just walk away.
Yeah. Well, good. We don't want him to leave this scene. He's given so much to it, and he's a wonderful, incredible person, Furious G. And it's so nice talking to all the players here on any of the squads. And I feel like we should mention, there have been so many teams who came to Montreal for this, and obviously they're not here on finals day, and we lost some of them just on the quarterfinals day on Friday. But it has been incredible seeing, teams from Asia, from Latin America, and Australia, New Zealand team were here as well, all being the best in their regions through the open and closed qualifiers. But it is quite telling, I think, that we have the invited teams running this final. On the PC final, which we won't talk about now, but that's later on today, not quite so simple.
Yeah, they were different, but I mean, they were invited because of their consistency throughout the year. They were invited because they have been up there at the top and always in the finals for the whole year, and that fits perfectly to where we are now. They are here, and consistency is what makes you a world champion. Let's see if who of these two is more consistent.
I won't ask you to predict.
No,
but if you would like to predict, do it now.
No.
Other than, let's say our prediction is an awful lot.
3 maps and lots of overtime.
Yeah,
a lot of overtime and 3 maps. That's what we want, though, I think. We don't want this to be over quickly. If it's a 2-0 stomp, then that's a story in itself. But I believe everybody here in Montreal would like to see these two teams perform to the very best of their ability. Who's going to win it out in the end? Well, we will find out, as well as the wonderful Panky and Kix who are here with me. We have Bloodbath and Emzo. We have an amazing audience here in Montreal. And we have Elevate versus Team Vitality for the World Championship.
So, for predictions, I'm thinking 33 out of 33 rounds.
Probably.
We've never seen 33 out of 33 rounds. The most we saw was at the end of Pro League Season 3 last season. We saw 32 out of 33 between playing Ducks and Most Wanted at the time. Definitely. But here, these two teams are the epitome of Xbox competitive play.
Yeah. This is the pinnacle right here. The two invited teams that were invited for a reason, as they were saying. And it's two teams. The important thing to mention as well that I don't think was mentioned earlier is this is a rematch from Season 3 Finals.
So here we are, ready to get onto the bomb site. It is map number 1 of the Grand Finals for the Rainbow Six Invitational Xbox division. To kick it off here, we are going to have Team Elevate start on attack. Team Vitality is going to be picking up the defense side, choosing that top floor bomb site.
We saw a lot of great play on different bomb sites on this map, especially from Vitality. We saw them really doing well on this map. This is a map that favors them based off what we've seen so far. But we didn't see Elevate play, which means we don't know if this is going to be something that they're going to have a lot of things up their sleeve for. But again, this is a rematch. They're going to prepare for each other. They know each other somewhat well. And I think the important thing is Elevate's really hungry for this at this point and might have picked this map just to take it out from under them, because losing last time without the players that they wanted to have on their team is just going to be intense for them.
Definitely. And I mean, like you said, these teams know each other on this map. They've played each other on this map. And I'm expecting to see kind of what we saw a little bit more on Chalet yesterday. We saw a lot of additional vertical play that hasn't necessarily made the scene yet in the Xbox. And
yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of that here today.
Not to mention that Elevate got to watch Vitality play this yesterday. Going to be a little more prepared for some of those strategies if they don't have any extra ones. And you know they had to bring out a lot of their good strats to make sure that they were here today.
Yep, and so we are going to start it off here. Like I said, top floor. We're going to have BIOS inside of the meeting room. That's going to be the A-bomb site. Opening up some of the windows there, making the attackers as they make a push, try to second guess, should we really be making a push this way?
I like how they're trying to control the flow into the A site so that they can focus more on defending B if they need to.
Yep.
I mean, those castle walls, yeah, they don't keep you out forever, but they slow you down, and they make it very known when you get into that room. It's not just like wood where you can just wall bang through it unless you're glass, so it will give them some advantage. Interesting, though, that we are seeing IQ, something we don't see a lot from these players. Might be trying to counter a pulse.
Now right out there, Sky's going to get the first kill of round number 1, taking out Lion as he peeks on out towards the balcony.
Skies is not messing around. He wants to get this off to a really good start within the first 30 seconds.
Close on to his left, though, is going to be that castle right inside of the A site, and Skies is going to take this opportunity to drone it out first. He will get spotted out, sees him there, might go in for a quick push, but I think he's going to hesitate just a little bit longer than he wants to.
They're going to have to be careful with that aggression. We saw a lot of aggression from Lethal.
Ooh, England's going to take out Anthrax, though, as he tries to push on in from the skylight. A very nice kill here from England.
That's 2 down for Vitality. That's big for Elevate right at the first minute.
Very good start here. Now, Skies knows that there's one in here. He's not going to let him get out of the room, but he also can't push in. Crisco's going to be opening up these castle walls on the east side of the room here to try to make it a little bit easier entry. Crisco's just waiting for that perfect call, opening it up. Now they're going to have this perfect crossfire. They know there's not going to be a push into admin, so here they are setting up for the push in the corner office, yellow stairs, and the balcony.
That does mean those castle walls are now down without them having to fight them. Kind of wasting a little bit of resources. Castle's going to have those back, but he's not going to be using those mid-match.
Now we can see England top of the yellow stairs. There's 2 repelled on the corner office window. Connector window's also going to be taking control of here. We have half the round left to go, and Skies is going to get another kill. Taking down Furious G. Bosco is going to get BIOS. Last one alive is going to be the Bandit. A 5-on-1. What a tremendous start here for Elevate. Last man alive looks like he's going to be out inside of the main hallway. Goes for the drop shot right there. Skies gets another kill, and it's going to be a flawless round to kick it off here for round number 1.
That round right there has me leaning towards Elevate winning this for 2 reasons. One, it was a 5-0. Like, they didn't lose a single player. Even Skies going in aggressively still had most of his health left. It's just, this is like very, very good start for Elevate on a map that we know Vitality are good on.
And that's why I think Vitality has the awareness and the mindset to come back from this.
Absolutely.
Getting a flawless round can be a downside, or it can be an upset to some teams. Vitality, I don't think, is one of those teams. I think they can come back from this easily. It's still the first round very early on, especially if we're going to be seeing this go to 11.
And we've seen them have some really good attacks, and this is their attack round now. They have a lot of good strategies for that. We see them close in from a lot of different sides and really pinch the defenders. So I don't know if they're going to play as aggressively as they did. They might play a little more conservatively after that round and try and just get those crossfires that we saw a lot from them. And maybe we'll see a lot of trades like we did when they were fighting Lethal when they do get into those gunfights.
Now it looks like Frost and Smoke are going to be put in play here as opposed to the Bandit previously from Team Vitality. So Elevate to me is showing that they're trying to stop a quick push from Team Vitality. Now Team Vitality's mostly known, like we said, for their strats, not necessarily for their quick aggressive plays. But nonetheless, when it gets to the grand finals here, they're not going to let opportunities pass them.
We did see that work out well for Lethal, though, when they switched over to the Frost Castle combo when they were playing on Clubhouse. That actually helped quite a bit in making sure that they were able to actually slow down the attacks with Vitality, and ended up winning that defensive round. So that was, I don't know if they picked that up from yesterday or just making a similar good choice here. But I think that's the right one, especially on that window, for example. That is a big window to leap in on A, having that frost trap there.
Now Skies is going to be down here by the service stairs. This is first floor, right outside Visa office. He's going to be looking for a shot up from underneath, but Anthrax looks like he's going to rappel up there. As we also have on the side windows, that's going to be the south window of admin. This is where Blackbeard's going to be. That's Crisco on the window upside down.
Now they have a Valkyrie, so you know they're going to have those outside cams. They're going to be trying to get an idea where they're positioning themselves. They know they play outside, very spread around, trying to get some idea if they can get any picks, run outside without coverage, things like that. Find a hole in this attack. Try and get some initial picks so that the attacking force isn't so strong.
England's going to get the first kill into Crisco. Again, a very good start here for Elevate. Looking onto the connector window is going to be our Ash. That is Lion trying to see if he might get a shot onto Bosco, who's inside of the A site. We also have one on top of balcony here, and I believe that's going to be our bomb holder, Furious G. Now, double castle wall is going to make it a little difficult for him to get on in, but he will start pounding it away as there's a minute and a half left to go in the round.
I think castling those windows was a good choice because as we saw how important those windows were for Skies when he went and got those kills from them.
Yep.
So, there we go. Just making sure work of him, tired of smacking them.
Yep. So here we have it, still a 5-on-4. Furious G is now giving away his position, going up against England. The gas grenade is going to force him back off of the balcony windows, and it looks as though he's going to get taken out. Furious G going down to the gas, England getting a second kill. Now England will be taken out by the connector window by Lion. A very good counter, a very good crossfire. Moving on in, it's going to be Bios coming in from admin, but behind him, going to be Bandit coming up the stairs. I'm sorry, that's going to be Jaeger. Looks like Skies takes a couple bullets to him, tries to make another crossfire, but he gets taken out by Anthrax. Another great shot.
It looks like Vitality's making a comeback here with some good teamwork.
Bosco going to go head for head onto Lion, but it looks like they both might decapitate each other as Bio gets taken out. Thermite's coming up the stairs here. Frost is going to hold down Connector. It looks as though we're going to have Capitec getting picked back up, but we do have Fighter coming around from the side, but he'll be getting a double kill onto Bios and Anthrax, and Lion will also be taken out on the balcony.
Elevator really not messing around here. They started losing a little momentum there when Vitality started getting those kills off, but it looked like they kind of regrouped and decided to like play a little more defensively.
Definitely.
And wait for those choice moments, like just running over there and getting those two picking each other up. That was a brutal kill on two guys just trying to regroup at that point.
It was to me, one of the things, I mean, it's always a gamble when you go to revive somebody because for the most part, the player, if it was a trade-off and you killed that person, they basically know that you downed or they downed you. So that's going to be a call out. And if a team is in position to take advantage of that, take advantage of that opportunity to come around and go for the flank and get that kill, it's a very risky move to revive somebody.
Yeah.
But if they can get it, it'll pay it back off. They're one man up, and that's what they were going for.
And I think they even got him up, but I think Fighter was just ready for, like
he came around for the pre-fire.
Yeah, and he's someone that, like we said before, came from Denial Season 1, Season 2 winners. He knows how to take those fights in that timing.
Definitely.
Made it count. Vitality back on defense, though, did not successfully do it the first round, did not successfully attack the second round. They're going to be really looking to do something a little different this time and maybe cover themselves a little better. We saw so many trades last time when they were playing lethal. We didn't see any of those trades on their first defensive round. They're really going to have to set up those crossfires a little smarter and not let those attackers get in so quickly, not let Skies get those initial kills on those rushes. And it looks like he's playing a little smarter this time in terms of not doing the same thing again, getting that drone out, making sure he knows where he can make his approach from with that aggressive Ash attack.
And here we have Fighter looking for those Valk cams outside. This is that IQ play. Not necessarily paying attention and looking for a heartbeat sensor from a pulse, as there is none. But for the same time, those Valk cams outside provide just enormous amounts of information for the defenders.
Yeah, and it's surprising to not see a pulse just because it's strong on this map with the vertical play. We saw a lot of it from PC, especially playing downstairs and using it to see who is upstairs, especially when they're trying to go for that defuse. But they are making good use of the operators. They're bringing in that mute, for example, stop some of that intel so they can't make such an aggressive attack. It does slow down a lot of your push in.
Now Crisco's responsibility is going to be a hold down admin, but the push from Elevate is focusing on the skylight stairwell, that yellow stairs, as well as the corner office window. But there is a Valk cam we just saw Anthrax on outside by garage. That's going to see that Blackbeard's here. You're going to see when the push is coming. They know what side of the window to look on for Laxing. He's over here. They hear the rappel. Now it's just a matter of will they get that perfect opportunity. They know the C4 is there.
Oh, there it was. They went for the C4 throw and didn't pull it off.
Did not connect, and it looks like Furious G might be trying to peek out a bathroom. They got to know he's there. He was there all yesterday. Looks like Anthrax gets one nade possibly, takes a little bit of damage down, but he is Doc. He can just stim himself back up if he needs to.
You know, if that Blackbeard doesn't have coverage, we could see a run out of yellow stairs, but it looks like England has control of those stairs right now. So that might be a little difficult, but that would be the optimal way to kill that Blackbeard right now.
Now there is one member from the defenders that is downstairs. Laxing does take out Furious G from the bathroom of the corner window. Again, another very good start here for Elevate.
They're going for this plant we haven't seen in quite a while where they would blow open this wall here.
Oh, no, he's going to get taken out. Very good job by Lion, getting a double kill onto England and Bosco.
We saw Lion save the day a lot yesterday.
A very good job. That takes out the third mine. It did not get exploded in time, did not get destroyed. And that's going to be a pickle there inside of the attacker's push.
And that was their strategy, too. You saw that by him having the diffuser, that was the plan. Now they're going to have to regroup and take a different approach.
Ooh, the breaching charge takes down Lion, I believe, from underneath. A very good thought right there from Skies.
Some good revenge from Skies for losing his critical min in this attack.
Now what he's got to be careful of is giving away his position, because right now they don't know he's up here. He's got the barbed wire he's got to go through, makes his way to the main corridor. Fighter, though, takes down BIOS inside. And now we only have one defender left. Anthrax is going to get one. He's got time to stim himself back up, but it looks like Fighter puts a few more bullets into him. Connector will have the fight down here from Anthrax. Now he's going to move it in. Looks like Fighter's going to get that diffuser planted. Skies is to the left. He looks for the shot, and he doesn't get it. He's docking, does chicken back up. Skies will get the kill and a 3-0 start here for Elevate.
You can just tell how hungry Elevate are to get this revenge on Vitality, because not only were they beat by Vitality in the Season 3 finals, that led to Vitality taking the trophy at the end. They just got to be like, we got to put everything into this. The question is, even if they win this map, are they going to have the stamina to take it all the way to the end? Because it takes so much out of you playing like this, playing this aggressive in such tight situations. Like, you see so many situations where they're just like down to the last second making those peaks, getting in there. You see almost the panic, like just holding back on those moves, especially when they lose something like that Thermite there. Having to play off that, it just came down to kills at that point because it was going to be so difficult to get that plant down. But I like them using the holes against them. You know, they use the hole in between that B side in the next room.
The connector in the corner office, yep.
Against that angle, but they knew where he was at. He was pinched in a situation where he didn't have a lot of recourse. He was Doc, though, so he could take some shots and heal himself. But we didn't see that from him. He was just in a bad situation. Had he had a teammate left, though, let's say Lion was still alive in that situation, that might have gone towards Vitality still. We've seen a lot of great clutch plays by Lion like that.
So, I don't know if it was just noted there, but Lion actually got his drone inside of Garage. Saw Fighter right here. You put a jammer down right underneath of that main reception drop hatch. So it's that kind of information that Team Vitality is trying to gather to figure out, can we push? Can we do our normal push from Garage and into Kitchen and so on and so forth? And this is what we don't necessarily capture too much of, is that initial information gathering.
Yeah, and that's something that's why we see that mute coming out more. Because when you're playing aggressive teams like this, the more you can delay them, whether it be with the bear traps, whether it be with the castle walls, whether it be with new jammers, anything you can do to slow down their push gives you better chance to get in better positions. But we are seeing that pulse now that I mentioned earlier, so they are actually wanting to play that pulse now that they're playing a different bomb site. Now that they're playing downstairs, they want to have a bit more intel, and you see Sky's using pulse right now to try and figure out where that attack's coming from. He needs to give his teammates some time, especially since they're going to want to push Piano right there, which you see Sky's guarding.
We do see Lion and BIOS moving on in. They might be seeing Sky here. Sky has his heartbeat sensor out, might have seen BIOS pushing in, and now the shots will go down. The wall bang from Lion, though, will take down the Pulse early on. A very good feat for Team Vitality.
Now they have this control of Piano. This is really important attacking the downstairs to give you a lot of angles on those defenders that are in really bad positions to attack from the garage door.
Now Bosco is here in a very nice position, but I think Furious G is looking right at his feet. Bosco's going to get back upstairs just in time to not be detected. There doesn't appear to be any drones up top, and that's going to be good news here for Bosco as he rotates on over.
Vitality's really going to need to find out he's there. He's that 3-speed Jaeger. He's got a great gun. If he can come around, we've seen that happen a lot. If he gets around behind them, it's going to be deadly, but Crisco could catch him out here.
I think Crisco's going to see him. He gets the shot, but no! Bosco's going to get that headshot down onto Crisco.
That Bosco, if he can get away with that and move to a different position, I think Elevate have a really good chance to take this, just because of the fact that
Laxing's here. I'm sorry, Laxing and Bosco both working the back stairs, circle stairs, and Visa, as well as Bosco's now coming back up to where he just got that kill on the sledge. He's going to come around for the flank, and it looks as though we also have one that's been injured. That's going to be BIOS getting taken out from Laxing.
This is some great coverage from these roamers. They're really punishing Vitality for being in here.
Anthrax is able to get Fighter down. I believe that was outside a garage. Bosco's going to come back on down the stairs. Laxing has managed to make his way here into the lobby. That's where he picked up Bios, and now he's going to travel back downstairs. A 3-on-3. Bosco's is inside of the bomb site here, trying to hold down the fort as he moves on into the offices. But moving on towards, we see Lion as Furious G and Anthrax are both outside a garage. Now Lion's making his way down here to the left, right on the other side, looking for the quick push. Bosco stands up and gets the kill. Now it's all up here to Blackbeard and Thermite, both outside. That's going to be Furious G that we're peeking at right now, going in through the garageway. But the gas grenade is going to prevent that push in from the right side. England's right there. He's trying to stop the push. Bosco's going to take a peek out. Laxing might get very aggressive here on the yellow stairs, pushing on out. He's waiting for that call. 20 seconds to go, 3-on-2. He's going to make his move here. Bosco's looking at right at the perfect angle. Saw the Blackbeard shield, going for the shot, but Furious G will fall by Bosco. And now Anthrax moves in, and it's not going to be enough. He will be taken out after taking one shot down.
This puts him on match point 4-0. We could potentially see the second 5-0 of the matches. It's going to be a heck of an uphill battle for Vitality because this was one of their maps.
This was their choice.
But no, Elevate picked it, but this was their choice yesterday.
Correct.
And so it's something that they're strong on. But like I said, Elevate got to watch that. And in watching that, you see them picking it apart. One of the things I loved about what they did there during that round is the two roamers, Bandit and Jaeger, played around the whole map. They used all the map flow. They got these great shots, these great flakes, and were prepared for the counters to that. But the important part is when their site guys started dying, they rotated back to site because they needed to keep Smoke alive.
Yep.
They needed to make sure that site didn't fall once those garage doors were open. Smoke did his job, they did their job, and you saw them just pick apart what was left of that attack.
And I think, well, kind of like we talked about yesterday, because we saw this map, or we saw Chile and then this map, or whatever it was yesterday, we made the comment that this map plays very similarly to Chile, where you open up drop hatch and you're able to rotate up and down using all 3 floors. And that is what Team Elevate is doing here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that map flow with those 3-speed operators and good awareness, good intel, good callouts is just game-changing when it comes to actually being able to execute on that and make your shots. You're seeing some great flick shots from both teams, really. So they both have the gun power. It's just who catches who and is the most prepared.
Yep.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Here we are. A Buck here as well.
Buck is making an appearance, and we have the same operator set that we had previously. One defensive round to go for Team Vitality. They're going to pick up that dock and pull out the castle, get rid of the castle there.
I'm curious if they're going to go for that B push through that wall again with the Thermite as he's carrying the diffuser again, which does make me think that's a good possibility. Yeah, it didn't work out last time, but it got pretty close. We had Thermite get all the way up there and get in position, place his breach charge, but he got caught at the last second.
Now Lion is here waiting for the repel. He's going to get one kill on Bosco, but gets taken down by Laxing. Just not enough time there for Laxing to get the first headshot.
No, that was just Buck. That wasn't the most important. I think trading Buck for Jaeger was actually probably worth it in this situation. Yeah, unless he was critical to the push, I think that was just a worthwhile thing because getting their Jaeger down leaves them with one less roamer. And it was Lion, no doubt.
To me, if Buck, my impression of Buck is he's going to be in piano trying to shoot up from the floor. So yeah. I think if Buck was played differently, I think we would say yes, it was a very worthwhile trade for Team Vitality. But like you said, now they lost their one roamer.
Yeah, and they do have Ash as well if they want to do something up through the floor from the piano room. So they still have a way to make that happen, to shoot the bottom of the corner where they're going to hide.
Yep.
And basically clear out Anthrax right there. They know Anthrax is there. He played there last time. He's not going to change it up. He's that dock character. That's his job, is to hold B from that Blackbeard. He's not there.
The question they're trying to figure out now is he in the cubby or is he by the desk right on the other side of that half wall?
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to figure out so they know exactly where to look when they enter in. Now Crisco is going up against Skies here. Crisco's going to go for the peek, but Skies has the line of sight. However, he doesn't get it. Crisco peeks around the van and gets the shot on the Skies.
That is going to hurt their attack a bit. They did lose that Ash now, but there's still just the one roamer left. And Lion has been a lot of their clutch plays. It is going to be a situation where with him down, if they can take out Crisco too, this might be pretty bad for Vitality.
Now we've got a 3-on-4 at the moment. Still one third of the round left to go. You've got England working his way up the yellow stairs. That is the Thermite holding on to the diffuser. I want to say he's going to try to go for this side wall again, this half wall. But I think we see Furious G inside of the bathroom yet again with some feed holes.
Yeah, they really need to clear out that bathroom. Lion in that bathroom last time really punished them for trying to get in there. If they can clear that out, then it's going to be a lot easier to take care of Anthrax, and they're going to be just in a better position to make that B plant. But they could go for an A plant, switch it up.
Well, he's going to go for the push there. However, England is ready for it.
Nicely played. Good getting that other roamer out. That means now they're playing against the site defenders. Now they have a much better position. If they could get their droning in, they could take these last 3 guys out. But it is 3-on-3, so the numbers aren't in either advantage.
So taking a look here, we have Laxing outside in the corner office window. We've got England working his way up the yellow stairs, and we have Fighter coming up the circle stairs. They're going in for a pinch on bathroom and on corner office. The last man that's going to be key to the defenders here is going to be that Valkyrie, is going to be the one that's in, the smoke inside of the A site. The push is going to come in. It looks like Fighter going for the shot there. He will be taken out. Laxing gets one into Anthrax, though. Bios is moving in, and the plant's going to go down. And it looks like some more shots will happen. Smokes gets taken down. It's all up to this Valkyrie. Got to come out of bathroom, though. England's going to look for the shots there. Furious G goes for the wall bang. Will not get it. And we've got a 2-on-2 here. Right now, Furious G gets the wall bang. He just has to go against Blackbeard. The head shield and 60 health. He knows he's coming out. He goes for the rush, and he doesn't get it. And we're going to have Elevate in a 5-0 for map number 1.
That was really well played. They took care, I mean, they couldn't get that bathroom out, right? But they isolated him. Once they got Anthrax out, that was not an easy thing to do, but they took Anthrax out. They made their push in as soon as they could, knowing that the bathroom guy was going to have to push them. I mean, unfortunately, they lost the gunfight just before, but that Blackbeard holding that angle, I mean, yeah, Furious G almost got away there, but that was a situation where he was just in a desperate push. He had limited time, and he was going to have to push against the Blackbeard. Not a great place to be in. I mean, Blackbeard's in a bad position by himself when he has to make the plant, but when it's already down, that's all she wrote for that B site.
Definitely, and I mean, so yesterday we had our first ever 5-0 in the 6 Invitational. It was Continuum versus Santos Dexterity on map number 1. Here we're having another, yet again, another 5-0. Not expected by anyone in the crowd today.
Yeah.
Not expected by anyone on either side of the teams today. But what we saw was Santos Dexterity yesterday came back to win the second map. I believe it was 6-5. So I feel like Team Vitality still has a shot in this. Obviously, they still have one whole map to go at least. But what is it going to take from Furious G to say to his team to get them rallied back up?
I think, I mean, we heard it in the initial speech. We see this a lot from the EU being very humble. And they might not be as motivated because they've won last time. I mean, they're just going to be like, okay, we won. We could do this. I mean, we know we could do this. But at the same time, they just want to have fun. They just want to, you know, like enjoy the game, put on a good show, things like that. But that put on a good show mentality, too, I think they're going to put a lot of effort into at least making this to map 3. Map 3, I think, does favor Elevate, though. So even if it goes to map 3, this is after that strong performance, I'm definitely favoring Elevate here. But I'm not riding Vitality out.
Yeah, and so here are our highlights from map number 1. This is where Lion was able to not get the shot down, and you had Fighter come in for that double kill there as he picked up his teammate.
Poor England. He was playing such a vital role and then losing it there. Nice bathroom kills by Lion.
So Anthrax's position has been determined in this map, and he's always going to be in the cubby. He got one onto Blackbeard, but just couldn't make it count right in that position.
And I'm sure they knew that from seeing yesterday as well.
Yep.
So that's the hard part, is those setups get known. But Bosco with his quick reflexes there, he's mid-animation too. That's difficult for him to make that shot.
Now here we have it. This is Lion going for the PQC, Laxing far out in the distance. He just wasn't able to get that shot in time, and therefore there was that trade at the very start of that round.
That was Lion pushing it a little too far as well. He kind of didn't need to push out that far on that shot.
Now Crisco had the perfect line of sight there to take him down. But as he comes on up the stairs, he is traded off by England.
Good revenge for losing that thermite charge before.
That was good positioning there by Bios. Now, typically when you go around that hole, you're looking behind the table, and that's exactly what happened there. He overextended his line of sight, and Bios was able to take advantage of the hold. But ultimately, this is what it all came down to. Right there, the Blackbeard moving on in, gets that final kill. That's Laxing taking down the Valkyrie.
Well played by Elevate. I mean, none of those rounds were easy, but coming on strong with that just 5-man attack at the first round, getting those kills within the first 30 seconds, just decimating them, probably put them on their back foot, and that's a hard position to be in when you know you're in the finals. This isn't like a semifinals where you're like, it's fine, we'll come back from this. This is like, no, we're done for sure if this doesn't work out. And the crowd's
we can hear the crowd ramping up. It looks like we might have T-shirts or something being thrown out. I think they can yell louder, though, because we are here at the 6 Invitational Grand Finals. What do you say, crowd? Right there. Oh, we see, what is that, Glass down there?
Definitely getting
Glass all the way down there. They want the T-shirts. Some freebies given out here. So it is time for map number 2, which, if my memory serves me correctly, is going to be Bank.
Now, this is one that I worry about a little bit for Elevate. In talking to Elevate, which I did quite a bit before the games, before we got here, one of the things they were really concerned about was Hibana really messing up a lot of their map play and then being a lot more comfortable in something like Chalet.
Yeah, and so here we are. Bank is going to be map number 2, and like you said, hopefully we can get Team Vitality to come back from here. And right now is where it all begins. This is the second map of this Grand Finals here on Xbox. Elevate won the first map here. It's time for Team Vitality to try to fight back after a 5-0 deficit.
Yeah, and you see Elevate trying to adjust for their weakness on this map. Like I said, they are a little worried about Hibana being a big issue, opening up all those hatches and things like that. So you see them not actually playing downstairs first. They're saying, we don't want that to be the major issue for us. We're going to play in an area where they can't be easily attacked, like where it's mostly attacks from the side. Yeah, Hibana and Thermite can open up those walls, but it's a situation where it's more about attacking the top floor and doing stuff with Buck than it is attacking like hatches and things like that. There are not hatches. Well, there's one hatch directly down onto it. Not a lot. This is a situation where they're in a better position to start with. But I think Elevate are going to have more of an uphill battle on this map. I do predict that there's a good chance Vitality could take this back here.
All right, so here we have it. Now again, Team Elevate has chosen to go inside of the Tellers and Archives offices. Again, not necessarily the primary bomb site for many teams.
No.
But we are going to see Elevate here trying to change it up and throw Team Vitality off guard.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see a lot from Elevate on this particular map is a lot of roam play. They're not going to be playing heavy site defense because that's going to be an issue for them in terms of letting the attacks collapse around them. We've seen Vitality do that a lot, all those collapses. What Elevate needs to do is keep those roams like just free, flexible, move around and get those flanks on the guys that are isolated on those attacks. Because of the fact that they surround, that means there's a lot of isolation as well.
Now what I think we might see from Lion here, he's either going to hop on top of the garage entrance, come around into the loan office, or he's going to work his way down and underneath, which I think is probably the more smart idea. He's able to get a flank either way.
It looks like he might go for the loan office, which is not a bad idea as well because you are in a good position to help push onto the stairwell side as well as to clear out lobby from a flank because you're clearing out lobby from two sides. And you see Blackbeard here, Furious G, trying to help with that. He's looking for any picks he can get into there. Now we saw previously a Glaz playing on here in another match, and that didn't work out so well because now he was trapped outside. Blackbeard, though, is not going to stay out there. He's going to come, put some pressure inside.
He is going to have to make his way in here, and we do see Bios taking control of that main lobby right on the other side of those circle stairs, trying to get his teammate Lion into that loan office. But we have Bosco here on that main stairwell, looking down the elevator entrance point. Bios is going to pre-fire a little bit. Bosco's going to go for a return shot and doesn't land any, or lands a couple bullets, it looks like, onto Bios though.
They really want to keep that loan office clear if they can, try and keep that pinch from happening, but they couldn't stop Bios here, and that's going to be good for him. Taking control of this lobby is really important for this push, but so is taking control of open area, which it doesn't necessarily look like they've done yet.
Now Bios spots that Valkyrie cam, a good eye, a very keen eye, but Crisco gets the first kill on the fighter, taking down that Mute.
And Muto's already done his job, so I don't think that's a big critical blow for them.
I don't think they know that Bosco's here. Lion is so focused on this executive lounge floor, looking down into the ace site. There is also Sledge, and Bosco's looking to get a peek onto him. Bios might be coming up the stairs, though, to his side, so he's got to be very cautious. Bosco working his way through. He's going to make it right into the meeting office here, where he will spot Lion.
Really smart play by Bosco. He knows they need this top floor, and they're going to be super focused looking down.
They are super focused looking down. Lion's going to get spotted, and he gets taken out by the flank from Bosco. Now, he doesn't necessarily know there's another one, so he's going to retreat down the stairs. Anthrax is getting that call that, hey, be very careful. There is someone top floor. Now, Sledge is also going to be cautious as well, because Bosco is still here. He hasn't been pushed out. He hasn't been droned out.
No, and Anthrax can't even make that push because he had the diffuser.
But the diffuser does get planted, and now it's all up to a 4-on-4 with Bosco now trying to take control of the top floor. He might get a line of sight with that opening, but Crisco is here inside. He spots it with the cam, goes for the shot, but Bosco gets another kill. He's going to jump over the balcony, and he gets Furious G. Bosco with a triple kill, going to come down over the balcony, turn around, Skies gets one kill. You've got Jaeger and Bosco working their way downstairs, and it looks like it's going to be all of Team Vitality taken out. And we will have the diffuser destroyed if they can spot it in time. And there it is. Skies will get it destroyed in time. Plenty of time to get that killed off. And a very good start here for Elevate.
That was an excellent retake. Bosco, of course, being a very critical part of that. Stopping them from having that top-down control was super vital to getting a retake. They let them make that plant. They let them get in. I mean, obviously, you don't want them to, but letting them get in and being prepared for that retake like that, to come around, just surround them, and then actually turn their surrounding against them. I mean, they were all surrounding the teller's office, and then let them get in there, then surround them once you take that top-down control. Obviously, they needed Bosco to do that. Had he whiffed those shots, had he lost that top-down control, that might have gone the other way, but that was and that's what I meant by them really needing those roams to make this map work for them, because they are really worried about top-down play on them.
Yeah, and so Team Vitality hopefully will take one out of that same playbook, but again, they're going to be top floor this time.
Yeah.
Again, trying to change up even more. Probably playing those little bit of mind games with each other.
Yeah, I guess they don't want that top-down defense as well. See them, they're very stuck on doing this Doc, though. Anthrax wanting to play Doc, regardless of the map, it seems like. I don't know if we've seen a lot of great kills from that, like a lot of great site defense from Anthrax, because he's not able to get those revives on himself. We're not seeing him revive other people because they're off-site a lot of the times, and he's holding alone. So I don't know that that utility of Doc is really working out for them right now. They might want to consider playing someone else, maybe even a Rook at this point to get that extra armor for those people roaming around.
Yeah, so I mean, on Consulate, it did not work out for him because he was tucked away in the cubby with no one else to really help out.
Yeah.
If he would have been inside a bathroom or inside of the connector, I could have seen it better because then he would be able to reach his other teammates. When he's tucked away in the cubby and Consulate, it's just him.
Yeah.
Now that he's in a map, in a bomb site where you do have access to multiple teammates, I think you're going to get seen more of it in play, seen it be more useful.
And honestly, though, I'd still take a Rook over the Doc in the sense that Doc may not get to use his ability.
Yep.
He may not have the situation too, whereas Rook is always going to. He's going to do his job, and the guns are about equal, both very accurate submachine guns. And so it's a situation where if you're in a gunfight, either way, you're going to have extra armor with Rook. And you're going to be in a situation where you armored up your roamers a lot better. And having armored up roamers is a big benefit when we've seen the critical plays that roamers have made here.
The one play that I haven't seen from Doc yet has been when you get down to 20 seconds, or you get down to 15 seconds, or even 30 seconds, you know it's getting down. You know the push is going to come. You can tell it's going to come. I don't see Doc stimming up first. No. I don't see him preparing for that fight, getting 120 health, 20% more than any other operator.
Yeah, we haven't seen the overheal be a big strategy, and I think that's something we will see in the future, though.
Agreed.
I think that's something that is a strategy that you still
Lion saw the drone get popped out. He saw where it came from. He's going to go for England out there, but he will be taken out. England strafes across without taking a single point of damage.
That desk is not invincible, my brother.
Bomb located by attack.
It was a nice try, though.
So here we have it. Sky's trying to work his way through the barbed wire. He's very cautious of someone potentially being inside of that closet, but instead he turns his back to it, hoping no one's there. Now Crisco wants to go for the push around. He took a couple ghost shots in that direction, but he finally gets taken down there. Skies will fall to Anthrax. Now this is the point where you just take a few more seconds, make sure no one's up to follow, and then you take out that stim pistol, heal yourself up. You are Doc. You need to be back to 100 health. And it looks like Bios goes for the coverage and takes down Bosco.
It's looking a bit better for Vitality this time. They did lose one of their important roamers, though. Lion is down again, and that's that Jaeger. That's been critical. However, Crisco has been doing a great job on that Bandit. So if he can make those kills that he needs, weaken this attack before it gets in, take out maybe Hibana or Capitao, and then leave it up to Thermite, could be a big play for them. And you see Crisco working on that right now, hoping to catch someone being sloppy up there.
Yeah, and the floor actually above him is destructible. So if he were to have a C4, he could easily throw it up, possibly get laxing. He hears the Capitao. Right now he's waiting for someone to jump on over, expose themselves. He might be able to see him in time if he peeks on over a little bit more. There could be a push in his way, though. Fighter proning his way. England still outside of the closet, going to fight up against Anthrax inside. It looks like Laxing and Fighter each going to get Furious G and Anthrax down. Now this is Crisco's cue. He's got to come up for the flank from behind before Elevate gets a hold of where he's at. Now Mute is inside of the bomb site. That looks like he's going to be in B. Crisco gets one. He's going to hop out, hopefully not get detected. Laxing going to turn around. He gets shot a little bit. He'll be killed off by Bios. And we're going to see a 2-on-1 with 10 seconds left. Fighter gets one. He now knows it's a 1-on-1. He's going to go for the defuse behind the wall. Crisco needs to move in. There's 3 seconds. This is his cue. He knows it's going to happen. He's going to look to the right, not see anyone. He's going to look to the left. And it looks like a little fight here. Fighter is going to make it 2-0.
Nice plays by Fighter. That was a difficult situation to be in. As we know, anytime you're the last man left and you've got to make a plant by yourself and they know where you're at, and they know time is on their side in terms of pressure, that's a very hard spot to be in. But I like how he used their reinforcements against them, and the fact that Crisco was playing it way too passive that round. He waited a long time to make his rotate up. He was very cautious of that square skylight lobby because he knows there was lots of angles on him. His rotate was just so late at that point. He almost needed to rotate up the other set of stairs, but he was trying to take advantage of getting behind Capito. He did make the smart play, though, in taking out the diffuser before it could get planted, forcing them to have to plant at the last second. But he was a little far behind and pushing after that and leaving himself in a position where he didn't have a great, I mean, if he could have got in a second earlier, could have taken him out mid-plant.
I'm still upset about Anthrax not healing himself back up with that thin pistol. He sat there for about a minute and a half after that engagement with Skies and still only had about 40 health after that fight.
Anthrax will have to watch this afterwards and note to, I should probably heal myself more.
I should probably play Doc.
Yeah, We'll probably not play Duck.
But nonetheless, no. We are here. This is map number 2. Elevate is off to a very good start in the Xbox Grand Final. This could be the final map here.
I think this is where we'll see a comeback from Vitality, but if we don't, this could be a very strong set of maps for Elevate, and to take it in 2 maps is a big deal. I mean, we saw Vitality go through 5 maps, or no, they were the first ones. They were the only ones to 2-0 last season finals. So Vitality were the ones to pull that off last time. It looks like Elevate could be the ones to pull it off this time. And again, a good revenge story for a rematch from last time.
Yep.
And we know actually from before that Elevate had said, that Skies specifically said he was excited to play against them, and he wanted to. And speaking to Elevate as well before, they said that the main thing that hurt them before was that Blackbeard being so strong. Now that the Blackbeard's not as strong, I think they feel a lot more confident going against Furious G.
Yeah, we actually did see Elevate hold on. I want to say they threw a Valcam. I'm sorry, they don't have a Valcam. No, they had, I believe it was Jaeger or someone downstairs inside of the garage. We saw Team Vitality try to come on through. Skies is now looking. He's got a good cam there. They didn't destroy yet. He's going to go for the shots. He's looking on down. Very aggressive. He takes down one. He's going to get spotted. He comes back up without getting killed. Fighter's going to be another one to take down Lion. And Laxon goes up with his teammate down through garage. Fighter now knows, okay, it's all clear. And what an aggressive push to take down 2 members of Team Vitality.
But they gave up servers in the process, so I'm not sure if that was worth the trade, but
I'd say
really going to put them off.
That was not just a, we're here. That wasn't just a kill. It wasn't just 2 kills. It was a statement that Team Elevate has made. Bosco getting the 3rd kill of the round. It is 5-2 right now, 5-on-2 in round number 3.
If this was old Blackbeard, I'd say they still have a good chance, but down to just Hibana and the nerfed Blackbeard, this is not a good position to be in, especially when you're already 2 down, and fighting a bomb site like this is hard. You need good coordination. You see him all over the
look
place.
like Anthrax got down there undetected. He got one. Furious got one as well. Skies, though, takes out Anthrax. It's a 1-on-3. They now know that Diffuser's down at the bottom of the stairs. They know Furious has to come down here. He's got plenty of time.
But he's got to kill 3 and make the plant by himself.
Got to kill 3.
He's gonna have to
they
kill
will
them.
not let him get the plant down. They know exactly where he's coming through, and a very good angle here. Just a couple of shots go. The shield gets broken. Furious finally spots and goes for the kill, and it's going to be 1-on-1 ready, and the pistol comes flying. He's going to get to the top of the stairs, or the bottom of the stairs here, tries to reload, might throw on another head shield, as I expect to see.
I like how Bosco changed angles here. Very smart.
Very smart. And you have Blackbeard down to 5 health. Up against 3 members from Team Elevate, and Skies doesn't even give him the opportunity. He says no.
I like how he switched angles and Skies came in for the reinforcements, knowing that Blackbeard's going to be looking for the other position, even though he would have been looking for the other position where he wasn't at.
It's those little moves. I mean, we saw it on attack and defense from Elevate. When you had, I believe the last member, when it was 1-on-1 previously in the round where they got the defuse planted, it was Fighter, I think it was. He got out of the A-bomb site, moved over to B at the last second to get that plant down. That forced our Bandit coming from behind to not know where the diffuser was planted. It's those little movements when you were expecting where they're going to be, and you move away from it.
It's just solid attack after defense from Elevate. Fortunately, we're going to have to wait for them to get back in this due to rehost. But, I mean, in the meantime, a 3-0 after a 5-0 so far.
This is 8-0 right now, and as much as I don't want to say it, it is looking like Team Elevate has brought their A game here to make it a 10-0.
And even if they somehow manage to lose this map, I think Canal favors them. This is Vitality are really going to have to take this moment right here to regroup, to say, like, what we're doing is not working. They know what we're doing. They're tearing us apart, and they're covering each other so well. You saw that where Skies came out and took those shots, took out those kills aggressively, jumping out that lone office window. Fighter was right there to back him up, come out, switch with him, cover him for him as he retreated, and then rotate down into the garage. They're covering each other even on those aggressive jump outs. They're not just jumping out, throwing away their life. They're making it count every time, and that's really working out for him. We saw that on the last engagement as well, where one moved away and the other came to take a different angle. Just those moves right there, like you said, those little moves are really paying off, because Vitality were a team we saw trading after trading like yesterday against Lethal. We're not seeing that at all today. We're seeing very little trades. They're not covering each other. They're getting isolated. The rotates around from Elevate, getting behind them or getting to the side of them all the time and winning these quick gunfights is just like literally tearing them apart as a team. So they're never coming in with that 5 strong.
Agreed. And so what we're going to see here is actually Sky's face on stream. but no, so what we're going to see here from Elevate is that momentum still going forward? I don't think that this small break, this minor break, is going to affect that momentum.
No, but you see Vitality still in good spirits.
They are. And this is the team that keeps their cool.
Yeah.
This is the team that, even under pressure, even when they're down and out, they can still bring it back. They know how to. It's just a matter of getting that first round under wraps to get themselves back in it.
I mean, I'll be honest, if I was them, I would not be laughing and having a good time right now, being down 8-0. Like, that's a bad position to be in, but you know what? That's why I think they could change some momentum here.
That's why we're on this table and not up there.
That's absolutely why. So I'm scared over here for them, and I'm not even playing right now. But it's a tough fight. But we generally do see momentum changes after break. It's just something that you get that moment because you get so tunnel vision when you're playing. It's hard to make those changes. It's hard to make those adaptations when you're so like ingrained in what you usually do because you need to do it fast. This game is much shorter than casual mode. The 3 minutes is just, it's brutal on you as an attacker or a defender in terms of getting set up, getting your things going very quickly, getting in positions. So having that moment to take, okay, look for those few weaknesses, those few adjustments. Sometimes it's just a small single adjustment.
I think what Furious G needs to do with his team right now is, like you said, take a step back, get out of that tunnel vision, and just say, look at the big picture and say, what are we changing or what are we not doing that is making us fall apart? Is it the peaks we're not getting? Is it the communication that's breaking down? And try to come at it from that angle, because what I think they're doing is they're looking at very minute things and trying to tweak them when it could be an overall picture. One little thing here and there is not going to make it go 8-0. Or 0-8 in favor of Elevate. So what I think has to happen is they need to look at this big picture and say something is amiss.
I think what they need to do is start pairing up better because they're just not getting the trades, and that was something that really helped them against those aggressive attacks from Lethal. And the Elevator not playing any less aggressive. They're just going in guns blazing when they feel like they have the opportunity to and landing those shots.
That's a very good call, calling out that they don't have the crossfires they had set up before.
No, we're seeing them getting one by one. Every time I see a gunfight against them from Elevate, whether it be a one-on-one or not, it's not a 2v1 from Vitality, and that's what matters. If you lose a guy but you make a trade, depending on the operators, that can be okay. But if you just lose a guy and you gain nothing from it, like you're just losing in progress at that point unless you got a clutch out. And we're seeing, for example, Lion getting killed early on. As I mentioned a couple times, he's been a big clutch operator for them yesterday. Him getting picked off earlier on sometimes, as we're seeing, that could be a big game changer. Vitality not having those long flanks, those long roams, whether it be attack or defense, is hurting them as well because he was the one who was able to take advantage of his own isolation by flanking around. But as he's getting isolated, whether it be the intel or the callouts or just the good sound like listening to from Elevate, they're picking him off. They're finding out where he's at. He's not getting away with it.
Crisco and Lion have worked miraculously yesterday in that duo roaming combo, but we are not seeing that right now. We're seeing Lion try to basically falling off very early on, like you've said, and I think if they can keep Lion alive a little bit longer, get a little bit better communication, a little bit better teamwork down, we will see Team Vitality start to come back from this. This is not impossible for them to come back. They are the world champs. If there's anyone in the world that can get this comeback to go in their favor, it is Team Vitality.
And I mean, maybe at this point, just the single change they need to make is Crisco and Lion covering each other. Keeping those guys alive longer so that those pushes from Elevate can't gain enough map control without watching their back could make a big difference for them. But this is a map where there's lots of long roams, lots of ways to get around people, lots of stairwells going different angles and things like that. They can take advantage of that. Now, if they're playing top floor, of course, they're not going to be able to drop down and things like that. So there are situations where the bomb sites they're picking are setting themselves up to be a bit difficult. So you saw that from Crisco, for example. It was difficult to get up and around and behind on that top floor bomb site because he had to go up a very exposed stairwell because they were playing on the top floor. So the strategies, the bomb sites they're picking are not playing well into what they're doing because their roamers are not able to be really advantageous at that point. They almost need to be playing downstairs. They need to be almost using letting
the drop hatches.
Yeah, when Elevate gets those hatches open against them, use that against them. Get there, like when that admin office hatch gets opened and they start getting pressure in, come up behind them, shoot them, drop down.
We saw it yesterday. Team Vitality played on Consulate. Played on Bank. And Lion, the very start of the game, came up from top floor, dropped down, and got a double kill there into the admin or into the open area.
And that's what you want to do. You need to take advantage of the things they're focused on, the things they need to do. An admin hatch, like blowing that open, is important.
Definitely.
And you know that. And when you can control that, when you can say, I know this is important to them, and then you can just wait for that opportunity when they're alone and they're focused, because you got to stare down that drop hatch, right? You're going to be focused super down that hatch. You come around behind them, just like you did when they were coming around on them top floor. Just get them when they're focused on something else.
Yep, definitely. And so we are seeing the crowd start to hype up here. We're
like
getting right back in the lobby. There's LMG deployed from Mr. Tachanka, Lord Chanka. Now it's time to get back into the game. Right now, it is round number 4. Team Elevate is up 3-0 against Team Vitality. And we could be seeing the final moments of Vitality unless they can manage to get themselves back into the game.
If we see a double 5-0 from Elevate here, that's just going to be mind-blowing. I don't think
it's going to happen.
No, I don't
But if it gets to 4-0, I don't know how I can disagree with that.
Yeah, right. It's one round away from it right now. If Elevate can win their attack, which they've proven they're very strong at on both maps so far, it could be very bad. And we were just spending a lot of time talking about how Vitality need to work on their defense. They are playing that defense on the top floor again, so they are in the situation that was problematic for them we just talked about. That makes me have a little less faith in them unless they're going to make some of those adaptations in terms of the roamers playing better together, covering each other, not coming up so late. But they're giving themselves bad options. They need to be ready. They need to almost be playing smart and rotating up around into either the closet when they can safely, or rotating up into that into the stock room via those stairs over there, sneakily behind them once they started to push from the Skylight Square lobby.
So Team Vitality, again, is going to be holding on to that top floor bomb site. They are staying away from the main floor, from the middle floors. And again, this seems to be somewhat hurting them because their roamers only have 3 pathways up. Most of the time, 2 of those are already taken control of.
Not a lot of good spots to hide because they're all spots Elevate's going to check. They are at least playing mute. They're trying to stop the drones from catching them out. They did play smart in this little storage room before, but they're going to know he's in there. They're going to know he's in that storage room this time because Elevate knows they're going to play that the same way because you don't want to give up storage room easily because that gives them an easy way to get from 2 different sides into the CEO office, and that's what you don't want to allow. So, I don't know. They're going to have to play this really smart. I'm not having a lot of faith based off their choices here that Vitality are going to bring this back. But they could be playing off Elevate, playing off them, right? They could use a little mind game here to say, like, Elevate, no, we're going to play it a certain way. See Crisco taking a different path, for example. He knows down here they're not going to be droning for him so much. You saw the drones just above him rotating around, not coming down the stairs. If he can play it long and smart and Lion can stay alive longer, they have a bit of a chance.
Definitely.
But he's playing close to sight this time, which is interesting.
A little bit closer. We do have Fighter on top of the roof looking down through Skylight as England's on the patio with Bosco. Right here is definitely Skies pushing on in. Again, a quick maneuvering from Elevate here.
It looks like they're managing to get around those drone jammers, or the mute jammers as well, with those drones, and that's something that's going to be a bit of a problem for Vitality.
Now Crisco's working his way up the stairs. Bosco's going to stick a C4 here. I'm sorry, a Claymore down at the top of the stairs.
That's going to hurt Crisco's rotate. If he does the one that we saw last time, that would be where he'd go up and get Claymored.
Especially because at the very top of those stairs, you're not focused at the top. You're focused around by the hallway.
That was
so his head's going to be turned. He won't necessarily see that right away.
Bosco, very smart play by him, adapting to the one thing that hit them last time.
Now again, Anthrax is going to be in the same corner. If Kids is going to be working his way in, Skies will see that, and he's going to be ready for it. And will Anthrax get that upper hand again?
I like how they're checking the things they think are said, like, wait, let me double check this elevator, because I didn't check it before. I don't want that to hurt us in the end. Smart plays here. They're not getting sloppy, even though this could be the last 2 rounds for them.
Yep, and so here we have Bosco getting rid of one of the jammers. He's going to EMP that. Now a wall bang from Lion, and Sky's going to go back and forth. No bullets are going to go flying just yet to hit anybody, but Lion has been spotted out, and it looks like Fighter gets 1 kill here on the Furious G. He gets another onto Anthrax from the side. Laxing's going to get one onto Lion. A 5-on-2 at the moment as Laxing gets another. Crisco trying to come up for the fight from behind. He's given away his position with 5 members from Elevate left alive. Crisco's 2 floors away.
They know he's
Diffuser's going to get planted, and this is not looking good for Team Vitality.
They know he's going to come up these stairs.
This is going to have to be the play of Crisco's life right now if he wants to get this clutch. But to his right was Kids moving around. Laxing's inside of main hall. He's got to come up those back stairs here. But it looks like Sky sees it. He goes for the shot. He doesn't get it. That's 1. He's got 4 more to go. Crisco moving on forward. He goes for the pre-fire. They know exactly where he's at. Laxing's going to come up the circle stairs, go for the cross. And it looks like England going to get 1 kill to Crisco.
4-0 after 5-0. This is looking really bad for Vitality. That was... I do not feel like Elevate toned it down at all.
They did not. No, they kept that momentum through the break.
Yeah, no, they did. They must have just got pumped and said, we 5-0'd, we're already 3-0, let's just shut this out, shut the door on Vitality, and just go out with a big old bang, revenge.
So that big sledgehammer in the main stage right now is within grasp for Team Elevate, and they are ready to just wield it.
Yeah.
So here we are 1 round away from Elevate winning the World Championship of the Xbox Pro League, or Xbox season here for the 6th Invitational.
I'll be honest, in talking to Skies before, I did feel like he was maybe a little bit overconfident in terms of, and that's something we expect from NA a lot. But you know what, the showing here, I gotta agree with the way he felt. He was definitely confident and definitely showing it. And these aren't even their best maps. And so that just shows a lot from Elevate. I'm very impressed by their new roster.
I'm going to say that I don't think NA appreciated having the throne taken away from them in Season 3, and they're here to bring it back. Because right now, this is the showing from Elevate that we've been expecting, that we've been wanting to see. And they are just here on top of their game, as best of a showing as they've ever put on.
And you see why they were invited. Now, remember we said before, when you're on your home territory, it seems to matter for Xbox. We saw EU victories when we were in EU territory, and we saw NA victories when we were in NA territory. We are still basically in NA territory here. So, that is home turf for Elevate.
Now we are here in our attack phase of round number 5. Are we going to see Elevate pull through and get this final win?
They're playing a different defensive spot this time, though.
They are.
Playing
They're
open
changing
area.
it up.
So that's interesting. I don't know if that's going to be anticipated by Vitality. That could actually throw them off and make this much harder. It is a harder bomb spot to defend, though.
I mean, when you think about it, now they haven't brought a thermite, so they could be expecting it. So they're not worried about trying to open up either walls or really anything too much, other than maybe the archives wall into the middle office.
That's true, and they may have learned from Elevate what bomb spots they like to play on this map from earlier, like previous matches in Season 3. But it also could be the case that they just happen to choose wisely. It's definitely something you do want to do your research on, though, on what people play as far as bomb sites, because, yeah, those operator picks matter a lot when it comes to reinforced walls, especially.
Anthrax and Crisco have both managed to make their way into the Skylight stairwell. You've got a crossfire hold from Anthrax, looking for a rotation up from server stairs. Anthrax picks up that bomb site, or picks up the diffuser, moves on over. He's going to drone out a little bit first, but we do have Skies underneath playing the pulse. He's going to spot Lion, goes for the C4 throw potentially. He's getting it ready, waiting for Lion to stand still so he can get that kill. All Lion needs to do, unfortunately, is to hop on his drone or hop on his game. He will be killed off. But the C4 from the drop hedges will be thrown up, not touching anybody just yet.
Now, this is a situation where you do wish you had the Valkyrie camera to make it a little bit easier to have someone else make that call out for you to detonate that C4, but they don't have that, but they do have the pulse at least to get some intel. This is, again, a nice flank here, knowing Bosco knows they need this top 4 control.
Bios and Bosco are going to be crossing each other's point right here. He's going to spot him, and he gets the kill, but Crisco was able to get England in return. So now it's a 4-4, and we are still in it here. Team Vitality still trying to push their way onto the bomb sites. Bosco's going to be up here in the hallway. Pre-fires another way down the site towards the soda machines, and Lion going to hear that shot. He's inside of the loan office top for the stock room. He's got to move forward. He knows Bosco's there, going to put a couple ghost shots, try to draw him out so Crisco can come around. Looks like Anthrax is going to push into stock as well. And now Bosco's playing a couple more shots. We're going to see Lion drop. He gets on in. He's not seeing anyone just yet. Fighter gets taken up by Crisco from the drop hedge. He's going to move on down into the middle offices. Coming from the side, Bosco moves on in. He gets Anthrax. He's going to get Lion as well. It's a 3-on-2. Elevates up in man count. He gets another. It's a 3-on-1. Going to be all. It's all up to Furious G. He's caught in the back window. Laxing moves on in. He's going to get the kill. Laxing, though, gets the trade down onto him. We're going to see our first 10-0 ever. And it's going to be Elevate getting the grand finals.
They've got to be so proud of themselves right now. Not just getting the rematch, conquering the rematch, bringing the new lineup, but 5-0, double 5-0. Honestly, when I spoke to Kids Guys before, he said, I hope it was worth it bringing in Bosco. I hope he works out bringing him from Onslaught. By God, it was.
By
that
God,
last
it
round,
was.
he was just brutal. He was critical in 2 of their defenses. And the one that really mattered right there, you see them holding the hammer trophy.
Fighter grabs that hammer with authority.
This is not his first win here. This is the 3rd time Fighter has been the season final winning team.
Congratulations to Elevate. They are the world champions, the first ever world champions for the Xbox Rainbow Six League here at the 6th Invitational.
They earned the heck out of it, though.
They definitely put on the best showing of their life. Congratulations. So we are going to head on over to the main stage where Matt is going to be interviewing our finalists, our winners, our grand final winners here from Team Elevate. Matthew, take it away.
Bloodbath and Emzo, thank you so much for taking us through what was an incredible but shorter World Championship final than any of us predicted, than I think any of us expected as well. But to come out and become the World Champions in 10-0, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make sure everybody knows right now before I talk to you guys, Vitality are still clapping you. Like straight away they were clapping that team. At the end, yeah, let's make some room. Elevate, come over here. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That shows how much it means to this whole community. It's fantastic seeing the support between you guys. And we were watching that on our analyst desk over there and thinking, oh my God, if this goes 10-0, like I said to you before that started, I talked to Furious G. You said, Furious, where are you? You're on here. There you are. You were saying if we turn up, if we play our best and we're beaten by a better team, you can live with that. 10-0. That is a hard thing to live with in a world championship. But you guys are applauding them because that was incredible. Skies. In a moment like this, I wouldn't normally want to drill too deep into the game because I know how passionate everybody is that they've won, but I have to ask you how that happened.
Like I said, last season they beat us in Poland. We really prepared with our new team. We have plenty of LAN experience. We have a 2-time champ. We have Lax, 1-time champ. Now a 2-time champ. 3-time fighter, only 3-time fighter world champion. We really prepared. We know Vitality is the best team in Europe, so we took our time, watched film, we prepared, and we played them on maps they didn't think we would play.
Fighter, I do want to ask you, Fighter, come over here. You, straight to the stage, lifted that, and you were saying, what does this say?
What do you mean?
That's what you were so excited. You couldn't stop yourself. You're like, what does this say? So what do you want to tell people? Who is this now?
This is everything I worked for, man. I planned to be a 3-time champ from the beginning. I was either going to do it with my squad, which unfortunately I wish I could have done it with them. Shout out to all my Denial boys, Havocs, Powerful, BCK. Long live 1%ers, but yeah, man, we did what we had to do. We came in and we said if we play our best, we're gonna smack them, and hey, that's what we did.
I am gonna very quickly come over here and just say, Furious, is there anything you want to say to our new world champions?
Congratulations. I mean, they brought up strats we were not expecting that counted us so well. I mean, final, and that says all. And just enjoy lifting this as a team, and that's your specialty today. And I want to say thank you to all the Xbox community and the French one, because we brought up a good year. Thanks to the crowd, that was amazing. Thanks to everyone on stream following the scene. Rainbow Six is going to be huge, I believe. Good luck to the Xbox guys making the transition to PC, and well, I hope to see you next year.
We hope this is not the last we've seen of you. I know you said you're retiring as a player. We hope this isn't the last we've seen of Rainbow Six Siege in your life, Furious G. Elevate the new Xbox World Champions! Not what we expected, but a performance worthy of being a world champion, and that is Team Elevate.
I mean, there's so much we want to talk about that first map, but yeah, we went into it, and bottom line is we were straight
all
wrong.
predictions countered.
Yeah, we turned around and went
overtime in all the maps.
Fully overtime.
33 rounds, 33 rounds. Let's stay here all day.
Oh, look at that, 10 rounds. Oops.
Yeah, that was quick. But no, like as Fury said, Elevate. They looked at Consulate, they looked at Vitality, and that's their map. Let's deconstruct it. They looked at it. They went in the first round. They attacked straight in, and everywhere Elevate stuck Vitality stuck their head out. Laxing had a gun pointed at it, or Elevate had a gun pointing at it, and they dismantled it. The first round was over very, very quickly. And then it came to defending. It's like, all right, well, this is the tougher part. You can research a team strategy. You can find out where they sit. You can find out where they play on defense, and you can pre-fire those corners. You can see where they're going to be, and you expect it. But when you defend, yes, you're going to know roughly where they're coming from, but they're still going to be the ones peeking onto you. They're still going to be the aggressive ones. You're still going to be the ones to fall back, to stay safe, to rotate around the map. And Elevate just did that effortlessly as well. They have Consulate nailed.
Yeah, and coming off of Consulate into Bank, I mean, yeah, on Consulate, obviously Elevate, they had completely countered Vitality. It's a map that Consulate is a map that Vitality has played a lot in previous matches, and there are lots of VODs for them on those particular, so lots of research. But going into Bank, as you can see here, there were a lot of times where Vitality would be just caught in an engagement with Elevate, any of the players, and they would simply lose. They were absolutely demoralized coming off of that 5-0, and they couldn't regain their strength.
Yeah, like the 5-0 is a tough pill to swallow on console to begin with. Of course it is. You go into Bank, and what makes it worse is the opening round. You get into the bomb site, you plant the bomb, you've got 4 players left alive, and then one MP7 springs up from the floor above you, jumps around, kills 3 players, and they get the bomb defuse and ends the entire round. Like, that is a very, very tough pill to swallow at the straight start. And from then on out, as Kick said, they were broken. They couldn't hit their shots. They were missing their peaks. They weren't checking their corners. They were not playing as a team. We regularly saw 1 or 2 players left alive 20, 30 seconds after the rest of their team had died because they just weren't there with the rest of the engagements. Vitality were a broken team for more or less the entirety of that.
Yeah, and it's sad to see because it's as Vitality, historically we've seen them perform extremely well, and we know that they are a very skilled team, and it's sad to see because it is their last match together that they weren't showing up the same way that we've seen them in previous seasons.
I'm furious at me.
Sorry, while it's on the screen, I want to touch on this last round here from Bosco. It was the same as before. They couldn't kill the Romans. They couldn't kill anything. He then springs up from behind and kills 4 players and was on for the ace if it wasn't a Blackbeard. But Laxing has to come in as he ran out of ammo to help with that last kill.
Why?
But yeah, Bosco just hid in a corner on the top floor for every defense round on Bank, and Vitality couldn't find him and couldn't deal with him. And that's twice. The first round and then the last round, where he springs up, gets 3, 4 kills, and really made them pay for it.
There's Fighter there going, what does that say? 5-0, 5-0, what does that say? Absolutely unbelievable, really, here. But you're right. Furious G said to me at the beginning, if we get off to a good start, no, not at the beginning, before we start the match, if we get off to a good start, we'll be all right. 5-0 then on Elevate's pick is one thing. You go down 5-0 on Consulate, but they chose that. All right, shake that off. Is it a team who can shake off a loss and regroup? Yeah, then you go lose the first round. Your map in a really big way.
You shake it off, and I mean, you saw them shake it off going in the next one. Even the crowd was a little bit dulled down at points. You see them lose 5-0, and that takes a lot out of you. And then, yeah, that opening round is just crushed.
Yeah, I was expecting, honestly, going into Bank Cup, it was Vitality's pick. I was expecting them to bring out something new and spontaneous that we hadn't seen a lot. It was a map that doesn't get played. And Vitality to bring back the momentum and start really punching in those rounds. I kind of honestly expected some of the fans in the crowd to start cheering them on, get the anthem in there again like we've seen previously and get that momentum back. But it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I think maybe people just didn't believe it could, and that may well extend to the team as well. Such a huge thing to try and recover from, but I'm so pleased to see Vitality taking it so well too, because that's a terrible way to end your gaming career. That's a terrible way to come out of a World Championships, and the last time that's being competed on Xbox, and go.
Well, Vitality as a team, not Furious because I think he's finished for now, but Vitality as a team will be, I believe I talked to them earlier, they will be converting to PC and continuing to play in the Pro League, hopefully. Yeah,
as Furious said, good luck to everyone that's going. A lot of their players are going to take to PC, and a lot of the NA Xbox guys are too. Supremacy have a lot of players who currently still regularly play on PC very, very well and may make the transition too. There's going to be a big exodus of Xbox players that come across the PC scene. Best of luck to all of them. And the whole of the Rainbow community and the professional community is going to get a big boost in skill and in knowledge. Because, We see some different aiming. We see some shots that don't always land so much on consoles, but the strategy is there, the map knowledge is there, the game knowledge is there, and now we're getting all these players flooding into the PC community, and it's going to really elevate the entire game.
And being a player myself, when I am playing against an ex-Xbox Pro in matchmaking or in a scrim, for example, just or a 10-man, whatever, what have you, they definitely do convert. The skill does transfer over. A lot of these Xbox Pros making their way to PC have that knowledge that they can take from their previous experience and apply it to PC. It is translatable. So it's really great to see that the community has actually gotten a lot bigger because of this.
Yeah, and I mean, we're bringing it back from that whole topic, but it's like the best way as Elevate, it's like, how do we win? How do we go in? And how do we become the undisputed champions of the world? How do we dominate the Xbox One tournament in the last big LAN we're going to see for a while? 10-0 would be nice.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. All right, you're going to done it. Like, there's no better way to be there for Elevate. They're going to go have a very great night tonight. They're going to celebrate a lot. And, I mean, ride off this for a long time.
But if we were talking about this, and earlier on before the match, we're doing a little bit of pre-analysis and getting it maybe a little more accurately than we did.
Overtime.
If we've been talking, I say, oh, you know, I spoke to Furious G. He said if we get off to a good start, then we'll be all right. If you'd kicked, or Panky, if you'd gone, oh, yeah, well, I was chatting to, you know, anybody from Elevate, and they said, oh, we think we're going to 2-0 this, we would be talking about that here on the desk and go, oh, all right, they think they're going to 2-0 this, but that...
I would have
why are
dismissed
they
it.
thinking that? We would have felt like that's really, really, you know, overconfidence. It's a bit arrogant.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it overconfidence, no, I would call it overconfidence. Yeah. Arrogance, I'm not so sure. But both of these teams, I seriously expected Vitality to bring it at least a little bit closer, because both of these teams, they have the experience, they have the strats, and it really, I think it honestly, we talked about it way at the beginning, it really just came down to Elevate hard countering on Consulate. They were ready to go on that map. It's been played too much by Vitality. It's too known to Elevate, and they put in the practice hours. They even talked about it during the interview. They put in the practice hours specifically countering Vitality's Consulate. And then coming off of that for Vitality, they couldn't win that first round where they got the bomb plant. They still had 4 up. I mean, I would be absolutely devastated as a player personally up on the stage after that first round on bank. I would not have been able to regain my confidence there.
Losing a round like that is devastating no matter where you're playing. Like,
yeah, but after a 5-0
online, you could be playing it.
Yeah.
Just that straight round on its own it's a hard loss to take.
Absolutely.
After then a 5-0 on a main stage in the last thing for Xbox on LAN and for a long, long time, like that just piles up and piles up and it piles up.
So I'm so impressed with how well Vitality have taken that beating. Let's show you the completed bracket. Give everybody their credit throughout this amazing tournament that we've had. Starting, of course, 2 days ago with everybody in our quarterfinals, representing all parts of the world of Rainbow Six Siege. We had Lucky 7 here. I want to make sure everybody gets some credit for all the qualifying they've done here. Lucky 7 put up a good match against the French team Supremacy, getting so much support here. That was a great contest as well. And we had Lethal Gaming, another team with huge support, playing Mindfreak. That's the only 2-0 that we had at that stage. Mindfreak, of course, from Australia and New Zealand. We saw a lot of things. A lot of good things from those teams.
There's a lot of potential in what Mindfreak had. They had a right idea. They had good plans sort of laid out, but once they started to fall apart, they didn't really have the experience to know how to bring it back together and turn it around.
I think Mindfreak's defeat is kind of attributed to the same reason that Dexterity lost. It's not that Dexterity is a bad team. It's not that they don't have experience. It's that their meta is completely isolated to the region in which they play. Like, Brazil is huge as a community, and Dexterity is a fantastic team that wins a lot of stuff over there, but they have, as of yet, not been able to apply themselves to the EU meta, to the NA meta. And a team like Mindfreak, on the other hand, coming from Oceanic region, it's not as large of a scene as Dexterity had to work with, and it kind of makes sense that they got 2-0'd. They haven't applied themselves to the meta, and they also haven't really had a lot of time to practice against the bigger teams.
Yeah, so those were the teams who joined us on the first day through the quarterfinals, and then we had our invited teams come into the mix for the semi-finals, and that led us to where we are now with a new world champion, undoubted world champion, beyond question that Team Elevate are the very best that there is. So that's one down. Next up, before we get onto PC and give you another world champion, we're going to Coastline. We're going to Operation Velvet Shell. It's with you in 2 days' time. Everybody will be getting Coastline on the 7th of February. Season pass holders, Year 2 season pass holders, you'll be playing with Jackal and Mira from Tuesday as well, and everybody else will get them with Renown a week later. But you want to see them in action, you want to know more about exactly what they can do, and you want to see whether Panky can demonstrate that?
Happy easy. Good luck, dude.
Right, well, show match time then. We'll just have a short break, and then it's our show match on Coastline, showing you what you can look forward to in 2 days when the whole of Rainbow Six Siege Year 2 begins.
dejan algo atrás.
A ver esas caras bonitas.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the 6th Invitational. I am, for the last time, your host, Justin Kruger, community developer on Rainbow Six Siege. And it is my honor and privilege to present to you guys the full reveal of Velvet Shell. Yeah! Are you guys hyped? We have an amazing crowd here, and we've seen some insane competition. But of course, we have a new season, a new year that is coming right up. And keep that applause going for our amazing guests here, Simon, game designer, and Naj, senior level designer on Rainbow Six Siege. What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Oh man, so hyped to be here.
Oh, the hype is real, right?
This whole tournament has just been so great.
How has it been to see the 6th Invitational unfold? We just saw an insane match with Elevate and Vitality. How's it been for you to experience this?
I mean, like, that was such a landslide. Like, I've never seen anything like it. Like, this was like, just like Elevate coming in and just like, whoop, we're running away with the trophy. Like, there's no contest. Like,
yeah, it was quite dominant. I was not expecting that. But, you know, hats off to Elevate, and of course, all the love to Vitality for putting in.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they're such a great group of guys, great team, and I just really, you know, tip of the cap to them.
Oh, yeah.
Naj, what did you think of that last match? And
I wasn't expecting with the Vitality to not, like, be able to come back a little bit. I think they have a really strong team for that. I'm a bit sad for Freers G. Was his last tournament, his last moments on the stage. I was hoping for him to have a better exit, but I think they're still like a really respectable team, and like props to Elevate. They had their match on point. And
yeah, absolutely. Well, without further ado, we've had 3 days of amazing content. The first day, taking a look back at the history of Rainbow Six Siege from its conception to how it's created. Then on day 2, we've been giving a couple of teasers with both of you guys on those panels, and as well as an amazing tech Q&A. Earlier today, we had so many announcements. It was a jam-packed morning where we announced alpha packs coming and interactive matchmaking, all these things coming in year 2, which is really amazing. But the first thing that we have coming is Velvet Shell. Setting up behind me are our awesome community leaders, influencers, Twitch streamers that are going to be playing the show match of Velvet Shell in just a few moments. But before we get into the show match, I'd like to go over what we're going to be seeing. So I have a little bit of a presentation. Of course, Velvet Shell comes with 2 new geo operators, but also the new free map as well, and so many more improvements and features that are coming your way. But let's take a look at the content coming to Velvet Shell. So this time we're sailing to Ibiza, Spain with our new map, Coastline. During the day, you have this slow vacation ambiance on a sunny afternoon, like you're sipping a cocktail right by the poolside. But the pace picks up at night with Ibiza's famous party scene. And now let's take a look at these spawn points. Spawn point 1 is the first one where you have the main entrance, which is mostly accessible on foot with very little rappel. The second spawn point is the pool spawn that offers cover-cover approach for the attackers in order to reach the building alive. And now for the third one, you have the ruin spawn that features a sniper tower spot accessible from the get-go. And now what really makes this map special is that it is built around this inner courtyard to offer surround flow of combat for a final action-packed rush. Going through this area is very high risk, high reward for both attackers and defenders. Now, what really makes Coastline stand out is the colorful interior designs with strong thematics, so that players will be able to easily identify and communicate their location as well as their opponents. These rooms offer open spaces which allow for more gadget placement and fluid navigation. Rainbow Six Siege officially welcomes you to La Perla Blanca. Now let's get into our operators. We have Mira and Jackal, our two new Geo operators from Spain. Now let's talk about Mira for a moment. She is our objective defender. Now Mira is an architect in the very sense of the word. On one side, she's able to strongly establish a position, bringing comfort to the team and line of sights, while on the opposite side, she creates a real threat by making life tough for enemies who dare to get close. And now on the other side, we have Jackal, who is the ultimate anti-roamer. We present you for the first time an operator specialized in giving intel on moving opponents. In Velvet Shell, roamers beware. We also have many tweaks and improvements coming your way in Velvet Shell, which releases on February 7th, 2017, this Tuesday. Are you guys excited about that? Woo! I'm excited. Now, we have some amazing invited guests here that are about to play on the Velvet Shell show match for you guys, so you get your first live look at Velvet Shell. But before that, we're going to turn to our designers here to talk a little bit about the gadgets and the map that we're about to see and some of the tactics. So I'm going to start off with you, Simon. Tell us a little bit about Jackal and his ability.
So yeah, Jackal comes equipped with a visor, which he can turn on and off at will. It doesn't run on a battery or anything. And when he does activate it, he's going to be able to see the footsteps left by the defenders.
No, we saw a little bit of that yesterday, and people have been sort of seeing that. But what else? We were hiding something, right? A little bit?
Oh yeah, we've been hiding a feature that's pretty cool about the gadget. So you're going to witness it in an instant. So as you've seen right now, Jackal is tracking his prey. He saw that the defender went up the stairs, and there he scans the footprints, and he can identify the target, and it pings him on his location.
That's pretty awesome. That's really crazy. And so how many times how often does it ping the location of the opponent?
So when you put the hunter's mark on your opponent, he is pinged immediately, and then he's going to be pinged every 10 seconds for 30 seconds.
Wow.
So you can really track him down, even if he keeps on moving.
Nice. So one ping every 10 seconds for 30 seconds.
Exactly.
So you'll be able to sort of track his movement. If perhaps he's rotating to another side, you'll be able to see where he's
exactly.
rotating.
There's no hiding from Jackal.
Now, there's also going to be kind of an interesting play that we might see play out here in just a few moments during the full reveal, but it may actually, we'll be able to see some counter strats to that, maybe some trickery, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like when we design operators, we always keep in mind the interactions with the other operators, like how can the other operators interact with him. And so Kavera, our ultimate roamer, when she uses silent steps, she actually doesn't leave any footsteps. So she will be able to have these like crazy mind games with Jackal.
That's really interesting. And then there's going to be a few other operators that might be able to disrupt his gameplay as well.
Yeah, exactly. Our good friend Mute, if Jackal steps into a zone of effect of the jammers, his vision is going to get blurred. He's not going to be able to see, so he will have to turn his visor off.
Wow, that's really crazy and really interesting. I cannot wait to see that. Maybe we'll see some interesting Kavera plays, maybe some Mute plays.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
We'll see about that. Anything else about his jammer that you wanted, or his gadget that you wanted to say?
Well, yeah. So he has a counter. Like we didn't want to let Jackal just like do the whole round with his with his visor on and have no counterplay to that. But when Jackal gets fired at him, he disrupts his visor in kind of the way Mute does. So like you have to be kind of careful. Like when you get close to your prey or like the defender, like the defender you're tracking, you might want to turn that visor off because it will affect you during the firefight.
That's really interesting and kind of a cool little disruption that you guys put in there. A little wrinkle that we're not usually see. We don't usually see that. So that will be really interesting to see. Now moving on to Mira, of course, our objective defender, our 3 armor objective defender. Tell us a little bit about Mira.
Well, Mira is our architect. We designed her from the get-go to be a side player. We wanted her to, you know, like, bring the team together in setting up the defenses. Like, you can't just, if you pick Mira, you can't just put those mirrors everywhere. You have to coordinate with you. But now you can see, like, she's putting those black mirrors on reinforced walls, and there is a bulletproof window. But the key feature about this mirror is that she can see through it, her team can see through it on the side that she put it on the wall, but on the other side you won't see anything inside. You just have this black reflective surface. And so we really wanted her like to be able like to set up the defenses the way she wants and to make the approach for the attackers super hard. Like you have to be very cautious because like when you get in front of a black mirror, you have no clue. You have no clue if something.
But there's a little wrinkle you guys put in here, right?
Yes.
What does that do?
Well, when you can eject the mirror and then make plays from behind, so you always have this window of opportunity.
Window of opportunity. Simon with the great puns there.
And yeah, so she's also a playmaker, but this goes both ways. This canister, you can melee it or shoot at it, but everyone can do so. So like if an attackers get behind your defenses, you can actually eject the window and create this super dangerous line of fire on your side. So you have to be very wary and you have to defend those mirrors. That's super important.
That's going to be really interesting how that plays out and potentially some interesting play with Hibana as well that we might see. But that's really cool. Thank you so much for introducing Mira to us. Is there anything else that, how do you think that the strategy might play out with her and counter strategy?
It's going to be pretty interesting because like, you know, the mirror is destructible. If you put a thermite charge around it, it's going to blow up. But you also have some interesting strats on the defense side of things. Like, you know, there's a certain operator that we all cherish and love that got a buff last December.
Yeah, I was about to ask, are we going to see a Tachenka meta?
Well, you know, like Tachenka has this gigantic shield in front of his face, but now he's going to be able to have like a very like safe line of fire through those like ejected mirrors. So like, you know, there's place for creativity. We might see.
Yeah, but that will be really great. I see a LMG deployed sign out there with Tachenka fans. Do we have any Tachenka fans out here? Yeah. Woo! Nice. Awesome. So really interesting. Blitz mains are also going to be really happy about that, and mute mains for sure. That will be really cool. So once again, also I'd like to bring in Naj, senior level designer on Rainbow Six Siege. What's going on, Naj?
I'm pretty good. You?
Yeah, I'm doing great. So you have some tactical maps that you'd like to show us about. Coastline.
So Coastline, we're going back to a medium to large scale map, 2-story building, and actually brought a tactical board just to see some key elements on it. Obviously you can see in blue the central courtyard where all the action is going to get to. It's really high risk, high reward like you mentioned. Also you can see that it's surrounded by very long corridors. So long line of sights in the middle while you have a short line of sights on the side. And also, you have 2 sets of stairs, and they're really differentiated by the shape, so that the players know where they are in the map. So there's like an L-shaped one and a U-shaped one.
So yeah, right on this map, you see the north stairs is the U-shaped one, and the south
exactly
L-shaped.
It makes the transition between the 2 floors really choked and really hard, and especially that the stairs are situated near the bomb sites. So if you can see on the second floor. This is where all the hatches and the destructible floors are going to shine.
So we have 4 hatches. 4 hatches. Plus insane amount of destructible floors.
Yeah. So it's a line of sight floors, of course, and 4 hatches. So we really want to make the destruction shine in terms of transition between the top floor and the bottom floor. And can't wait to see how the player will play with that.
That's going to be really interesting, especially since it's a tight map, right? It's quite close quarters.
It's close quarters on the outside perimeters.
Right.
You have like really long engagements in the middle. I think that's going to be interesting to see. And one cool thing as well is you have place to roam, but then you have Jackal introduced. So I can't wait to see how they're gonna.
So on Coastline, you'll be able to create the line of sights with Mira down the long hallways, and then track down the roamers on the opposite side with Jackal. That's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out and how the meta develops within the group. So tell us a little bit more about how the level design process works for you guys.
Well, we always try to keep in mind the operators that's going to come in. A good example was back in Border, we had like high ceilings and for Valkyrie cams. In this map, it's pretty much similar. Line of sights you can create with Mira, and also a good roaming hunting ground for Jackal. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Great. So I think our community influencers are all set up. We will go to introduce our 2 teams, and we are just about to get into the full reveal demo of Velvet Shell. Are you guys excited? Woo! All right. Let's go check out our teams. Or actually, let's go to the bomb site and check out the bombs for Coastline. Right after this. All right, so I'm just going to talk a little bit more about how we go into the development of these operators. Where did the initial design come from?
So for year 2 season 1, we wanted to have, we wanted to go back to the roots of Siege. We wanted to have a defender that plays on reinforcement. Playing the sites. We reinforce player site because we had kind of a roamer heavy meta, and so we kind of went by. I said, how do we bring this back to the site? What all the Siege is about. So we went to. With Mira, we say we're going to be able to set up defenses, and we're going to have this advantage when we stay on the site.
So where do these ideas come from? Is it just because you work on a team of amazing game designers? Where does that kind of stem from?
Well, first of all, we're always discussing about the meta, how it is. We're talking with the pros. We're playing ourselves, and. We look with our analysts too, our data analysts, who are very wonderful people, amazing at analyzing, and then we look at how the picture of the scene, and then we say where do we have a need? I think we should have a side player. We did roamers, we had Tavera, we had so. We just talk it over, we lock ourselves into a room and we pitch ideas, a lot of bad ones, but a few good ones come out of top and we iterate on those.
That's really awesome. So just coming up after this break, we will get into the full reveal. So do not go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Yeah, I can feel the love. Welcome back, everybody, once again to the 6th Invitational full reveal. We're about to get started with the full demo, but first, I'd like to introduce our teams. Starting with Team 1, we have Serenity, Punchy Stick, Lil Renee, Shorty Guy, and Eddie Monster. Yeah, give them a round of applause, guys. And then on Team 2, we have Macy J, X-Mac, Tangy D, Little Lexi, and our awesome broadcasting host, Panky. Without further ado, we're going to send it over to Serenity's team for the full reveal.
No, we're good, we're good. All right.
Serenity's gonna hog the main.
Yeah. I really want to try that shotgun too. I want to show it at least once.
Oh yeah.
2 shotguns.
Shot it, you good?
Panky's so toxic.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Let's go, baby.
Shorty, we're on the same team, by the way.
Are you sure? I think Shorty wants you. what do you mean? I'm going for Panky.
All right.
Shorty, you want to play Drone Wars?
Your drone has found a bomb.
Son of a biscuit.
Oh.
No.
Twitch
down.
Twitch one down?
Yeah, they're top.
It's a big deal now because of Mira.
I know, I shouldn't have wasted it.
Yeah.
The diffuser has been secured. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location.
Okay, no spawn peaks, hopefully. That would be the worst.
We have a window broken open.
All right, we should just drone each other. Yeah, let's go with Renee.
Naded in.
I'll drone the room.
Why is Panky screaming up?
He scares me. B looks clear. They don't have mirrors. What? Oh.
I got rid of our They do.
They have one, but yeah, left side.
They're holding it from A, yeah?
Hopefully I can scan something.
They put the batteries at the outside.
Okay, I'll go on my own. I'll try to scan some footsteps.
There's a Jaeger.
Oh no!
I'm going from other way. I got the diffuser.
Too easy.
For you, Punji.
You must recover the diffuser.
Too bad I don't have a drone. I wish I had one.
Panky's about 10.
Okay. I'm flanking from like downstairs. Not sure though. Scanning one.
Over in,
I have a trail.
Alright, I should get spotted like 4 times.
Finished.
Alright, was that him? I'm not sure.
No, it was Doc.
Yeah, the footsteps disappeared, so it should be him. Unless the footsteps disappear after you get a kill. But I don't think that's the case.
Watch your side, there's Doc in that room. Straight.
Miro's hanging out by the mirror.
Oh.
Behind the...
Lid Doc.
Cool save.
I'm bad.
Got him.
Friendly operator remaining.
Okay.
Located a bomb.
The clutch dream. I gotta go because I don't got diffuser.
Oh!
Oh man, I had the perfect weapon for that too. Yeah, this shotgun's really good. I want to showcase it.
Where do they have the window set? At that door that I was trying to push.
All right.
And they got my drone.
Oh, and by the way, you have a shotgun as secondary, so you can have 2 shotguns in your loadout.
Where we go? All right.
I'll show it. I'll show it. Yeah, I have no idea what the site are.
I think Hookah's good. Yeah, I think Hookah seemed to.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Kitchen, let's go.
Secure the bombs.
I mean, there's one bomb site with not one but 2
Come
bars.
get your pretty new sweaters, everybody.
Setting trauma pack here.
Looks so good.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Okay, so what's the plan? Are we opening both sides or we're putting mirrors? Mirrors sound good. Let's reinforce this here.
I feel like a mirror right here is.
Yeah. Let's show it.
No, not that one, Renee.
Yeah.
Leave that one open. Yeah, so we can like wall bang.
Renee, I need one here though.
10 seconds insertion.
Oh, that's like the worst place. I can't see much because of the bomb.
5 seconds.
Can we get
but yeah, the idea here is to pre-fire after you see someone.
Ready for hostile action.
Alright, I got another one. Here? Yeah. Oh, nice. And let me just showcase the vector. That's me controlling it though.
They're on me.
Eddie.
Yeah, she's right out the window. I shot him in the head, but I didn't.
Nice.
I didn't get any damage.
You shot near the head.
I think I just play here.
Ping, look outside.
Oh, that sounds outside B. Outside B.
That's a bomb.
Oh, all right. They have people right here. I don't know about opening this.
You're in hall, yeah?
I hear repelling in center.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Got him? Can you get a nice.
I got him.
Yeah. X back. Did I done him? No.
Renee, is there more out there?
Yeah. One left side.
Renee, you're
for
holding
you.
kitchen, right?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm in kitchen.
Really not used to this gun.
Yo,
Not sure
lucky
about the
shot,
damage drop off.
Oh no.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Oh god.
He's in the bathroom.
Hold on, I think we got cams. No, we don't.
We have camp.
No, we don't. I just went.
Yeah.
To your right, Renee.
X-Mac is lit, like a lot.
Other side. Can't get
Not as much as Renee's lit.
All friendlies were eliminated.
Nice try. 417 suppressor. All right, that's the new meta. Okay, I'll run the AR one more time, and then I'll show the SMG.
The shotgun.
Yeah, the shotgun for sure. Probably on defense though. It's the same shotgun. No, run IQ. Run IQ. Yeah.
We need to locate a bomb.
I feel bullied.
I wasn't reading chat, but.
Thank you, son of a...
Your drone has found a bomb.
Okay, do we have a Twitch drone? Yeah. Let's get a mirror.
They have the Lord.
Oh. Panky is running Chanka.
They have the Lord.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Don't trust Clancy.
Oh no.
Lord Chanka.
Chanka and Mira is so good. Like, it actually
10
works.
seconds.
Alright, set him up in the kitchen.
Insertion in 5
Yeah. Let's take second floor if they have Chanka.
is now secured. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Panky.
Panky's so toxic.
So toxic. He's giving us a gun. He's giving us a gun.
No.
I'll get you through that.
Chanka can't be a betrayer.
I was gonna nade him.
What is he doing?
Let him. No. Twitch drone him or something.
Okay. Yeah! Yeah!
That's right. Oh! Alright. Wasn't looking where I was going.
That's a C4. Oh, my Twitch.
There's mirror left side of this right here. Well, never mind. Okay, let's take second floor. I really want to scan something.
You must recover
Front
the
desk,
diffuser.
front desk.
Okay. Joining myself in second floor.
Jaeger's bathroom, road front door.
One's at service center.
Bathroom is first floor, right? Close to kitchen?
Yeah, right next to where we had the last.
I got rid of one mirror.
Oh. Okay, that's what I heard.
Alright, both
Who's
mirrors
alive?
are down.
Tangy.
Both mirrors are down. They're also not on bomb site.
You saw me.
There's one bathroom still.
I'm trying to flank from above right now. Still got a minute.
The kitchen's totally unprotected other than him at bath.
Are you close to kitchen?
Oh. Behind front desk, main entrance. He was watching the diffuser.
You should be watching me though. No. I definitely hear something. Don't want to push.
Still in bathroom. Still in bathroom.
Got him.
Nice.
Op 4 eliminated.
So, by the way, the scanner, you can keep it on at all time. It's just gonna get jammed if there's like mute jammers or you're getting shocked by bandit.
Yeah, the damage thing is cool.
Yeah.
Do we want to go upstairs?
Yeah, I want to hold hookah.
Yeah, let's do it.
The
So we're playing like 10 rounds, so
Yeah.
still have time to show the
We
shot.
got a minute. Renee always on her phone.
Got something to say down there?
I didn't say it. I want to say hi to my mom though. TV?
Keep the bombs protected.
Hi mom, I'm on TV. I made it.
Where do you want the window?
God, what is my team?
You want the window between A and B?
Yeah. Are we gonna stay in B or A? A has a lot of flanks,
Yeah, it's pretty.
but B is pretty open from windows.
Oh god. Do we want to reinforce the wall next to the stairs? If you put it right here, maybe.
Yeah, let's reinforce one wall in between A and B, and then like this one here.
Guys don't even shoot drones.
That's like one mirror.
5 seconds
I'll
to
put it
insertion.
as much on the right as possible.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Oh, you can put it right in the wall. Okay.
Compression, all set.
And then this is a hallway, but I don't know if I want to put both in the same site.
So make sure you kill Twitch drones.
Is this useful here? We'll see.
Not sure.
I'll go look. It looks out of the
No, it's
courtyard.
not.
It could be if they try that rotate.
Yeah, I really don't want to put the second one there.
Window currently. Hibana coming in.
No, I'm not in a good spot.
Yeah, we're all on site right now, which is not a bad thing, but we should get the second mirror down.
We have Eddie the secret weapon until he gets detected.
What do we got going on?
I'm
Who's
getting
down?
ruined.
You good?
I'm getting ruined in B now.
Shorty can probably get you
I'm
up.
gonna revive you. Stay down, Budgie. Show me your...
Window. He was northwest.
Yeah, one's on the balcony of B.
He's
They're,
in.
they're
He's in.
five stacking me on B. I'm getting ruined.
Yeah.
Stairs. I was looking right at him.
Oh, and I'm getting tracked. That means that they're in B. That's the only place I went.
I got one in B. That one in B. IQ's in B.
And they're gonna open this now.
Yeah.
We should probably open it.
Yeah, it's gonna kill him.
Oh, what?
Woo! Balcony, still one balcony, still one balcony.
One more in B.
Still one balcony, one balcony.
Alright, going.
He's prone all the way west on it.
There has to be one behind this.
Disable the diffuser.
Prone all the way west of that.
We got no cam.
Left? I can't see him. Yeah, I can't see him.
He's stairs, he's stairs.
Balcony.
You can probably, yeah, try to defuse.
Last stop standing.
Last stairs.
Where was the last?
Mission failed. All friendlies.
I have no idea where Lexi was.
Yo, by the way, did I down the guy at the back of the site?
Oh, she was on stairs. I can't hear you.
There.
I tried to call it.
Had to aim for the headshot.
Alright, let's use this one.
I can hear me through the speakers. You should be able to hear me.
I choose not to hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. Selective hearing on you, Punji.
What else is new? No team synergy.
I'm going main.
That B balcony looks really good. Like, there has to be a run out to flank that.
You can
probably from first floor. I know there's a hatch there, so you can probably go, you know, down and then run out. Oh, they're a kitchen again. Oh, okay. And Punji, do you want to come with me? Yeah. Or someone? We're gonna go upstairs. Gonna drone each other. Because last time I was alone. Alright, let's look at that
10
inside.
seconds before insertion. 5 seconds. The diffuser is now secured. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
Fresh fire going in.
Alright.
They got a Caveira. Be careful.
Caviar.
Eddie coming up behind you.
Come in.
Drone activated.
Okay, so it looks clear. Left side pull is good. There's your Twitch drone.
It's in that room you just passed.
Yeah. Looks good. Could probably go. Give her right side, give her right side. Go, go, go. She's far away, so yeah, yeah. Can you push that hallway that I'm in?
Eddie to your left, right behind the desk.
Right to you guy, Master.
I can't see her. Wait, she ran, yeah, yeah.
It rotated.
Hunt is near.
Right.
I'm on the hunt.
There you go. We should probably try to hunt her. Oh god, okay. Yeah. Okay, we should go downstairs here.
Okay. Macy was downstairs by sunset.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't. I'll see if there's footsteps. No.
Camera left.
I heard this C4 rip.
Sorry, I think I heard something on stairs.
Okay.
Do you have a drone?
Yeah, I'm gonna drone it.
No. Hold on. Yeah, I do.
Drone activated.
Okay.
Alright, one mirror's down.
There's a camera watching it though. One guy in front.
2 mirrors down.
Nice. I mean, they should play sight. Yeah, yeah. Mirrors on side.
Located a bomb.
Give a break. Eddie, left floor.
Where? Alright, got it.
Watch for the blast!
Can.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Where was that? Oh, yeah, yeah. I see.
Straight to the mirror.
Yeah.
The diffuser has been recovered.
It's gonna be really hard to push that. I'm coming to you guys' site. Okay.
Got tanky. He was on site.
Okay, I got diffuser, so I could plant.
I think one guy was sunset. I could be wrong there.
I don't know if we have time.
10 seconds left.
Yep.
5 seconds left. Op 4 last operator.
Did the last one? No, no time.
The diffuser has been secured.
That's right.
Where was he?
I don't know. Was it Pinky? No.
No. Was he bathroom?
That's probably the guy that you heard upstairs.
Yeah, I killed Panky. It wasn't Panky.
Did we show blue bar?
No,
Not yet. The dual bar.
All right, let's do it.
Impact that back wall.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Okay. I don't recognize this one.
Rapping.
This corner's strong.
Oh yeah, that's the one that. Yeah. Okay. So let's reinforce like half this wall, half of this wall.
Get a window up.
Yep. Right here.
Time for some home improvement.
All right, that's one. And
10 seconds.
Camera activated.
5 seconds left. Bomb
good. Oh.
Dale.
Bye.
I feel bad for Pinky now.
Lexi MVP.
I don't. He deserved it. He's talked.
Op 4 located a bomb.
Oh, he's rushing. Yo. Okay. Hello.
One net window still. Oh, he's planning right now.
God damn it. Sledge the. Yeah.
I got him.
Sledge is behind A-bomb.
Guys top floor.
There's another one. Okay, well.
4 eliminated.
2 team kills, 3 kills. All right.
God damn it, like.
Yeah, you can shoot the little gas can to, you know, drop the mirror, but you can use it multiple times if you pre-fire through the wall. All right, let's go. Yeah, let's go crazy with the shotgun this time.
Our secret plan is having 6 players.
Yo, Shorty, let's show IQ.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
We need to locate a bomb.
Huh?
Can we hit roof with it?
Uh.
I'll stick with it.
Yeah, I mean.
Yo, can you guys down some people and let me kill them? I'm 1 and 4.
Drone has
No
located
pressure.
a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb.
Oh lord, another Chonka.
Get behind bar with it.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah.
Okay, Nate.
Behind bar.
5 seconds before insertion.
I don't know where I'm going.
The diffuser is now secured. You found a bomb. Make your way to
So you
its
have 1
location.
shotgun and then you have 2 shotguns. And it sounds really good too.
Changing marks.
Yeah, we could probably try to go like 2nd floor, get the hatch above them, if there's one.
Let's do that.
Okay, let's go. I hope you didn't. Yeah, I hope you didn't just kill me. Okay, this looks good. I know there's a hatch in the room to my left, so I'm gonna use that. Right there.
My nade miss.
Oh,
He's watching
heard something.
window.
Cool vibes.
Got the vibe.
Got him.
Nice.
Alright, so right here. Yeah. Oh my
Panky's
god.
right there. Panky's in that corner. Panky's
That's
in that
like the
corner.
only comment spot I know.
Can we take out the Chonka behind bar?
Chonka to the left.
IQ, Use your nade him. Everyone's like, what?
I'm trying to nade him. I'm trying to nade him.
Yeah.
He's watching the window. I can't be. Kind of a weird angle.
Oh, hold on. I can probably. No, hold on.
Get. I just focus.
I needed him.
Oh yeah, he's running.
All right, shock and turret's down.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
He's on the right. He's on the.
Okay, I'm going in.
Take it in kitchen hurt. 38.
Oh, what? From above, probably. Or no, Chank.
Oh my God. Chank has got one shot.
Renee's got this.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Get it, girl.
Why are they running at me?
I don't know.
You versus the Lord, no pressure. They're your biggest fan.
He was right there.
He's on to shock and turret. He's on to shock and turret and bar and B.
Look down to the right.
Yeah, maybe this one.
To the right, behind the. Down straight right.
Oh, in this corner, yeah. The corner you're looking at. Yeah, in there. I thought you were going for the knife. He must have been so lit. He shot like one bullet.
Victory.
Oops. All right.
Protect the bombs.
Set window up on a hallway. On my ping.
All right, what?
Side.
All right, where should I?
All right, so we're gonna do like last time, but we should probably not put both here. No, let's do like this. Because we're probably gonna lose B again.
10 seconds.
What should I do with my wall?
I have no idea. I don't know this map.
Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse the bomb.
Great for ambush. Yeah, those aren't bulletproof.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll just put it here, like in this hallway here.
No, this is bomb. This
All right,
is diffuser.
they're on the.
Diffuser at me.
Oh god.
Inside?
They're outside like last time.
Yeah, like this south hall. Yeah, we have the fuse.
Oh, this is the. That was like the perfect camp to see outside. I hear one getting in.
He's in.
He's in.
Got him.
Nice. Let's run out. Let's run out. Let's try. There has to be one. Yeah.
Yeah, he's there. Window.
Oh, hold on. I gotta go.
You've been spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Can't go. Yo, Jaeger, come here. Who's Jaeger? Shorty?
Yeah, hold on. I'm pinned.
Oh,
I'm watching the door in the window.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mark.
Nice.
2 marks.
I'll just do it again.
Okay, I'm coming.
They'll never expect it.
I'm here.
You go first, because I'm really slow.
One drop. Sledge is downstairs.
You have entered an enemy controlled
Sledge is
area.
on first floor.
Now,
He's all behind
your
you.
location has been compromised.
Half health.
Oh, man. I didn't hear you die. My bad.
Slide stairs, bottom stairs.
Yep, he's cool vibes right now. Both there.
Oh.
Upstairs. No!
They're going up. We don't have cams.
Yeah! Pikey! Pikey! I got presents for you guys.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Let's go, baby! I got a kill! Esports down.
All right, this is the last round.
Yep. Match point.
I'll use the AR again. That's what I like.
They're gonna try hard now.
Oh no, this is not the last round. We Gucci. We can play another defense and play with the shotgun. Yeah, two more. That's good.
Oh yeah, we still.
We need to locate a bomb.
Probably gonna set up Puka again.
My stupid fat drone can't jump.
Kitchen's there.
Oh, they're where we are.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Puka.
10 seconds before insertion.
Does anyone have a claymore?
I do.
Cap. Yeah.
The diffuser has
Just put it where the run out is.
and defuse a bomb.
I didn't see where you guys were running out last round.
Yeah, come here. I'll show you. It's gonna be used like all the time. Okay, put your claymore like here.
They broke a window up here.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. Okay, they're gonna stay in. They have the playable shield, hard left, with a rook or dock.
Oh.
There's one hard,
one
right
now. Run out right now. It was Pulse.
I don't like him.
I don't like that at all.
If he tried to run out, there must be, footsteps. Where is he now? Is he far away?
Never trust the naked eye. Watch your step.
They came from downstairs, first floor.
Oh god. Okay.
Pulse went upstairs. I didn't see the ping.
Lexi keeps running outside.
She's trying to catch you outside.
You still got one downstairs?
He's gonna try to run out again.
Pulse is still downstairs?
You must recover the diffuser.
He's down master. He's watching drop down.
No more. Oh, there you go.
She was prone. Under window.
Oh!
One friendly operator.
I had no idea.
Lexi!
I guess there's a window there.
Cleaned up.
Oh, I see.
I tried.
We have been eliminated.
Thanks, Tanky!
Repeat.
I'm gonna run dock. You guys wanna do kitchen again?
Yeah, kitchen.
Secure the
Lock the
bomb.
window piece.
All right, let's do like last time. Set.
Wall secure!
Maybe impact that wall. If you're left.
Hair reveal.
Barbed wire.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. 10 seconds.
I don't know what this wall is, but I feel like some of it should be reinforced.
Gotta love this.
It's a really big wall right here.
I can impact that wall.
You want to open this one? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can impact it if we
Sure,
should
go.
open this one.
Go.
Oh.
I have no idea where it goes.
Might need to move, otherwise look kill you both.
You can hit me, it's fine.
Oh, this goes to lobby. Oh god. I opened a terrible thing in A.
There's one at my door. Maybe barricade that doorway.
That one?
Yeah.
That's gonna be risky, but
I got you.
Deploying welcome mat.
Let's look at the cams. Seems like they're like, I don't know, outside. One close to you, Shorty. Shorty. Yeah, IQ.
Camera's still up out there.
Yeah.
I'm super white.
the bomb is in there. Eddie.
Came from north window in A.
You're getting spotted. My bad.
Sorry, that's right.
IQ speaking doorway, Punji?
Doc, can I have some assistance?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel very claustrophobic right now.
Oh god. I had no idea where to look.
Two coming.
Hallway. Friendly, last operator standing. Your identity has been compromised.
Yeah, my identity.
1 op 4 remaining.
Do we have cams?
Look.
Nothing.
Girl coming from bathroom, I think?
Hello?
I'll let you know if he moves elsewhere.
Okay, good. I hope it one-shots at that range.
Remember there's an impact hole on that wall that you're staring at.
Bank donut.
You probably vaulted, I think?
He did, he vaulted.
Yeah!
There you go.
Wow, I wonder if Serenity's a pro player.
That was your very first look at the live Velvet Shell live demo. Congratulations to all of those players. Thank you guys so much for playing, and thank you to all of our community leaders for showcasing this amazing content. We are back at the 6th Invitational, joined by Simon and Naj, game designer and senior level designer on Rainbow Six Siege. Serenity's coming up to join us really quick at the analyst desk to talk about the match. But first off, Simon, tell us what you saw in that gameplay.
Wow,
for Jackal specifically. Let's start with Jackal. Let's take a look at, what did you see? How did you see the strats evolving?
There was a lot of interesting gameplay. We saw some really flashy kills, but like Jackal, as we saw, is all about information. And I think that's pretty interesting with him is that information, like seeing footsteps, is something, but not seeing footsteps still counts as information because I don't know if I've mentioned, but like the footsteps left by the defenders stay there for 90 seconds. So if you get in the room in the early game, if you don't see footsteps, that's safe for you because that's information. So
there's an interesting balance that you're having with Jackal here, where there's a certain amount of information and a certain amount of lack of information that provides information itself and in itself, like intel as to whether an operator has entered a room or not. In the early game especially, or perhaps later game, you can kind of track down where they might have gone to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to play out?
I think he's going to shut down a lot of roam, and I think that's a good thing. I think the game, like going back to the siege defenders inside the site, Mira helping for that as well. I think that he's really good, but Mira's helping the defenders to deal with him a lot by staying on, giving abilities to stay on site. So I think he's going to be a really good operator, like a good fragger, and he's going to be really good on his own because the team is really trying to push into the objective. He's more going to try to get some extra intel, go at like for example at the other side of the map or something, and see if there's footsteps laying around or something. So that's what I was doing here.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea of going into like Mira and Jackal. So like Mira is going to make it very hard for trying to breach through garage or like garage doors, because right now if you put a mirror on that, like it's going to get bend the trick. Like you're not going to be able to enter it. But then we came in with Jackal, who helps the conventional ways of getting to the bomb site, like deterring roamers and getting there, without having to do this big breach out of there. So I think that's going to be very interesting.
Now, I want to bring up one specific moment with Jackal here, because there was a moment with you and Caveira that was kind of interesting, where you tracked her footsteps, and then you were able to see that she kind of rotated around the map. Yeah. And you got the jump on her as she was entering the other room, right?
Right. So Caveira, when she silent steps, she doesn't have footsteps, and when you go prone, you don't have footsteps. So there's a way with Caveira to get away with like absolutely no footsteps, but that makes you really slow. And I saw that she sprinted a little bit, so I knew that there was footsteps there. So I went to scan it, and I saw that she was behind me.
Made a crucial mistake.
Right.
So yeah, in that situation, she probably should have silent stepped instead of just sprinting forward.
Yeah, and it's really easy. I almost got tunnel vision there, because it's really easy when you're playing Jackal to just look at the floor, try to analyze, like the footsteps and the colors of the footsteps as well. And yeah, I almost got caught because I was looking on the ground so much, So it's really hard to not get too focused onto the footsteps and trying to scan, because you're trying to go on by yourself. Without any teammates usually, so you have to be really aware of your surroundings.
Simon, what are your thoughts on that?
But yeah, let's touch on you mentioned the color of the footsteps, and I want to touch on that because there's a freshness system with the footsteps. So if you see red footsteps, it means that they're very fresh tracks. It's just been made, so like the defender is going to be around. But if they're very cool, like blue, green, it means that they might have been there for like a minute. So
that's really interesting. So there's a little bit of visual cues as to whether or not you can track down your opponent during using his gadget.
Exactly, like he's all about intel.
Nice. All right, let's move on to Mira, the defender. We saw some really interesting placements of the black mirror on using a reinforced wall and an unreinforced wall. So there were a couple balance things there. What did you think about Mira's ability in general and her placements of her black mirror?
Yeah, so the black mirrors are really good at getting intel, but when you open it, by shooting the canister, it's like a one-time use, right? Like you open it and then now it's like a Hibana hole, right? So you have to be really careful as to when you're opening it. Usually you want to keep it for the end of the round when it really matters. So that's what I tried to do as much as possible. And the way to do this is you just put the black mirror and then you don't reinforce the wall on the right next to it, and so you can shoot through the wall.
And you did get a super cool nitro cell double kill. You baited them with the mirror.
Right. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. The one cool thing about usually we like to destroy the wall between two bomb sites just to give a quick transition. But now I feel with Mira, you have that information on the other side without being vulnerable. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if.
Yeah, we saw a few times where you'd have the reinforced wall, but then you'd put the black mirror there, and you'd be able to see if there was anybody coming through, and you'd be able to easily create a kill hole if needed.
Yeah. If the attackers pay attention to the mirror, you just keep it there, and you waste their time. because time is super valuable. But if they start not paying attention to it and they act as if nothing's going on, nothing's there, then you can open it and you can get some really cool moments that way.
Yeah. It's kind of a montagne, like he's there, you can't ignore him, but if you do ignore him, well, you're screwed.
Yeah, there's a surprise waiting for you very often on the other side of that mirror.
We definitely saw an interesting montagne play there.
Montagne.
Yeah. We saw an interesting montagne play there where they used the shield to sort of block the view, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then someone opened it, and then I had to pay attention to it. Yeah, I mean, Mountain is really, I don't know, I feel like they're just going to stare at each other and really communicate, what's going on if their mirror is open. But I'm really excited to see, more Mountain play, because the mirrors are going to make the defenders roam a lot less, and the roamers are really the counter to Mountain, so we're going to see some more like mountain plants or stuff like that. I think mountain is going to be more useful in this season.
Awesome.
Really. Do you think we're going to see a lot of those two in the Pro League setting?
Yeah. Jackal. I mean, I don't know. Like the opinions of Jackal are super polarized. Some people think it's like going to be like a little bit gimmicky, and some people think it's going to be really good. Like I really don't know what to think. I think he's going to be used like a lot, but I don't think he's like a must pick. And Black Mirror's like Mira. I really don't know. On some, it's going to take a lot of time because the combinations you can do with her, it's going to take a lot of time to figure out. I feel like people are just going to discover her like every week.
I think map knowledge with Mira. If you got good map knowledge, you're going to be rewarded with playing her. You're going to get really nice lines.
Definitely. It's like one of those really high skill cap character, like Valkyrie, So it's going to take a lot of time for people to realize her potential.
You really have to know where the right angles are, where the right placements are, because at first in one of the early rounds, you put one of her gadgets up, and you were looking right at the bomb.
yeah, exactly. It's tough, especially on this new map. It's pretty tough to find good placements, but yeah, I feel like on older maps, it's going to make them change so much that like the metagame is going to shift like tremendously, especially like on Chalet basement. Stuff like that, I feel like it's going to be really good again.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of interesting things happening with garage pushes in Velvet Shell. Now, moving on to the map, Naj, you saw a few things, a few strategies that were developing out of that gameplay, right?
We already see that controlling the second floor with all the LOS floors and the hatches is key, I believe, to be able to have a nice sight under it. Also, one thing, the stairs. I see you use the stairs a lot for taking objective. They're near the objective. There's good transition zones, but they're also a really cool safe spot to approach the bomb site. So I think that was interesting. One thing as well that already the players are using the transition outside inside from the balconies.
Right.
That was faster than we expected.
Yeah, there was definitely an interesting couple of plays where people would hop out to the balcony, drop down, go into the first floor. So who really needs stairs, right? Like when you have balconies that you can just jump off. Yeah. So and also, Serenity, you play in the Pro League. You played last season as for Astral, right?
Yeah.
So do you feel as though this is a competitive map?
Usually it takes a lot of time to figure out, but yeah, I feel like it's pretty balanced, and I like the freedom that you have. There's always like a rotation that you can do, and where there's like really good balconies, like for example that B balcony that people use all the time. I was like, yeah, that balcony is really good. There must have a run out that you can do, and yeah, like fair enough, there was one. So I think there was a lot of effort made to make the map balanced, and yeah. I hope that it's going to be good for Pro League.
Naj, did you see that in the show match?
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the flow of it, and the circular flow really helps to transition from up, downs, or any sides of the building really quick. So with higher risk on certain parts, obviously. But yeah, we have that in mind as well when we design the map. So
yeah, we saw a lot of really good placements, setups for defense, and a lot of good approaches for attackers as well. Great. Any other pieces of feedback that you'd like to say about the map, or Jackal or Mira?
Well, I mean, I really like the way the game is going, you know? Like, it's going to be a lot more of defenders against attackers and not really everyone roaming around trying to, you know, kill each other. I like that, and it's probably going to go more like towards the objectives, and that's great. And I really like some of the other changes, you know, like IQ, Capcan. I like those changes as well. So yeah, really like this patch.
Great. Well, that is it. Give a round of applause for Serenity and also all of the other awesome people we invited: Eddie Monster, Punchy Stick, Lil Renene, X-Mac, Tangy D, Little Lexi, Shorty Guy. These guys have been awesome all week long, and or all weekend long, and that was an amazing match that you guys played. Of course, Panky as well. That is it for the Velvet Shell full reveal. Any last words for you guys? We got the PC semifinal coming up with Continuum and Era. Do you guys want to make any bold predictions?
Oh man, this is gonna be good.
It's gonna be a really good final. Continuum. I think Canadian is on top of his game, and he's gonna be there. Yeah.
Canadian and VK.
Yeah.
What else to say?
Yeah, I think CTM is going to take it, but I think it's going to be really close because the Era is very, very hungry. They really want to win, so
yeah,
they're probably going to put their A game.
Yeah. Well, I really like Continuum as well. I got to meet them during the Season 3 Pro League Finals, and that was pretty amazing. But this Era team is out for blood. They are hungry.
Yep.
It's gonna be a good one.
It's gonna be an amazing, amazing PC World Finals coming up to you in just a moment. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the 6th Invitational. Once again, Velvet Shell is available starting February 7th, 2017 with early access to the operators for Year 2 Season Pass holders, and of course the free map Coastline. So tune in and look for that on February 7th, 2017. See you in a bit, guys. Take care. All right. Cool.
So earlier today, the two best teams on Xbox in the world came here to Montreal, and they settled that competition in an incredible way, going 10-0 to Elevate, making them the first ever world champions on Xbox, and now live here from Montreal. It is time for something I know so many people have been waiting for. We have another grand final, another world championships here, live from the 6th Invitational! What a 3 days we've had here in Montreal. Thank you again to everybody who's joined us for this celebration of a year of Rainbow Six Siege. We've had all these amazing content updates, so many new things to do in the game, and an entire year of international competition, which culminated, as I said, with Elevate as the Xbox World Champions. Now, 2 teams remain on PC. I know there's so much support in this audience. We have an all-NA final. These 2 teams deserve all the support you can give them. We are expecting an incredible series to crown our world champions, taking the lion's share of our $100,000 prize pool for PC and wanting their hands on this as well. I just want one more round of applause, please, before we meet those teams, for our incredible operators who've joined us all these 3 days. Been absolutely fantastic having you here with us. They've been meeting everybody. They actually helped. These guys actually helped with the motion capture and the military design of some of the characters and the operators you play in the game. If you've seen any of the live action video stuff, that's these people as well. So it's fantastic having you here. We love your work. Now, 2 teams for the PC World Championship. Here's the first one.
We're a very passionate team when we're on stage and even at home. There's a lot of yelling while we're playing. We like to, hype each other up. We see weaknesses in the opponents somewhere they're not ready, and we can quickly change what we're doing to attack that. You learn a lot when you go to the finals, when you get really close to winning it all. I think that you have to lose a couple times in order to finally win it. This time we're ready to win it all.
Ready to win it all. Please welcome our first team in the World Championship on PC, ERA!
Team ERA is a team we have seen season after season after season, maybe not the exact same roster, but they're going all the way back to Orbit, then Orgless, then Most Wanted, now playing as ERA. They're a force to be reckoned with, but not a force that has managed to take it all the way to the top yet. They are so hungry for this win. They are going to be playing as hard as possible. We see a lot of great play out of them yesterday, and I expect a lot of great play out of them today as they are up against their rival. Should be intense.
Thank you, Enzo. Yeah, you're right. Up against their rival. Let's see them.
We're Continuum, and we are the defending Rainbow Six Siege World Champions. We're a fast-paced team that relies heavily on counter-strats, as well as having some of the most talented players in the world. We're here to defend our title and become the first real world champions of this game.
The reigning champions from the PC side of the ESL Pro League. This is Continuum!
These are the defending champions for the PC region, the PC division. And right here you can see the enthusiasm they're bringing. They have come all the way from across the United States, some from Canada, to hold down their title of the reigning champions. Now they've been coming from different teams. They've all come back together. A lot of these players have made it to LAN before and are here bringing their experience with them, looking to hold down their title.
It is ERA versus Continuum for the PC World Championship. Good luck to both teams. Let's have your captains or one of your spokespeople up here. Slashog, let's talk to you. I've talked to you a few times. Canadian, come up here as well. So this is it, boys. You've mentioned the rivalry in those videos. We know how good you are. We have seen so much from you over this weekend, over this long weekend here in Montreal, but we've seen you often as well through this whole year of ESL Pro League we've had. Slashhawk, I know it's so important for you guys to have got to this stage.
Yeah, it means a lot to be here. And to play these guys, it's probably the best opponent we could get because we have a sort of a rivalry with them, and to like win the 6 Invitational and to beat them at the same time, it's the best way this could go.
Canadian, I know there's a lot of support for you here as well. Can't think why, Canadian. That's got to feel good.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We've had an overwhelming amount of support coming into this from fans from North America, Europe, the French community supporting us, Brazilian community giving us overwhelming support even after yesterday. It's been absolutely amazing.
You had incredible games to get to this stage. Of course, Continuum were our invited team from NA, and because we only invited one from each region, you had to fight your way through the open qualifiers in December and the closed qualifiers in January. Were you upset that you didn't get that invitee? Do you want to prove it should have been you?
We were a little upset that we didn't get it because Sisu got the invite for the, we kind of fit the criteria for why they got it, but it's understandable to invite the champions, so it's not too much about them getting the invite over us.
But does it feel like you have something to prove?
A little bit, yeah. I feel like we're a little bit in their shadow right now, and we want to come out of that.
That's understandable. You want to be in a World Championship final, you want to show you're the best, and you should be the best. If you're going to be the World Champion, why is it going to be you?
We've done it before. We can do it again.
You've not done it on this scale, though. Let's be honest. You're the reigning champions in the ESL Pro League. We've done 3 seasons of that. It's all been EU versus NA, the top teams from each playing each other at live finals. I appreciate you've knocked out teams on the way to be here, and we do have an all-NA final, but look where we are. We have this amazing crowd in Montreal. We've never staged a Pro League in front of a crowd like this and in a place like this with the support that you give them. This is a big deal. If you're going to be the world champions, you want to do it in front of people like this.
I agree.
So what, have you definitely got this in the bag? Are you expecting a very, dare I say, easy game?
I don't think it'll be an easy game. I do think that we have the map pool and the knowledge, I guess, to beat them. I think it's a favorable matchup for us, but it won't be a pushover by any means.
Let's find out. A handshake between our teams. The PC World Championship for Rainbow Six Siege is coming to us now between Era and Continuum. Let's see how they got here.
So here it is, how the teams actually got And obviously that was not Arif going up against. That was Sisu's mistake. I think it might have been Wilkie or so on and so forth. But here we are on Chalet. These are some of the highlights. Again, their path to the championship desk here.
They had to take it away from the invited team as well. They had to qualify. They had to fight against their counterparts, their equivalents. Fighting all the way here, they've always been the team that have had this big gap over the other teams. Not so much with Continuum, but they did place above them before the finals last time. You see how hard they work. You see how passionate they are about winning. I think much like Elevate, they're very, very hungry for this, and I do think that's going to factor in. There's a lot of confidence on Continuum, though, especially after the game against Brazil.
Yeah, and on the Continuum side, we can see how grouped together they are. They've been known to, they love each other, they know each other, their friendships carry out beyond this game, and you can see that coordination and that friendship just exuberant through them.
Especially these plays from NBK and some of the other players on the team. As Canadian said, they're all friends, but they're all some of the best players in the world individually. And you can really see that from their performance yesterday.
Yep.
That first 5-0 that we saw. I don't think we're going to see any 5-0s from today, but I probably thought that earlier as well. But
you did. We all did.
We're not going to make too many speculations on 33 rounds or 10 rounds, but there is definitely going to be a showing here today.
Boys, it's a pleasure working with you. If we're going down together. Okay? We all thought different than what we got from the Xbox
The outcome
final.
was the exact opposite.
Yes, it was. Yes, absolutely. Mathematically, the complete opposite. As good as it can be.
We're always happy to be surprised here, though. That's just that much more exciting for us.
So, then, World Championships on PC. Continuum feel like that's already theirs. They talk about themselves being the world champions. They're the reigning Pro League champions. They very clearly deserved that as well. Great contest to win it when we did that back in November. But, very well deserved that they've got that. They think of themselves as the world champions. They've come into this and they're going, yeah, we're going to be the world champions. And we will be able to call ourselves that with no doubt.
I think they are definitely that confident, but both of these teams are walking in with new players different from the Season 3 finals. You have Eclipse being put on instead of Jarvis on Era, and then you have King George instead of Retro on Continuum. This is not the exact same teams.
Agreed.
You hear that support, though?
If you're wondering what's going on, our operators are in the audience again. They've been so good, these guys. We've loved having them here.
We have a packed house right now.
We really do. And the PC audience have got something to prove here, because we mentioned this last night. As it got very late yesterday, we lost a lot of people. The audience got down to sort of a third capacity. But it was making more noise than we'd had during any of the PC stuff. So now this PC crowd, they've got to prove that they can show some support too.
Definitely. And I mean, there's a lot to show. Not only the crowds are here to watch, but both of these teams together here on this stage is the first time that these two teams are going to go head-to-head on LAN. And I think what we're going to see is the aspects of a scrim, but you're going to see little bits and pieces here and there that these teams haven't shown each other yet. And that, I think, is what's going to be called out and be highlighted, because these are the things that are going to be very, very niche but very spectacular events.
Let's meet the players. Let's introduce you to them. Here is Era, K9, Snakenade, Avian, Slashhug, and Eclipse. Two of those players, K9 and Snakenade, they are two of a very small and elite pool of players who have been at every single Pro League finals in one team or other.
Agreed. They've been on Orglis, they've been on Orbit, they've been on Most Wanted. Every single LAN they've been to.
Yeah, they always make it, and they have always been, this team have always been the #1 seed coming out of North America. Whenever we do an ESL Pro League final, it's the end of a season where they played each other. We have a separate league table on NA and a separate one on EU if you've not seen it, and then the top two teams play each other from EU and from NA. And these guys, whatever label you want to get them under, always the first, always the best out of North America, and here they are proving they want to be. Continuum. Young Canadian, King George, Necrox, and NVK.
I think it's worth mentioning some of the history here between these players. It's not just that Canadian and Young went off of Era and formed this other team. There's also a history going back all the way from some of the players like Necrox being on Team Mythic, which was the original rival to Orglis at the time, or Orbit, whatever it was at that particular time. So there's a long-standing rivalry, not necessarily bad blood, but definitely these players know each other well, as Canadian was saying before. They know how to play against each other, and I'm sure Necrox felt like he had something to prove back then. They did prove it, but now they've got to prove again in an all-NA final for the first time that they're the best in NA in a situation where they don't have an EU to roll over.
I mean, looking at all 10 players on both sides of the roster, every single player has been in every single Pro League season.
Yes.
So throughout all 3 Pro League seasons, as well as the 6 Invitational, these players have all been playing at the top level of Rainbow Six competitive play.
And they are. This is the top of the top when it comes to NA. We talk about sometimes NA being a little bit of a small scene. Like, this is the best of the best that we're seeing here today, and it is perfect for an all-NA final to see that. It's not one team way stronger than the other. I mean, a lot of people are favoring Continuum, but I don't think it's going to be, as Canadian said, a rollover. I think it's going to be a very tight game either way, and I really am not just placing my bet on Continuum. I think Era have a lot to prove, and I think that makes a big difference. Plus, they've got a really good roster going right now.
Something we've seen over, I think, all 3 days of this amazing Six Invitational is how much the map vote matters. Now, that feels like stating the really obvious, because obviously it does. But we have seen it matter more, I feel, at this competition than we have perhaps in Pro League finals. We've seen it make a real difference. Perhaps that's, as we were saying, one of the reasons why that Xbox final earlier on went so dramatically one way.
I think one of the things to point out, though, about the map bans and the process for that is these teams know each other very well, inside and out, for the most part. They know what maps each other are good at. They know what maps each other are poor at. And so I feel like what we're going to see is not necessarily too much of a strategy going into the map bans, because I feel like they already know what they're going to be picking. It's not going to be on the fly as we've seen previously.
I think we're going to see a bit of a mind game. These are both teams that are very comfortable picking someone else's map and beating them on it. They've both done it. They both like to do it. I am not going to be surprised at all if we see, for example, Continuum saying, we'll take you to Skyscraper. Something like that, just challenging them.
I think this audience would like to see it.
I think we will see it. I think we'll see a Skyscraper.
We saw it once yesterday. That's all that we've had of it here in our map pool for the Six Invitational. But I know people are really enjoying seeing and learning a bit on what to do on that amazing Red Crow map, and it'd be fascinating to see what people do with Coastline when it launches in 2 days' time as well.
So, I mean, I think one of the things to point out is that the NA PC meta, or the NA PC region, has been the team, or has been the region that I feel has expanded the stretch of viable maps. They're the first ones to include Border as part of the real map pool, as part of a map pool that wanted to actually play it, as opposed to neglecting and just saying we're always going to ban it, or we're going to leave it for that third map when it's a best of two or two maps. They're also picking up Skyscraper. Whereas on the flip side of that, you have the Xbox, going back to the Xbox a little bit, they're the ones that stretch the bomb sites of the maps that are being played. So they're the ones that will go to those more extravagant bomb sites and take advantage of that and try to work that into the meta.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see a ton of that here. What I've seen from Continuum in the past is very focused bomb sites. They have maybe a few variations of strats and then a lot of working off of what Canadians calling. But we've seen them, for example, when they'll play Oregon, and they'll play their attacks and defenses time after time very similar because they know how to work it, they know how to adjust it. They don't have to do these drastic differences. They don't have to go crazy with it because they feel very solid in how they work their strategies and how they're able to adapt. Era, on the other hand, as well, we've seen them work their same defenses, their same sites, and refine them. So these two teams are both going to be constantly looking to make little changes to try and catch each other out. And Era, our team, for example, that will have very specific ideas that they probably have not revealed yet that they want to use. And if those work, we could see some interesting upsets. If those don't work, we could see Era falling down a bit and stumbling on some of those.
Let's go into our live map veto then and find out where we're going to be playing.
So again, like we were saying earlier, the teams themselves know each other inside and out. They know what maps everyone's good at, what map each other are poor at. So I don't think we're going to see the cream of the crop. I don't think we're going to see Chalet. Yep, right there. It's getting banned off here. Now it's time for Era to make their first ban.
Era played on Chalet in the semi-final and they won it 5-1.
It's a very good map for them.
Continue, not confident on that. Era banned out Bank.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take out Consulate, though, after what we saw yesterday.
Canal. That one.
Another map for Era,
Yep, that's interesting. I mean,
so you're saying you do think, or you won't? You think, or we won't? We will, or we won't see Consulate. That's wrong.
I do. I think if Era are paying attention to yesterday, they'll ban out Consulate, but they might be saving it for later.
So Clubhouse does get banned out, which I want to say is a wise choice for the simple fact that both teams have this nailed down, and it's up for grabs. And I don't think you want to pick a map that is up for grabs. You want a map that you know you're able to win on indefinitely.
Era played on Clubhouse on their first map of their semi-final, and no, the first map of their quarterfinal, and they lost that 6-5 to Envy. That was when we realized Envy were a real threat here, the team from Singapore. So it went to overtime, and it went to Envy. But that was, that's quite a long time ago. Since then, Era won 5-3 on it yesterday.
Well, so Cafe gets banned here. Skyscraper's still in the mix.
Skyscraper is coming.
Looks like we're going to see
Skyscraper, you still have Border.
It could be third.
Skyscraper, Border, and
Consulate. So we are going to see Consulate. Maybe third map.
There's going to be Consulate.
Starting off.
So Continuum have picked Consulate.
Era's picking Skyscraper.
That is quite a statement, isn't it? Continuum picking Consulate.
They definitely want, and maybe Era were baiting them into it yesterday, right? maybe they got something that's a big surprise on that. But
the Border play, all right.
Server, go on, get it, Server. Here it comes. There is the word you wanted to see.
But I mean, this aligns perfectly with what we were just talking about at how the NA teams, the NA PC teams, go into playing those DLC maps.
Yeah.
A lot of other regions, a lot of other teams shy away from them, but these two teams take it head on.
It's true, yeah. Like Border has made more of an appearance. With NA teams. Let's not talk about Favela.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting pick from them, though, because Continuum is very good on Border.
Yeah.
So for Era to pick that, is interesting. I mean, it's not a big surprise for Continuum to pick Consulate on them, but for that to come out from Era, they must have something up their sleeve.
I mean, looking at the matches from yesterday with Continuum and Santos Dexterity, they played on border. Santos came back to win 6-5, and so I feel like going up against such a strong opponent, Continuum had to give some tells. They had to show some of their stuff on border, and I think Era picked up on some of that. I think what we're going to see is Era kind of getting into the minds of Continuum on that map.
Yeah, I think we've got a map pool to settle a World Championships here. It feels like both teams should be looking at that and going, okay, we're happy, or we're not unhappy with that. I don't know how much we'll put happy on it as a label, but I feel like they'll look at that and go, yeah, all right, we can win this thing. Well, as opposed to, that went really badly.
Well, it's interesting, too, because these are teams, like we said, going all the way back to the very beginning with all these players. So these are players that know all the standard maps inside and out. And so for us to see 2 DLC maps, I think is especially interesting to really test who's the best team.
So who is the best team?
We'll find out.
Let's hope so.
After our excellent work at showing why we're chosen as analysts and hosts for the Rainbow Six Siege Xbox final, where we got it as wrong as could be, mathematically at least.
I mean,
I believe 3 maps are coming.
We're going to get on to Skyscraper. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. We're going to get on Skyscraper.
Everyone's just
what the score is going to be.
We're not going to Skyscraper.
I know, right?
You jinxed it.
We jinxed it. No, I think so. I'll make a bold prediction. I think the first map's going to go 6-4. I think second one's going to go 5-3, and the third one's going to go 5-3.
I think that sounds pretty reasonable.
6-4, 5-3,
You're very
5-3.
carefully not picking a side.
I'm not picking a side. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think we'll have overtime on the first one, and then
yes.
All right, so I'll push you, Blood. If you're not going to pick a side for those, I'll say...
Who's going to win the first and second ones?
No, I was thinking more like that 5-3, 5-3. Is that the same team winning both of those? What have you got?
I think we're going to go with what I typically say about the one team's going to win the first map, obviously. Second team's going to win the second, and that second team's going to go on to win the third. Okay. So I think whichever team wins the second map
will take the third one with momentum behind.
Correct.
What do you mean?
I mean, we saw yesterday when Slash was talking that they're willing to win the first map and kind of slack a little on the second map, but this time the first map's Consulate.
Yeah.
So it's a situation, if they lose that map, then they're really in a situation where they've got to put their all and try and carry the momentum, which we didn't see from them yesterday because of the map picks.
Yep.
So the order's different. The mentality is going to be a little bit different. I think Continuum always have the mentality of just shut them out as quick as possible.
Yeah, that does seem to be it. And they're a team who adjusts to whatever comes at them as well. So if you can shut them out, then you've made a huge statement there. Consulate, of course, that was the map that Era lost 5-1 on yesterday. And Continuum 1-5-3 on. So it's a statement from Era to go, yeah, we know we had a bad day on it yesterday, but come and get it. So come and get it. That's what we've been saying all day. This is the World Championships of Rainbow Six Siege. Continuum, if you want to be called the World Champions, as you've been labeling yourselves since Season 3 Pro League Finals, this is the time and the place to do it. But this amazing audience in Montreal, and you watching us as well, let's crown a World Champion of Rainbow Six Siege on PC, and let's start doing it on Consulate.
Thank you very much, Matt. Ladies and gentlemen, our world champion will be crowned within 3 maps. Consulate is our first one, and as Matt mentioned, it's a strange one. Era got destroyed by Caesar on this 5-1 the other day, and Continuum looked really good in their win.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the Era's ban phase. They decided to ban Oregon instead of Consulate, leaving CTM open to make that pick. And maybe they haven't, maybe Era's just not comfortable on Oregon. That makes a lot of sense. But they have to, honestly, they have to have seen CTM dominating on Consulate, which is a team Era's never been good at, historically throughout, since Season 1. They've always been uncomfortable on that map. I remember because I played with them on that particular map a lot, and it's just nothing that was not practiced.
Yeah, Kick's in a unique situation, having played with more or less every single person.
The majority of players in this particular match on both teams I have been on or played against numerous times. So this is a big grudge match going in here for both teams.
As it is, Era setting up their first round of defense on the lower floor. But trapdoors being blown for the floor above, reinforcements along the middle, and a lot of players still spread around the map right now. Only Avian in the basement until Snake will run down that yellow staircase. K9 looking for an aggressive peek right out the gate like he has before, but no one's going to fall for that on Continuum. They've got drones ready and waiting in the windows. They are spraying open a lot of the front doors already, and now Era have already all fallen back towards the lower floor.
Now this is interesting. Continuum not bringing a Thatcher. A lot of the time on a basement attack back on Consulate. The thing that has been holding back teams is, yes, they can get the drops open with that Hibana, and they can apply themselves or apply vertical pressure by opening up the floor, but they haven't been able to open up the garage. And oftentimes, a player sitting behind white van will just clutch out the round, get a 3K, or something along those lines.
So Canadian spotting that Vault camera, and that's blue ring on it, making it very obvious, but they are already in. They have piano control, and that's going to allow them to open up the floor, get rid of the batteries, and get that garage door open very quickly. Only when NVK feels safe about the floor above him, though, will he start making these holes. As it is, we've seen teams fall down time and again this last weekend because they couldn't get that garage door open, or they only did it with Hibana charges, and that doesn't give them enough of an angle, doesn't give them enough access to the garage. Continue and make sure they brought both Hibana and Thermite, and in a moment, this door will get opened up.
Yeah, the active bandit being a little bit passive there, the grenades coming in from Capitao denying him the battery, but he's going to try for it anyway.
He gets the right one, Avian picks off that charge, and didn't see there was only one, there's a second one to go.
That battery charge from Avian could change the round in their favor entirely.
King George dropping his next charge on the middle. Avian deciding to let this one go. Didn't hear it get planted, but it is just the one hole now. Interesting to note, though, King George decided to put it right in the middle. Yesterday, oh, he's seen the feet of Slash. Does one bullet too few to down the man. But we saw teams lose their first charge on the wall over the course of the weekend, try and put their second one right by that white van, and that then blocks a lot of their angles inside the site. The white van itself is in the way. This time they do still have a lot of angles towards the back of the site. But there are 4 Era players in there. K9 at the yellow stairs, Slash and Avian behind the white van, and K9 will pick up a first kill onto NVK, but from the drop, Canadian's going to shut him straight back out again. Minute to go on the clock, and Snake is tucked inside security. Down the drop goes Canadian. He picks up Slash very quickly before Avian trades him away. Snake now secured and locked out of the site by his own team, but the diffuser has been dropped down outside and requires a revive here onto King George. 3v3 as Necrox has decided it's time to focus on the yellow stairs and that push for him. Young still outside the garage door with King George close by, trying to keep an eye on this far corridor. They know Snake's around that area. He's fired in a couple of times, so he's got to push from that direction. They need to keep him locked.
Continuum have vertical pressure established, but they don't have any players to actually utilize those holes, and they're just trying to force their way in.
The smoke charges down towards the back. Avian around the right hand side. He's prone in the battery, but he'll stay home and get Avian down. Snake gets Necrox, throws the Seaver up to the black car, takes down Young. Only King George is left standing. Snake Nade is down to the back of the room. He clips a yellow van, picks up the kill, and Era get round 1.
An efficient round from Continuum. They opened up the garage wall just as we needed to see, and they actually established vertical control at the same time, but they just ended up losing those engagements. Canadian ran in and got a nice 2K, but that was pretty much it.
Yeah, it was smart trades back and forth from Era, and after Snake managed to survive those first few shots and drop down the C4 from Young over the top, it's all it took to swap out that last 2 men with the plant. Time now for Continuum to set up their defense, and they are going to the lobby press room to kick us all off here. Now, that may negate this Thermite pick coming out from Era. There's a few spots that can be used, but he's not as vital on this site.
Yeah, I'm sure Era expected them to be defending basement or upstairs. We saw last time Era played on Consulate, they did use that Thermite to use in an admin take to try and get rid of the European meta, which is to mold the upstairs site to their advantage with Castle and impact grenades. But I'm not sure that Thermite's going to be incredibly useful on this particular site. I mean, maybe if you come from short haul, try to Thermite your way in through to the bathroom to get rid of the players who are anchoring on the site. But overall, I think, yeah, Thermite's going to hold them back a little bit here. Could have been more useful to have an Ash. And I think Continuum intentionally picked Lobby first because they knew Era would have that pick.
So, George hanging out here in the bathroom now to throw this camera straight out, quick on the spawn and fall back. We've seen teams rappelling on that spiral staircase throughout the course of this weekend get picked off from a man inside, and that camera will allow that to be possible. Drone's going in towards garage from Slash, though. He's got K9 here in support. They're going to push through this side of the map with help from Snake's Buck. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still journeying a little way and checking out, finding out where it's close over towards Visa, and there is Eclipse right by those spiral staircases. So, focus coming in from the north side of the building for now from Era. And this will lock off a lot of the rotate options here for Continuum towards this backside. It's a very important corridor getting between A and B that is now being opened up completely. Does have Canadian down in the bottom of the spiral staircase though, as he checks the heartbeats and skirts its way up. Technically up and above them all. He's got King George on this floor with him. Eclipse is opening up that wall from behind, but NBK is there to stop it. Will survive the sprint across back into Piano. So those Hibana charges all cancelled. Canadian C4 from up top takes down Snake. And there's Buck out of the picture. Avian and Eclipse down below. Flashbang's going up into where Canadian is now. Gonna have to fall back out of that room. Knows this map well enough that he can do it with his eyes completely closed. 1 minute 44 on the clock. Still plenty of time for the attacking team, but they are stalled outside. Eclipse gets them a kill and takes the Crocs out of the picture. Smoke gone. That's a big one for delaying this push. But they're doing it themselves by staying outside.
Yeah, Era, knowing that if you push into the lobby, Continuum is going to catch you in. There's a trap. Really unsure what they're going to be doing here.
Canadian is thinking about jumping out. We've all seen him do it multiple times before. We know he loves it. Dodges that flag. Eclipse comes up yellow stairs. A lot of missed bullets here from Canadian. He'll pay the price. Eclipse takes him down, and Slash gets NVK as well. Only 2 defenders left now. King George and Young. Young is picked up by Eclipse, who's going very aggressive inside Piano. Upstairs now, King George is the last remaining defender against 4. He's going to have to come through the drop. They hear him. Eclipse is holding the angle, and Eclipse picks his 3rd of the round. And keeps Era on a roll.
That was great compartmentalized aggression from Era. They waited for Continuum to force themselves into well, that aggression from Canadian, what we saw, he was pulsing outside the window. He didn't actually end up jumping out, but Eclipse was just ready to catch him on the retreat.
Time then for Era's next round of defense. They're looking to go up to console and meeting. It's obviously not allowed to go in the basement anymore. That's locked for 1 more round, but there's still those 2 very viable options. Continuum's attacking force, knowing that there's no garage play in here, are dropping that thermite themselves, going with just the Hibana for that breach, and bringing Blackbeard to the table.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by...
Commonly speaking, with the Blackbeard pick on this particular site, you're going to have him just repel on the B windows. You'll have somebody to watch the flank with the run out from garage or the run out from yellow stairs, and you'll just wait for the picks to happen. But going against a team like Era, they're going to expect that. They've been playing against that for a long time, and I don't think they're going to open themselves up to those particular picks. Maybe play a little bit more passive in the site, and it's going to be interesting to see how Continuum handles with that. Will they try and go underneath with some grenades? They do have 4 grenades, or will they take from admin instead to try and force their issue with the main hall?
We also, of course, see that castle in area here, which we've seen from Snake and this whole roster on Consulate all week long, all weekend long. They are going to use it on the A windows this time. Before we saw them using it on admin, we saw them using it on the B site and locking out the different ends of the map, but putting it on that A balcony this time instead.
They know there's a camera. They're looking for it.
Yeah, they're trying to hunt. They're checking and making sure there's no one being aggressive onto these windows. The first round it happened, but nothing came from it, and well, they're deciding to play very, very safe now instead. Canadian will spray open the window to connector and look to rappel up there later on, or just leave it open for the Blackbeard to head to. 2 players over towards admin office for Era, but they're still very mobile. They're moving all over the place at the moment because they know Continuum are playing a very cautious game and taking the time getting into the building. I say that with NBK going against it, which is kind of what NBK does every time we see him play. His team will have one idea in mind. His team will go one way and they'll go slow, and NBK will go very aggressively. And Canadian, on the other hand, picks up 2 himself. He does run out of ammo for the 3rd one, but will fall down to Eclipse on the window. Slash has taken NBK out of that yellow stairs, so the damage Canadian has done has been answered. 2 kills apiece right now.
And I think this is that confidence that we were expecting to see from Continuum, the confidence the Canadians said they had going against Era. They're pushing a little bit aggressively, and it has been, well, they've been trading out evenly for it.
Slash then is low inside the middle corridor, and now there's a Blackbeard on that B window. Eclipse has a shotgun there in connector, and that means he's going to have a challenge to get the Blackbeard, but he won't have a challenge getting King George. He will be traded straight out, but he's already picked up 2 kills this round. Slash getting the Crocs from inside the middle of the corridor over towards yellow stairs. That means Young is alone now. He's going to have to jump up on the desk. He does get slashed down. Desert Eagle is what he's going to have to use to finish him, but as he sprints across the gap, Snake misses the important shot. Knows that he's pinned in the corner. Young does have the diffuser. It's a Blackbeard. A long-range fight like this, the Ump's damage is not going to go through that shield very quickly, and Young has had enough time now to switch on a fresh one. Drops the diffuser. He can't plant it in that cupboard, but Snake knows where he is. There's a camera in the room, judging from the way Snake's playing. He does peek around and he sticks out, and Snake pulls off the unthinkable. Takes down Blackbeard, and Era, who, as we talked about, lost 5-1 on this map not a day ago.
Yeah,
are up 3-0.
This map was definitely slanted in Continuum's favor from the get-go, but it seems like Era just really know what they're doing against Continuum. It's possible that because of the amount of times Continuum have played this particular map, they've done their studying, and this is similar to what we saw Elevate versus Vitality earlier. Consulate was such a played map by Vitality that Elevate just, they knew. They practiced it.
They were ready for it. So then, continuing back onto defense. Not happy with how that lobby went, understandably. They lost it, going to go down towards the basement level. mind games not working here on Era, and they did make sure to bring the Thermite all over again.
And to Thatcher as well. No Twitch this time. Last time they played on Consulate on their basement attack, they brought a Twitch, and because of that, they could not get their way into the garage, and they ended up losing the round. Or losing a number of rounds, for that matter.
Quite a few, yeah. So not making that same mistake again. We do have Young playing close to the garage wall with no batteries pre-placed, so I suspect we'll see an active play from him as well. See if he can pick up 1 or 2 charges like Avian did on their turn down there. Now, of course, don't remember that after this round, regardless of the result, Era can also go back down towards the garage. So Canadian and friends are going to have to think about how that went.
5 seconds left.
And learn from it. Up onto the top floor, he was spotted in a drone. You can see it under the chairs there. He doesn't know this, but he will be opening up a couple of those windows and looking for ways to peek out later in the round if an opportunity shows itself. But we'll now just stay mobile. The drones are approaching the building from Era, and now the players are going up closely too. King George underneath that window sees it get punched open, sprays a few bullets on in, but he is low. So Snake's Buck is not going to pick up a kill this time round. 2 minutes 40, they're already up onto the garage wall. The first charge is placed and burning through, and it will not be picked up by Young. First garage wall open for the attacking Era squad.
And absolutely no time wasted on the clock either. 2 minutes 30 seconds. That's a lot of time to work on this garage. And it looks like they're going to try and force out vertical control as well, but there is King George at the top floor ready to try and stop him.
Yeah, and Snake's on the roof, but those smokes went out very, very early there. Thermite, I suspect using them just to cross over and get the second half of the wall open.
Are they just going to try and run into the garage and
it's just a quick rush plant, but I mean, it's a big, big risk, of which...
We saw that from Dexterity, and it did not work for them.
They use it to just cross across and get that second charge off, so now both Thermite charges use the wall on the garage very much open, and it allows Avian here to sit there and fire on into pipes, knowing the Crocs is nearby. Meanwhile, upstairs, the guys on the roof are now going to be preyed on by Canadian, who takes down K9. It's a good kill, but K9's job's been done. The Thatcher charges were used, the garage wall is open, so not the biggest kill that could have been picked up here.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Alright, minute 30 to go, and it looks like Era are shaping up for something to move here. Smoke charges are already being used aggressively. Grenades going now towards the back of the white van. They do tag Young up, can't kill him. He's dropped down towards it now, and while they did have Hibana looking below and looking at the feet, it's back up to the white van to safety. Drone's coming in to look and confirm, see if he's still there, find out if he's dead or downed. We'll confirm that he's still there. Sprint goes in, now Eclipse changes his mind. Shots are rushing through. Era's entire strategy seems to be this right now. They're going to go for it. In they come. The cross is going to fall by pipes. Back of the white van. Eclipse has grabbed a second. Slash is on 1-2. Now Eclipse is jumping out. Canadian and King George are aggressively all over the place. NVK now inside with a Slash in a 1v1. Inside the A site, NVK holds firm. Slash doesn't have the diffuser, but he's outside the garage door. They have 45 seconds to go here. Don't know whether Slash has any drones to play with, but he's going to have an idea. There's a few inside. He doesn't need it. NVK picks him up as he strafes across the garage, and Continuum have a round.
First round to Continuum, as you said. That was an interesting round from Era. They just decided to force their way in through the garage. Unfortunately, a missed nade ended up costing them the round, not being able to get that bandit. And because they couldn't get that bandit, the fact that there was barbed wire in front of the white van made it so they could not feasibly push into the garage. And when you've got a strat that hinges around pushing straight into the garage and you just aren't capable of doing that, you're going to lose the round.
Yeah, that barbed wire also, as you say, locking them out there allowed King George to jump out from above to get around behind and do some serious damage as well. Down now then, Era go to the basement once more themselves, but they're not on that match point that they would have liked. So, as the attacking lineup from Continuum fits the same setup.
But no Thatcher, unfortunately. Now, that means that Avian's going to have a lot easier of a time of active banditing the wall. Of course, we did see last time Continuum pulled out that nade on the drone hole, but it just didn't work for them on the first go.
They also had NVK Sledge upstairs inside the piano
room,
yeah,
but he was got it really
safe,
aggressively.
He didn't feel comfortable and wasn't making as many holes in the floor as he perhaps needed to stop that bandit.
Right.
This time, however, they've got Buck in the mix as well, and I would like to see perhaps him going into piano room and really opening that floor.
All the grenades, too. 6 grenades on the floor. Lots of explosives, lots of hard destruction, lots of soft destruction. Pretty much all of it.
Yeah, they're having a lot of holes all over the place. 3 rounds to 1, though, still in favor of Eros. They've got a little bit of breathing room, but they're setting up their defense inside and starting to settle in as the attack will come forth. Snake, the last man down, but he is now back into the basement with the rest of his team. as the drones start to scan the top floor. And Continue do not waste any time getting inside. Once they've droned these early entrances, once they know that the majority of the obvious hiding spots to watch those first doors is clear, they'll get straight on in and then take the fight as it
And
comes.
while Era did open up those drop downs to try and scare Continuum, they know better. All 5 of the defending operators are in the basement, and they move with confidence in that knowledge.
So Canadian in towards Piano already, checking for drones, checking for hiders, checking for cameras. And once it gets picked off by our friend, he will make his way forward. Grenade has already come through the drone hole towards where Bandit is sitting and taken out some of the barbed wire, taken out anything they might have found in there. Canadian now starts to make a few keyholes in the floor below him towards some of the predictable spots, towards some of the known hiding spots within inside garage. But for now, Continuum's whole attack has slowed down a little bit as he tries to find these openings. NBK is on the yellow stairs and is watching towards the garage wall. That's going to give King George a chance to go forward and plant on it. He's picking that same left wall. It will go on open. NBK holding that angle means there's no chance for Bandit to get up close, and one of the 2 garage walls will be opened up.
Seems almost as if Continuum strat hinges on baiting that Bandit into trying to bandit the wall, and that's why they don't really need that Thatchers, because the NVK's extreme aggression on the inside, getting into those yellow stairs early, denies Bandit in itself.
Young goes for blind spray through the wall, picks up one. NBK will pick Avian up as well at the back of the right hand and come on in to get K9 down in the kitchen. The push is coming through now from Continuum, and the last 2 players are on defense upstairs. Slash and Eclipse and not near the bomb site, which means they're going to get inside and plant. Eclipse makes himself known now as he tries to defend the cracks, misses everything, and the Crocs will get a free kill. 1 defender left up. It's Slash against 5. The man has a mountain to climb, and Canadian will put him right back down to the bottom and bring us into a 3-2 scoreline.
And this is what we saw from Yera last time on this particular map. On that late roam, those 2 guys coming up from behind, just unable to hit their shots and ultimately not contributing to the team at all. But they weren't. The main thing from that round I take away is that they weren't holding yellow stairs. NVK just walked down.
Yeah, the best thing I say from Continuum there is they found out and they knew where everybody was within that garage without sending too many drones in. Like, their drones were going deep and the drones were then getting stopped by the first man they came across. They didn't really check the back rooms. They didn't really check the back of the garage. They couldn't make it that far. But they just knew from what they had cleared, what they had peeked, what they had seen, where these defenders must have been. And then it was like, all right, we got a minute to go, time to kill them. And they just step on in. And as you say, MBK wasn't stopped coming down the yellow stairs. And he made his way through the garage, cleaning up everyone as they showed him.
And then with the late 2 roamers, they had the knowledge to know that those guys were going to be there. They'd watched the previous VODs from earlier in the weekend, and they weren't scared, they weren't afraid, and they were very ready for those guys to come.
Yep, they know that Era likes to do those late roams, and now they're back onto defense of this lobby and piano room. The drones are hidden around and just keeping an eye on where these setups are going on through, but won't provide anything too crazy surprising. Once again, there is a thermite here on Slash for the attacking team. And as we saw last time around, not really a huge impact. They tried to do a lot of their work with the Hibana, and even she was stopped thanks to NVK's aggressive Jaeger play, straight up shooting all the charges.
And it looks like Era are going to try and address this from the north again. Move straight into short hall and Hibana, like you said, into the bathroom. I'm not sure it's really going to work for them this time. Continuum are probably going to make the necessary adjustments. How else would you address this? Maybe come in from Visa? You can't do front door because, as you saw, there's the C4 coming up from the basement. So the options are pretty slim on this lobby attack. It is one of the less defended bomb sites. So a lot of the attack strats are kind of on a whim, like, let's see if we can't make this work instead of, okay, this is how we've planned working up against this defense strat. Let's execute.
So Continuum being very mobile with inside the site. They know they've got Era pinned on the outside. They know they're not coming in anytime soon, so they're trying to just find a way to catch someone that's off guard. Canadian running up and through and being the most mobile of them all, sprinting all over the place at the moment, while NVK holds an unpredictable position. The Hibana charges once again going onto the toilet wall. This time they are just going to let them open up, not going to stop those ones from any angle. And that means Young is in a slightly precarious position now. Sprints across the gap, takes a little bit of damage from this Blackbeard, but Avian can only hit his chest. Can't deal the killing blow. So Young in that corner now, and he knows about it. Avian just going to try and hold him there as more Hibana charges go up. Young comes around, shots into the shield. Avian can't land the killing blow again, and Young, while unhealthy, is alive. Minute 26 to go, and like before, Era are stuck outside here. Eclipse has walked straight into a trap, slashes at the top of the staircase. Doesn't push further. NVK stays safe. Now Slash is there and they're trying to fight it more, but NVK chooses the sensible option and plays passive and runs very far back. Slash, though, in through garage, goes out for safety as Young has been down now by a grenade in towards the toilet. They don't know this for 100% sure, but they're pretty confident. In fact, he's dropped through the hatch. The grenade opened it up, I believe, and he's dropped down through. King George is there. K9 is taking out Young now, down by the garage. And the numbers are starting to level out. 4v4 and 50 seconds on the clock. Era going to have a good idea of where some of these defenders are now, but it's going to be an explosive push when they come through. As the defenders are starting to rotate back towards the sites and get ready for the push to come in. Still got a couple of people underneath with cameras and C4s, as you mentioned. But those are big risk-reward plays when you're at this time on the clock. If you miss it, you've got to rotate all the way up, and that can take quite a bit of time. Canadian out the front door, sees Slash, but he's ready for it, and the shots are in, and Slash will repel inside as he grabs the kill. Snakes above, but King George takes down K9 to make it a 3v3. King George still below. Slash is planting inside the A site. MBK is above it, and Necrox is over by Visa. Slash just back out through the window now, and they are holding their angles. MBK creeping across into Piano. Avian is there, but Avian will get taken up by Necrox. Knifed on the way through. Slash has finished MBK off now, so the last two players are outside Piano. The bomb is inside Piano. Necrox and King George both have to come from the same side of the map, and they need to find a way through. Slash prone behind the barrel, and it's not going to be enough. Slash gets the kill onto Necrox. Out the top goes King George. He finds Snake Nade. Does he know where Slash is? He can see him. Spraying through the trees. He takes down him. He's going to go for it. He's got to get to the diffuser in time, though. It's going to be a long run to get there, and remember, it's a 7-second defuse. He's going to have to be very, very close on this. He's holding it, but I don't think he has time. It's going to be a couple of punches through. This could be match point here for Era, and it is an attacker win!
A great attack from Era, although a very close round. A couple shots missed here and there on the from the Blackbeard on the north windows. Made that a little bit closer than it needed to be. Continuum almost clutching it out. If only King George were playing a 3-speed.
Yeah, if he had the little bit extra, he might have just made it in time. As it is, Era onto map point then. Now they're going to go and defend one of these previously seen and successful bomb sites, but Continuum, as we've seen time and time again, are great at losing a round and learning from it, adapting to it and changing their play.
I just want to take a second. This is definitely not what I expected to see from either of these teams. This is Continuum's map, and Era is up 4-2. It makes no sense. This is similar to not expecting to see what we saw with the Xbox final earlier today. Today has been flipped on its head for me.
Once again, then attacking this top floor bomb site, we do have King George on a thermite, not as useless as he is when you take him to the lobby and the piano room defense, but where would you ideally use him?
On this particular bomb site, well, it depends on how Era sets it up. If they set it up like Europe has been setting it up, then I would say taking from admin, moving your way in through the kitchen and trying to get into the reception wall, sure. Or, I mean, we've seen some people bring a Montaigne. This hasn't been happening in Pro League, but we've seen some teams bring a Montaigne. They'll block off that yellow stairs door, rappel onto the B wall, and thermite their way in through there. There are a number of different options, but overall, I'd say thermite isn't the most useful pick on this particular bomb site, especially considering that Era aren't setting it up like Europe. They are, in fact, playing it very open.
So, Canadian checks the top of the flagpole for a camera. The drones are going around the lobby, and King George is going to spot Slash. There it is. The shots come rattling off as he sprints down the yellow staircase. Sorry, spiral staircase, but he survives, and that's the important part. But they're going to know he went downstairs now. The rest of his team are on the top floor, still setting up the last couple of defenses, opening up a couple of windows and checking what may be coming their way, but they're being very slow.
I'd like to just remark about how incredibly open they are playing this top floor. They didn't even reinforce the connector wall, which means that if somebody decides to rappel onto that connector window, they can't get...
thinking about it. Oh, he was checking for the rappel. He was cautious because he heard Continue open.
It is there.
And open the window. He saw King George into heartbeat sensor. He was just going to go up and do some things on the window, but then Buck shot it open, so it put him on the cautious foot instead. Now it's given King George a chance to move away, and well, he has rotated around and down. Continuum have droned inside and gathered a bit of information, and now look like they've changed their mind about where it is they want to push exactly, where it is they want to pressure. We still have Necrox holding this window, making sure no jump out comes from there as Canadian is droning in through the window himself. George has rotated back around, they detected outside. Here's a quick peek out from Slash from Visa. Doesn't do any serious damage, takes nothing as well. And Avian has been spotted. He realizes this now and ups and moves away. Once again up on the window.
And here it is.
Reinforce that wall because this allows this. Avian in the back of the site is going to be picked off from Canadian and Connector. Minute 25 on the clock, and we have our first kill in this round.
And I was trying to say earlier, if you do not reinforce that wall, you can get an easy line of sight onto the back closet in B, which means that now there is no defender actively holding that site. It should be easy for Continuum now to rappel straight in through the B windows, and we'll see how they handle that.
We hear a C4 go off, and it does nothing. King George will finish off Eclipse. MVK's in the same staircase he's played the whole game, and he picks up Slash from there. Now up onto the A balcony goes Therma. MVK spraying into the toilet. They know there's one there, and it's the Rook. Snake is inside the A site, hidden away, and it's 2v5 now. 50 seconds to go, and into B goes the Diffuser. They know where these last two players are, and they are pinned. Snake underneath this window as King George is out on the balcony. Snake's trying to edge around, he has no C4. King George comes in, and he will win that fight. Gets the kill onto Snake Nade. K9 now alone, got a grenade in the room with him. MVK's out there, Canadians team killing MVK in their panic to kill K9. On the connector window, K9 are just going to hold firm. They know that he's still inside that room, and the plant has gone down in B. They've completely surrounded his location right now, and he's going to have to fight his way out. Using every little second he can to gather what information. While Canadian has moved completely away from the connector window, there's two other eyes on him, and there's the one from Necrox, shutting it down and keeping Continuum alive here on Consulate.
A little bit too much aggression, a little bit too much openness on that upstairs defense from Era. They needed to be a little bit more reserved, play a little bit more hard on the site, reinforce some walls, and they just couldn't get the job done. They peeked out. Continuum stalled out outside. They were trying to push in. They couldn't find themselves an opening. And Era unfortunately got a little bit too aggressive and kind of just handed it to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again. We saw from Continuum the other day. Okay, they're on all the windows. They're stuck on the windows. Just sit still.
Just
Don't
wait.
peek them.
Right.
They've got to come in. They've got to be there. Now, the non-reinforcement in the connector allows Canadian to pick up the kill regardless. That's an oversight on Era's part. But the rest of them were picked off as they started to run around too much, started to be too mobile. So all a case of waiting and letting them come in. Continuum now down into the basement themselves for what could be our overtime round. The setup from Era is a very familiar attack lineup. Once again, they've brought the Thatcher into the mix. They've also got the Buck if they need to use it from above and stop the plants. So the garage door should be an easy open here for them. But as you see from Necrox opening up a few of these trapdoors, players playing on the top floor might be something they have to consider when it comes to making sure they get this garage door open, or even just taking control of piano, making sure they're safe before they pile on in there and get jumped on by Canadian.
Yeah, Era opened up those holes just to scare the enemy team, but I feel like Continuum, they're going to actually play a roamer up there.
So, as always, Canadian running around the map, checking all the different spawns with his heartbeat sensor and looking at where it is the majority of players are going to come from. We now know it's the gas station, but they're cautious of the windows because King George is late breaking them all. So they are unsure of where it is he may be, making sure they very, very slowly and safely approach the building.
Are Era going to just simply go for a garage door attack this time, or are they going to establish themselves vertically as well? They do have that Hibana and Buck. They can easily open up the drops. They can open up behind White Van. They can open up above Pipe and Pillar. But they just haven't done that as of yet, and it doesn't seem like they're applying any pressure to inside. I think they're a little bit afraid of those roamers. They don't want to spend the time to clear them out.
One garage wall open, then the flashbangs went in. It was enough so that Young could no longer battery trick the wall in the correct spot. Didn't pick the right one. And that means one of them is open. Slash now cautious, baiting out with the sound of that thermite charge to try and see if they're going to peek yellow car, or white car rather, and nope, Young aren't going to do it. Just going to hide on in. So the garage is completely open now. Era have a good sight line into most of the bomb site. But can they do anything with it? Mini 45 on the clock now. And they're going to drone in and find out what's waiting for them. Unsurprisingly, one by White Van. That's nothing there. There's no one over by Pipes right now. There is a Canadian, however, up on top of this balcony. Misses the first few shots from his jump out. Does take a little bit of damage, but gets back in safely now. And rejoins King George. Remember, those trapdoors open gives them a nice easy rotate back down. And with a minute 20 to go, every second the Era waits outside means they rotate back down. It's going to be more and more dangerous. Smoke grenades go towards the back of the White Van to help take out the trophy system. Nade will come over from Snake, and it's taken out by the next trophy system that was there and waiting. Era's plan did seem to be that straight through the garage door like it was before, but now as the nades aren't working, the smoke grenades are still coming, it seems like they're realizing it might not be the best idea. Starting to fall back a little bit, re-drone it, be very cautious and be very tentative with their in and then they're out and they're not sure. MBK getting aggressive, peeking out towards the Blackbeard, does survive it, stays safe himself. 50 seconds to go now. MBK and friends are holding firm until Slash will open up the killing onto Canadian. One of the roamers is down as he tries to come back downstairs. King George, I remember, jumped down from above before, and that threat is still here. 38 seconds and we're still waiting. Slash throws another smoke grenade in towards the back of the van. Avian peeking forward again. The diffuser is in Slash's hand, but as Avian will fall, Young gets taken out by Slash. Sorry, Young takes out Slash. Back of those white vans, MBK is low again, the diffuser being picked up now. Blackbeard is down, Snake goes in, takes down Young, but King George will trade down Eclipse. NBK and King George the last two now, Snake picks up a double. Snake picks up a third now, and it's King George alone against two. Avian could be getting revived outside, but the diffuser is hanging on. Avian is up, so it is now 1v3. He's going to come slowly down the back staircase. He's going to try and go in after the plant. He cannot stop it now. It's too far along. Avian inside the kitchen. Just sees him around the corner. Putting on another shield. He can't miss his face. Hidden behind the ACOG. Avian gives Era map number 1.
A completely unexpected yet deserved victory from Era. And that last round in particular, an interesting strat coming out from Era. Force your way in through the garage. We know they have two roamers. Let's just not deal with them. And it worked out perfectly.
Unexpected map number 1. Consulate then in favor of Era, the map that they have not had a good weekend on. Now, it's a gamble, but there's a chance you build strats for these maps. You build an idea for these maps and then keep them hidden for the whole weekend. It's not what they did. They played very similarly to the way they have done the last couple of games they've been losing on, but they very much learned from those losses. They are making sure they can get that garage over, making sure they bring the right operators to do it successfully. Right. And from there on out, they were landing every single shot.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that that was, in fact, Continuum's map pick, which means we're going to be going now to Era's map pick, which is Border. Now, I don't know which team is going to be a little bit more slotted for this because we haven't seen a whole lot of it from either one of them.
No, it's going to be a very interesting one to watch. It's another one with multiple viable bomb sites in it, too.
Right.
So choosing where to go from these two going to be a very surprising game from either way.
In essence, on Border, you could actually go to pretty much any bomb site. A lot of people thought that Tellers was completely undefendable, but Dexterity proved differently. You just have to be a little bit creative, given that it is still technically a new map to the Pro League.
Yeah, the beauty of Rainbow Six. And I mean, speaking of new maps to the Pro League, Skyscraper, if needed, will be our third map. You can't get much newer than that one. Back to Border, though, we're looking for the Armory Lockers first as the most likely go-to. Canadian.
Absolutely.
Continuum looking a little bit broken here at the moment, and that's not a good sign with 2 maps left to play.
There's a lot of pressure on here. I mean, Continuum have to live up to the fact that they are last season's champions. They have to live up to the fact that 2 of the players on Continuum were previously on Era. There's a lot riding on that, and you can really kind of feel that in the atmosphere.
So make sure all the player setups are perfect going into the next match. Era to Continuum on Border. Well, it's a map with a lot of long-range firefights.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's a map with a lot of verticality. It's a lot of possible grenades from underneath. C4s, Canadian jumping out. MVK, on the other hand, against Dexterity the other day. Very aggressive opening round, picking up 4 kills.
Yeah, it's the sort of map that we've seen the teams handle differently. We've seen teams have that aggression, like you said, with MVK. We've seen teams play for a little bit introverted, wait for the counter take, which is what we saw from Dexterity. And I'm really interested to see how Continuum's going to handle that, because we know how Era does it. They go for the aggression. Or sorry, rather, Continuum does it. They go for the aggression. I'm curious to see how Era's going to handle it. But moreover, Continuum just lost that map. They're a little bit demoralized now. You could see it on their faces. Are they going to still retain that aggression on Border? Are they going to be able to make those runouts happen? Or are they going to be playing a little bit more conserved, a little bit more passive, which is what we saw from Vitality when they lost their first map. Going into the next one, that pressure was just too much, and they played a little bit slower.
Snake with that C4 after the first kill that helps secure the opening round here for Era. A couple of very nice moments, split-second decision-making. Embarrassing moments for Canadian, so to speak, as well. But
there were a couple on both sides.
Yeah, there's always a few from here, right? And not everyone can be a winner, but Eclipse stepping up as well in the opening couple of rounds, picking up a couple of big moments with that Hibana rushing on in. And I mean, nothing in this was crazy, surprising, new and different, right? We weren't seeing strategies we've never seen before.
I mean, one of the strategies was open up the garage and walk into the garage.
The original Season 1 strat. Now, that one originally didn't work. Second time around, however, it did. That jump out, one of the reasons why it didn't work. But then the second time around, that final deciding round, it did. They just made sure they stayed practiced, made sure they stayed disciplined, and make sure they checked everything before they went.
Right.
And it's old school meta, but it works if you just make sure you do it perfectly.
I think a lot of it comes down to one engagements, and we saw here from Avian on that back north window. While they did win that round, he missed a number of shots and made it a lot more difficult than it had to be. And then you saw there, King George a little bit slow on killing that second player, and as such didn't have enough time to make it to the bomb.
Very nice shot there from Canadian through that wall. As we said, it needs to be reinforced.
Oof.
And then the map winning round. Blackbeard on that connector window. Oh, sorry, Blackbeard inside the server window is a terrifying thought to beat. But we've got to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got to look on up. We've got to be Continuum, and we've got to think about it. So, all right, forget that map. Didn't happen. 0-0. It's brand spanking new.
And going into Border, it really is going to come down to if they can retain the aggression that we saw from them last time on Border, if they can force out those pushes, if they have that confidence, we are Continuum, we are the previous season's champions, we will not be defeated 2-0, and just force it out.
So we're looking at Continuum on defense first, going by the lobby here in front of me. Looking at their top floor bomb site, looking at their armory locker as defense. Where do they focus? Where should you be pushing to find their weakness? Yeah, Continuum on defense. Where do Era push? Where's the weakness? What do you exploit?
Well, Era, they have been known to push both sides of the site. They can do either or. They can come from offices. They can push their way in through the B wall. They can come from offices and simply push their way from, well, they can come from offices and monitor and then push their way in through the B door. They can come from monitors and go straight into the A wall. There's a lot of different options. And I think going up against a team like Continuum, it's really a difficult choice to make. I expect to see from Continuum probably a pulse underneath to deny both bomb sites, because the only place you can plant in either of the sites, I believe, without actually getting C4'd from underneath, is a little lip on the B site, and it's still kind of exposed and dangerous and considered a kill box, so it's difficult to get there. I'm not really sure where Era is going to focus their attack. Maybe a Montaigne in B. We have seen that before, and it has been successful, but again, it's going to really come down to, I think, the drone phase, finding out where Continuums place their roamers, and then just executing based off that.
So we've seen teams in the past sit there with their 5-man defense, sit there in the armory lockers, reinforce the office, and just play that area. Continuum, we know, are not a team to do that.
No.
Canadians going to be running around all over the place.
Likely.
Going to be running around too. Canadians going to be downstairs, CCTV all over the shop. How do you deal with that as Era? Do you bring the Montaigne and use that as a drone-Montaigne combination, take it down? Can you just drone him and straight up beat him in a fight?
I don't know that you necessarily... Okay, droning and beating him in a fight on aggression? No, I would say that's the wrong decision to make. I'm not sure you necessarily need a Montaigne to get compartmentalized aggression as the attacking team, but it can be helpful. I think what it's going to come down to is grouping up, spawning at the same exact spot, and moving in together as a team rather than being spread out. Maybe 3 of you spawn at the front entrance, 3 of you spawn all the way at the elevated part of the map. No, all 5 spawn at the same spot. Trade spawn peaks back and move in like that.
All right. So while we get this issue sorted out on the main stage, make sure all players are good to go. We're going to run to a short commercial break. When we come back, map number 2 between Era and Continuum will be underway, and we'll be one step closer to finding out who our world champion is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Continuum versus Era.
Camera
Number 2 is underway. It is going to be Border, and well, Continuum already kicking us off with something different.
Ventilation Workshop. That is an interesting pick from Continuum.
It's a go-to second site for most teams, but they're going to bring it out in the first situation here. Maybe looking to throw off everything Era had in mind for their initial defensive round, or attacking round.
Well, it's entirely possible that they were expecting a Montaigne maybe to try and push straight on into B through the balcony door from Era, but that's not the case here. It looks like, because Era is a team that is known to use that Montaigne in certain situations. But they're not going to risk it. They're going to go with something a little bit more reliable, a Thermite instead.
As you said, when it comes to cleaning out Roma's Montaigne is great at it these days, and when it comes to cleaning out Canadian, every help you can get is great. And then if you clean him out with a Montaigne and then go upstairs and plant using that Montaigne inside a B site, it's a double win. But they're choosing the safer, more traditional lineup here. Blackbeard, Thermite, Hibana, Sledge, and Ash.
I think clearing out roamers with a Montaigne on a map like Border might not be super feasible because it isn't so much like Chalet. You can cordon off players. It's the same as Oregon. It's the sort of map that you can force people into half of the map with that, because there's only one particular avenue to get here, or maybe two particular avenues to get to the other half of the map. So you just cut it off as an attacking team and force the defenders into one particular half, and that's what Montaigne's great at. But on Border, that's not the case. But wow, the aggression from Eclipse just forcing his way into this into the building.
Yep. So he got droned in through customs, he's got drone information for waiting, and he just very quickly get inside. Now Slash will continue droning a little bit further to feed him some more information. He has had to hold up a little way now because he doesn't know what's coming the other way.
It's interesting how Era is taking this. They're sending Eclipse to just be aggressive onto the site, but the rest of the team, or the rest of his teammates, are just taking TV, trying to establish control on every level of the map.
He is coming up the stairs now, though, as he's looking to support the teammates already up on this floor. Shots were rattling through from CCTV towards that metal detector door, which is right where he's sitting at the moment. I feel like they are looking to try and pin these two Jaeger Bandit combos inside the armory lockers.
I feel like if Eclipse can just keep these two players upstairs and the rest of the team can force their way into A, the attacking team is going to have a lot of opportunities here in a 4v3 situation.
So, he's holding this angle. He has also got the entire team up on this floor with him at the moment. There's a hole in the floor thanks to breaching open that barbed wire, and Crocs is looking through. He misses the shots, but there's one in the lockers. He's going to go for it. First one picked up. Will fall in a trade to MVK, but now MVK is pinned in the corner, and Snake is going to push him straight down for the 2 kills towards Era. They do trade a 1-man out. Here's their Ash. But he's used his charges, he's broken his barbed wire, and they got the job done. Now the entirety of the attacking team are up and above the bomb sites. Smoke grenades going off below, and King George has already taken a beat of damage from up and above through the floor as well. 50 seconds to go. There is not a lot of time for this push to start coming on in. George is still sort of revealed here, and Avian will make sure he knows it with another quick shot to put him down very low, and his feet are exposed. And that's all Avian's going to need to make this a 4v2.
A great beginning of the round for Era here. They just decided to get rid of those defending operators roaming upstairs. They wasted exactly no time. Eclipse coming in incredibly fast as a distraction, and the rest of the team following up.
Thermite charges going off to open the hatches. Necrox is inside B at the moment, and Sledge wants to go in aggressively. He's confident because it's a 4v2, so he thinks he's safe to come in here. Blackbeard's coming in through one way. Necrox will kill him and flick across to get a second one. Youngs, meanwhile, picked up Canadian elsewhere, and suddenly this 4v2 became a 2v1. Necrox is inside the B site, and Snake is now pinned by the door. Has to plant. It's only 3 seconds to go. It's a free kill for the defending team when they find out exactly where he is, and he has to pull off.
Operators, you are out of time.
A great start of the round for Era and a fantastic finish by Continuum. Necrox in that corner, getting that quick 2K, and then Young picking up the third, balancing out for Continuum. Now the first round, which we thought was going to go for Era at the very beginning there, ending up going for Continuum, a 2 versus 4.
Great start by Era, getting in very quickly, getting in very fast, getting control of the top floor, but then they held out, they stalled out. When they came to attacking the downstairs site, they didn't have a lot of time left, and they lost track of the 2 defenders that were left alive.
It feels like as if Era had taken just one more second to throw down their drone and find out where the last 2 defenders were, they probably would have won that round.
Yeah. As it is, they're now on to defense themselves, and they're going in the same location into that AB
ventilation
downstairs.
over armory. This seems to be a common theme with the North American meta so far.
Their defensive lineup looking very different to that the Continuum brought here, though. They're bringing themselves the Pulse, which we expected Continuum to run on Canadian, and they're bringing the Castle. No Bandits and no Jaeger in this.
Yeah, a lot of destructibility on those floors. It looks like Snake Nade is probably going to try and C4 upwards from the B site instead of attempting to hold it. The reason we saw Bandit and the Jaeger is because they're a little bit more at frontal engagements. The UMP, while a fantastic gun, is not nearly as good as a 416.
No. As it is, the attacking drones are still safely on now on the balcony, running around and scuttling to their desired entry points, but they won't come in until that first 3-minute countdown ticks over and the attackers start to begin. Very aggressive peek from K9 out towards the APC spawn and Valley, and he takes Necrox low, but has taken more damage himself. Will now start heading his way back towards the sites.
Probably going to get a reset.
Should probably be reset here by Avian, who was waiting for him to come on through before he castled up the door, make sure they're completely safe, and then we'll get that 50 health back onto the Rook. So, an aggressive start, not a successful one. Necrox, however, cannot be reset quite so easily. Could jump off like a roof here or two, but that takes up precious time Continuum may not have with their desired attack plan. They are starting to look towards and clean out this top floor as well themselves, but they're up against a slightly different operator combo. The Bandit and the Jaeger don't have a great idea of where their attacks are coming from. Yes, they can use cameras and they can use teammates' information, but the Pulse that's sitting up here can get real-time information to find out exactly where they're coming. He's also got two teammates in the way of Smoke and in Valkyrie. Shots rattling through, then as MBK opens up the wall to the backside of the small office, firing in towards the locker's location itself. Flash down and pinned. There's some support here for NBK, but everyone on Era is safely backing away and dropping down towards the site. Minute 40 to go on the clock, and while Continuum don't know that this top floor is clear, they're going to have to take their time to make sure of it. Going to have to take their time to edge their way through because they think there's still defenders pinned in and tucked in lockers. And in reality, they're all back down on the bomb site. Eclipse now, starting to make holes by this thermitable hatch. If someone comes on over to it, he'll be ready for him. If they come to Sledgy, he'll be ready for him. Tucks away just as they run over the top of that hole. But now Continuum realizing the room is clear. The C4 from below, though, will take Canadian down. There's the revive coming off. Snake going to call that out, realizing what it is he's looking, as the hatches start to get opened up by Hibana. One hatch already open from that small side office of lockers, though. Canadian is hovering above it, and again being tracked by Snake. More and more information being fed towards his team, but he doesn't know where the other 4 attackers are. So it's going to be an explosive final few seconds when this goes. 45 seconds on the clock, and Continuum are pretty much blind within the site. Their drones haven't been able to get there anytime soon. They haven't been able to peek in safely anytime soon. And they're starting to rotate around to some different angles before they look for their push. Snake's feet are going to be spotted from behind, and MBK will pick up the first kill around. 30 seconds to go. Looking now as to where he can go next. His team are pressuring towards the B site. Doesn't want to drop because it's a very, very tough position to fall down to. An aggressive peek out from Slash will be answered by King George with a great shot in. Flashbang's coming in through the B side from Blackbeard, and he's now going to go on in. Avian tucked around one corner. Eclipse is going to the outside peek, but Avian picked up 2 as well before King George will answer him himself. K9 through the wall, shuts down NBK, and now Necrox is alone against 2. He's already very low from that peek earlier on. The man that did it is inside this toilet. He's looking for him. Round to the right-hand side, he sees him. Can't get the kill, and they run out of time.
Great defense from Era on that ventilation site. A little bit of an unnecessary aggression in the middle of the round there made it look a little bit closer than it was from Slash. But a victory nonetheless for Era. Now the interesting thing about that particular bomb site is from the entire north side of the building there is only one window that you can enter the building from. So what are the attackers forced to do? Either take from the other, take from the south, or move their way upstairs and try to take from above. And that's what both of these teams seem to be doing. Continuum were a little bit more aggressive, and they lost 2 players up there, but Era being extremely passive, defaulting off of the upstairs defense to try and just anchor in the site. It's both doctrines working for these teams.
So now we're in our more predictable, standardized bomb site. We're upstairs. So where are you going to set this up? Continuum bringing themselves the castle this time over. Still not bringing that pulse though. Canadian staying with a very mobile operator in the form of Bandit, but not looking for that heartbeat sensor.
It's really interesting that they're not bringing a pulse. On a map like Border, it kind of seems like the perfect map to have a heartbeat sensor and a C4 at that.
Well, if you are directly under the person, yeah, it's great. You can get it, which is why we saw them using it very well on the area defense. But when actually moving around the floor that you're on, a lot of these rooms are very, very large, and the 9-meter range doesn't cover much more than the room you're already in.
Absolutely right.
So I can see why he may not be as comfortable with it, but as you're saying, there's definitely a benefit if you can do it right. King George using these castle barricades there on that locker window. It's not the most valuable one, but it gets it done. It slows him down a little bit more. Snake makes his way all the way up to the very top roof. It's not often you see players go up there. Into CCTV, they move Canadian and NVK. They were both droned as they stepped across that gap, so the knowledge is there for the attacking team. Can they do anything useful with it? Can they get it open? Can they get in there themselves? Still up on the roof, Snake with that Buck DMR looking to try and find an angle into the office. Canadian dug deep inside CCTV. Young's still there on Snake's drone. He does not know where it is. It's rare to have it in this gap up here.
Yeah, CTM seem to be slotting themselves up for that aggression that we saw from them last time.
Ooh. Very close to blowing right underneath NVK. He does change his mind and back away, as this means the second one will not land. Flash has a good idea of it though. That pre-planned nade behind the server desks will give them something, but
Arrow's getting caught up on taking these monitors. Almost half of the round is gone now, and there are still 2 players in monitors, which means they cannot execute their attack onto A.
Canadian taking a lot of damage from Avian now as he's coming on in there. Will start to push them back, and he does now down him. Track him in by lockers. He has got to back and reload. NVK could have got the cheeky revive in thanks to that. Not quite succeeding. King George, however, does pick up Eclipse and get the first kill for defense. NVK is there, and he does decide to start spraying through the wall. Does tag this Blackbeard a lot, but is now down and low himself. Slash prone behind the side, and NVK will get him as he stands up and get Avian with a double headshot. Looking now to duck away as the shots are rattling in from outside, and Snake exposes himself as he runs away for NVK's third. There is still a down Canadian right there behind him, and when he feels safe enough, NVK will surely pick him up, and safe is now. The last attacker is miles away from these two, hiding right off there as K9 is in the staircase. He's looking for them to come out the doorway in a possible rotate away, but with 45 seconds and 5 to find, he can't afford to be much more passive than he is. This is almost certainly a continuum round. NVK will fall to him, but now they know exactly where he is and they can shape up their defense and their locations to fit it. He is now going to start to head over towards the bomb sites and try and make his way in, but Canadian has fallen all the way back. Punch on that window just confirms that exactly where he's hiding, and Young turns to look at this because of it. 20 seconds to go now. He's still got plenty of health, still got plenty of ammo, but as it ticks over to 15, he's still walking through his main corridor and has no real chance of getting inside any of the sites, even just with straight time. He can't even run through the barbed wire in the speed. Will save his KD8, hide around in CCTV, and Canadian's still there. And that castle barricade will just ensure we tick down.
He's saving the up for the next round.
And move on to round number 4.
An excellent round, easily attributed to NVK and Canadian's roaming duo in the monitors. They read Era like a book. They knew they were going to try and take monitors and push their way in through the A wall, and they said, no, sorry, you can't do that.
Armory lockers now then for Era as they push on upstairs. The attack lineup here from Continuum, again, very familiar.
A common theme here so far on this particular map, defense has been winning every single round. Just seems like the attacks are not as concise as they need to be, not as organized, not as together. Oftentimes an attacker, when they die, are not able to be traded out by their teammates.
It's also almost always been, I mean the last one doesn't really count, but almost always been timeout wins too.
Right.
As the attacks, as you say, not clean and concise.
A lot of caution.
Not fast enough, and yeah, everyone's very, very cautious. Everyone feeling confident in the way they're playing this map.
I feel, this might be a little bit weird to say, but I feel like Montaigne on both of these teams would be incredibly useful, just giving them that confidence to push straight into the enemy defenders.
I would really have liked to see it here from Continuum, if I'm completely honest. They're going to go upstairs as this site now. They couldn't go down.
Yeah. And interesting here, we have a Rook and a Dock on Era Eternity, 2 1-speeds. That's not something we see every day. And even on top of that, a Castle and a Mute. This is the probably the oddest lineup we've seen so far in this entire weekend. Most
teams, Rook and Dock we've seen the entire weekend.
Exactly. Most teams have been favoring the speed, the maneuverability with a Bandit and a Jaeger. These guys, they don't even have Jaeger, considered probably by most teams to be an essential pick on defense.
Yeah, and to be fair, in all fairness, if the Montaigne did come, this is a great lineup to stop it.
Right.
being those very tanky, immovable objects, being able to just sit there and stare at him in the face until someone looks around it would help counter that nicely. So perhaps continue not choosing to bring it, a good thing. They do also have that smoke, which helps to lock things out of sight, and that B door is a very challenging one to get through when Eclipse is throwing smoke grenades on it. So Continuum choosing instead to be a little more mobile. Cadian on that Ash, and Eclipse will open things up with MVK jumped out of the office and aggressively got him down inside that east staircase to kick the ball rolling here for Era's defense.
Remember that aggression we talked about from Continuum? Well, there it is from Era. Both of these teams extremely aggressive.
Jammers all around as holes are being made inside the wall towards main corridor. Sightlines being pushed through for everyone. Canadian underneath that wall there will breach charge the floor to make sure there's a lack of mute charges or batteries or whatever it may be to stop them thermiting the wall open. And now Necrox can head on forward over there and they can start putting some real pressure in. King George holding the diffuser at the moment. And he is often safe. Putting some Claymore downstairs, make sure no one's going to run outside that front door while they're repelling and trying to put some pressure in towards A. And Necrox is now deciding it's time to start opening up some holes and actually push onto lockers. Still a minute 30 to go though, but as we've said, that's not particularly quick, especially not from what we've seen these guys be doing throughout the course of the rest of the weekend. And it might take them quite a long time, even once they do get the wall open, to really make their way in here and attempt to plant. Avian sprints through the gap, and Canadian not quite awake enough to land the shots. Not a single bullet lands. Whoa. Jammer will be picked off, with Canadian very brazenly peeks on in. Avian though, as he tries to pull back into the small office, is picked up by Young here, and Canadian with an answer onto Slash, and this is starting to take shape for Continuum. They are on a minute. Canadian gets another one onto Snake. Two defenders left, one Eclipse, one K9, a Rook and a Smoke, and they're off inside office. K9 looking to slug his way forward. Eclipse is jumping in through the metal detectors inside that small office now. Canadian's looking for him. Eclipse is prone behind the bomb. Makes a hole in the wall towards the door, and Canadian's thinking about it. Thinks it the other way as the smoke comes up. Knows exactly where he is now. Misses a couple of shots but falls down to safety. The SMG-11 is not enough as Canadian will lose out that, or win that fight before losing to K9. Young outside on the ventilation. Shuts K9 down and puts Continuum up again. Finally, we have an attack win.
Yeah, and a good one at that. That Blackbeard on the B window, cutting off the rotators, ended up getting 2 kills in the end there, was fantastic. Era just couldn't stop the A-wall aggression. And the way that Continuum stopped that was by having those players in monitors. Era, great reaction from the crowd here.
Oh, downstairs again, go Continuum, looking for that ventilation workshop again. Last time they won it through a timeout, they run it through holding firm, and great round from the Crocs as they tried to jump on in the last couple of seconds. He picked up an important double kill.
And while Continuum did just win the first attack round of this map, if the trend continues, especially on this ventilation, I think most of these ventilation defenses have been incredibly one-sided. If the trend continues, this is going to put them at match point for the second map.
Oh. And it would also put us staring down the barrel of Skyscraper, which I'm kind of excited to see. As it is, they are finishing their last couple of rounds of setup. They have brought themselves Castle to the table and locking up a couple of important walls with him. NVK and Canadian, though, back on the Bandit Jaeger combo, and I suspect we'll be finding them on the floors above.
5 seconds left.
Are we going to see from Era that same exact aggression on those roamers, not letting them sit up there for very long, just trading them out 2 for 1, and then moving your way into the site? Because after they got rid of the roamers, the round was definitely in their favor. They just couldn't end up pushing into the site they couldn't get rid of those anchors. They didn't drone out. They didn't take enough time. It was a 2 versus 4 that they lost last time.
NVK using single fire there for a moment to try and peek on out, but didn't see anyone, so switches straight back and heads back inside the site. Or rather above the site to a safe location. Snake using...
Do you even click, bro?
Yeah, apparently so. To push on in. Open up that wall before Sledge will go on over. I feel like it may have been a waste of ammo if you're going to send Sledge straight in afterwards though and just hammer it open. But allows him to get a little bit of control in that. Just like before, Eclipse went very quickly in on the floor below. Is now coming up the metal staircase and looking for an opportunity and all clear to open up the front door. NVK does get droned out inside that side office now, and they are cautious about it. Eclipse waiting for the call. Where does he need to go? Where does he want to put it? Because this time NVK and Canadian aren't actually above the site specifically anymore. They've moved over in towards the office on the right-hand side. And while Avian and K9 are droning it and getting that information, they are losing more and more time to it.
It also means that they forfeit control of upstairs. They have a presence, but they're not able.
Oh, NVK peeks around. Snake thinks it's clear enough to walk above the B-bomb, and he will be wrong. Another big kill for NVK to come through, and now he's holding this angle on towards the small door. K9 leaping on in there. He's going to be able to start blowing the hatch as he stays inside that room, but the shots are coming through the wall from Eclipse. He does take NVK low. He's going to go for the aggressive peek straight back, and Eclipse dances around. He didn't see NVK pinned on that corner, and NVK is going to push out on him on the reload. Misses the shot though, and will fall down to Eclipse, who is now pushing straight into office because of this. The next drone's going to head around the corner, and it hasn't spotted where Canadian is hiding at the moment. He doesn't seem to realize exactly where he is. He's led them straight past. Eclipse is going to run around, but Eclipse sees him anyway! Shuts Canadian out, and it's now 3v4 in favor of the attacking team. They only have 50 seconds to go, and this is the situation they were in before. Tried to push too late, tried to push too quickly and aggressively into Necrox's sight, and he picked up a very important double kill. Now they had King George, or had King George, to help them out. Slash takes him down, and they can start fusing from above. Necrox jumps on outside, but as he comes back in, Slash will take that one for free, and Young is now alone against 4 with 30 seconds to hold. Hiding deep inside this toilet side, and the floor above him is open as well, so Slash will take himself a second one to round it off. We do get ourselves that attack win now, and we start to close the gap back down in 3 rounds to 2.
That was a great round from everyone on Era. Great job taking control of upstairs, but you could easily attribute that entire round to Eclipse, dealing with both of those roamers.
Fantastic round from him indeed. Ventilation Workshop looking right back on us again. This is definitely the theme for this game from the pair of the two. No crazy bomb sites yet. Be surprised if they bring them out any moment later on as well. Now it's time for the Continuum to go back onto attack. Canadian's still unsure about what it is he wants to play. Does settle on Ash. He's had a couple of important rounds with that, but it's been a little bit hit and miss in some situations. He fought through the floor last time they attacked this specific site.
Yeah, Ash is definitely an operator you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself to play. Now, again, ventilation, no aggression capable from the north. Everything has to come from the south of the building now. What we've seen from both of these teams is they try to take above and they try to work their way down. What I'd like to see, maybe, possibly, is to come from the west, the east and the south, and try to move your way in through the bathroom into A site. Something just a little bit different, maybe unexpected from Era.
Era setting up the defenses on the floor above, using their castle blow. Era, remember, set 3 players on this floor when they held it last time, but then they very quickly fell back after they were droned, after they were spotted. They exchanged from fire. They went, okay, we've got continuous attention, down the trapdoor, back out, get safety, and they let them burn a minute of their own time with no real threat there anymore. This time around, are they going to do a similar thing? Are they going to stay and fight a little bit longer? I would like to see some more aggression from them. They are the team that are down around. Maybe going for those big shots, those big plays will help them claw it back, but we'll see what they choose to do as Continuum do start to drone on in through the east staircase and swarm this top floor with drones.
And I have a feeling that every Era member who's on the top floor is probably going to fall back to the site as soon as they see those rooms, as soon as they know that Continuum are aware of their presence there.
The question is, will they get all of them, or will they be droned as they fall back through the hatch again too? Canadian dropping on downstairs as Young will start opening up the window, spraying through a gap, and of course give himself away to drone. Slash is going to jump out for him. No, and he looks the wrong way. Slash's C4 will miss, but his bullets won't. Slash takes down Young, and that's a big deal with
the damage you wanted to see aggression.
Yep, and it's right there. Slash now firing towards the east stairs. He cannot hit the prone player that's at the far end, but he doesn't take much damage himself either. Trying to bait out more shots, find out if he's there. Gets the kill, this time on NVK. This is exactly what I wanted to see as Slash starts to step it up. Eclipse has been downed over by the side of Lockers, but he was a grenade in through the window from no grenades over there. I'm not sure how he was downed indeed.
Maybe he was
outside. Ash charge up against the window. As it is, Canadian will claim the kill regardless as he goes on through. It is still 3v4 though, as the attackers have lost a lot of players as Slashes play upstairs. They have chosen to try and ignore those rumors, and they are paying the price now.
Yeah, and no progress at all has been made towards the site. Whoa, King George getting really aggressive.
Snake's there, but Slash will trade him straight back. And it's now 2 left. Oh, Slash finally taken out as Necrox is still on this floor. Canadians below, and we're in a 2v2 now with 1:14 to go. There's actually a lot of time for this to work out here for Continuum. Charge is going off. Necrox on that hatch. Down below him, Canadian is holding inside toilets, inside the site. Avian is there too, and Canadian is the man with the diffuser off and up by this end. Very long range angle there held by Kanan all the way through the site. Avian tucked on in, and now it's time for Continuum to decide where and what they want to do. 50 seconds on the clock. Neither of these guys seem to have any drones left. They're not trying to find where these last two are. From Camera take now. K9 in the back has been taken out by Canadian now, and it's a 1v2 with Avian here to try and hold off the match point to continue with trying to plant. He's watching the front side towards B, and he's made the right call as they are rotating back and around. He sees Canadian, but he can't land the headshot that he needed. Now the second one's there, and they're going to get through and into the side. He's in, and they weren't ready, but Necrox trades it back. Continuum are on match point.
A great clutch by Necrox and Canadian, and Continuum in general, a 2 versus 4.
Very smart play from the pair of those two. 2v4 as you said, but once it came down to the 2v2, they grouped up, they singled it out, they met themselves in a 2v1, they won that 2v1, they pushed around and made sure they stuck very close together, so they were ready for that trade kill whenever it needed to come through, and they picked it up to get the round. Now they're on to defense of the top floor for their last stand here on Border. If they fail, they'll have another chance. It's still only 4-3, they're not quite on overtime yet, but they're definitely going to be looking to wrap this up and head on over to Skyscraper any moment now.
That last round from Continuum is really kind of scary to me at the same time. Yes, it shows that they have a lot of individual players' skill, but I'm not sure what that attack was meant to be. They were very spread out, they were getting picked off by the roamers, and they weren't moving in together as a team. It was just kind of a seek out the engagements one by one sort of deal. It did end up in the end, again, working out for them, but it could have been done a little bit better, a little bit more together.
So, Canadian and friends setting up in office again with that bandit in his hand. George over there with Castle as well. They're setting up a nice little spot for him to hide in the corner, but last time, despite not getting droned, Eclipse was there and ready and won that firefight all the same. A lot of reinforcements and a lot of resources being expended over towards this office side of the map, but Era traditionally haven't really been putting that much attention into that.
I think,
or at least not attention that gets stopped by any of that. They're just running through the door.
I think the reason that CTM is investing so many resources over on this end of the map is that typically they'll have those two roamers, Canadian and MBK, play in monitors, and that way you have, yes, utility on one end of the map, but players on the other end of the map. And well, it's interesting to see that they're not doing that this time. And maybe they're trying to bait Era into an office's take. Maybe they don't expect Era to try for a monitor take after the lack of success they had last round.
Well, they're going to lose Slash very quickly to Canadian as he is back inside lockers and the door was peaked. So they quickly lose out in their sledge. It's not the most impactful operator as far as gadgets go, but a great fragger and a great player in Slash to lose so early on in the round. EMPs will head towards the wall. Thermite will be looking to open up later on, or rather Hibana will be. They don't have a Thermite, they've switched it out for that fuse, which they did use when they attacked the basement in their last round, but not to any real significant effect. He didn't really take many firefights, so his 3 armor wasn't a big deal. He didn't really fuse anything too significant. But
Era looking like they're going to opt for an A take, but without the Thermite, it's going to be really difficult to make their way through the A wall. Hibana can open up a walk wall or a crouch wall, but it's still, again, it's a really small hole. There's not a lot of variability for them going in.
She has opened it up. There's barbed wire all over the place inside. She finds Canadian prone in the back of the lockers. They do still have an Ash downstairs, and if that communication gets over quickly, these Ash charges from below, exactly where Eclipse is going right now, underneath Canadian. Does he land it in the right spot? Has Canadian moved far enough to be safe? Does Eclipse even have any charges left? He's run in there and run straight back out again, so I don't believe he does. Canadian is still firm now in the backside of lockers. Sight lines are pinned onto him. Avian throws the flashbangs in. They've already taken out the trophies. Canadian is holding very tight. They can see just about a pixel of each other. Canadian, though, stays in as K9's drone jumps in and lands on his head, so he has to sniffle over and kill that out. Avian throws another flashbang in, which will land right on Canadian, and that's going to give him a chance to rush on in. King George, though, will hope the cover and take Snake down. Avian comes around, and King George grabs that one too. Cautious of the window, but there's no one there. Era going to lose another player, and K9 is now the last man standing. He's got to kill 4 remaining standing players, and he starts with Canadian in a quick shot to lockers. There's one down over the far side. The others are all now over towards B looking for him. Sees the one. Young's there, but it's not going to be enough. The Croc rounds off map 2. We'll be heading to Skyscraper.
An excellent job by CTM in that last round. Holding their site, holding true. Era, unfortunately, unable to push into the site in any concise manner. Get a little bit too spread out and losing their engagements overall. And that Ash from underneath, not using her Ash charges. Very interesting.
I can only think she must have run out, or they wanted to try and save them maybe for the barbed wire on the inside of that.
There was a lot of barbed wire.
But then they just sprinted her in over the barbed wire anyway. So if you were using it for that, why didn't you take the time to actually do it? I'm very confused. We'll have to look back and double check it later on. But that is Border in the bag with some very not groundbreaking, different strategies and ideas on how to hold.
I think very simple. Simple is the word. Holding ventilations, which is, from my opinion, look.
There we are looking at that coin flip on the screen right now. Of course, overtime, third map, so to speak. We do need to decide who starts on what side. Each have had a chance to start an attack and defense in the previous 2 maps. The previous ones were chosen. All going to come down of our start and finish sides on this one. Let's see who's calling it. Coin goes up. Canadian called it. No idea whether that's heads or tails. I'm going to guess it's heads because there's a skull on it. We'll find out in a moment where it is they choose to start. But they are still thinking on it. They haven't got it in mind. They don't know.
I think on a map like Skyscraper, I would opt to start on defense, given that it's a map that, you know, you have to have a little bit of knowledge on to execute an attack. Woo indeed.
Woo indeed. Canadian definitely got the crowd behind him this time over. So as they set it on up, yes. Let's talk about those few moments on Border that you were talking about, those simple strategies.
So, simple strategies on Border. It is, again, it's this rather new map of not super practice, and that's why we saw, I think, a lot of defensive wins, because you have all these particular, you know, strats holding these sites, and putting together an attack strat to get rid of, like, to take care of it is something that you have to have practice on, and clearly both of these teams didn't really have that. Going into Skyscraper, it's an even newer map. I think that defense side is going to be heavily favored for the same reasons.
All right, well, we'll find out whether or not that pays off. It was, of course, the server chosen map. It was the third remaining one. No one giving away the fact that it's a preferred one for him. No one choosing it and saying we've got something for
it
this.
Makes sense that neither of these teams banned it. It is pretty practiced in the North American scene.
So, as they are sitting, it is Continuum starting on defense.
That makes sense.
Pulled out that should be the advantage. That's the possible team to have a leg up with the lack of perhaps knowledge or strats they may have for this.
It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to try and take Barbecue or if they're going to try and hold Tea Room. I really want to know, because
what's the difference between the two?
So, okay, Barbecue you hold from in the site and above. Tea Room you hold from purely in the site. Holding from below is possible, but it's not typically seen. But here's some highlights from the last map on Border.
Yeah, this big round there from Necrox hiding inside that B side, picking up 2. This attack from Continuum above on this one, which was again low and not very action-packed for the last few, or for the first 2 minutes, and all explodes within the 30 seconds after MVK picked up that first round. And these rounds like this that he pulls out time and time again, dodging through those bullets on the window and picking up a very quick triple kill to save Canadian.
Yeah, it seems like almost simple mistakes on Era's part and excellent skill and execution from Continuum are why they were winning a lot of those rounds on Border. Not being able to take care of one single roamer in monitors as 3 people, including a Blackbeard, that's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it's a tough one to go through, but as a result, it does head over into that 5-2 scoreline that we saw from Continuum to take the win. And well, it means they will go in with the momentum behind them towards Skyscraper. You talked a little bit about
the
Barbecue
aggression.
And Grill. You talked about how Barbecue and Grill can be held from above, how both that and the tea room, the karaoke room, are centered around Geisha, how that is a very important room to deal with the trapdoor in there with the destructible floor. What about the other 2 sites?
They're not typically seen a whole lot. Trophy room is technically easily held, in my opinion, because the vertical game doesn't really exist. Taking from below and moving your way up with, like, for example, grenades, that doesn't happen a lot. A lot of the times, if you're going to take trophy room, you're going to take it from garden, which is the building or the room in the middle of the map. But again, it's not very commonly played. I think on that particular site, you can bring a frost, which is going to deny the window access, and then just tons of barbed wire, which is going to deny the hallway access and the stairs access. But again, teams don't go there. I think they're just more familiar and common with Tea Room and Barbecue. It might not be that those are 2 better sites. It just happens to be the sites that they're comfortable with
right now. Yeah,
that's where the meta is right now. It just hasn't developed to the point at which the other sites are viable. And I mean, again, it's because Skyscraper isn't played a whole lot. Maybe one of these teams has practiced it a little bit more than the other, and we'll see some of those other sites.
There it is then, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 3. Era versus Continuum will all end here. Our world champion will be crowned by the end of this map.
Continuum
starting on defense,
starting on
Tea Room
defense
and karaoke.
Yeah. And we're going to see, it looks like a very common setup. They're opening up the floor, or the wall on the foot level in B, trying to hold it from the A site. Don't need to play any members of the defensive team in there. It's a little bit exposed to that window, and if they do take control, if the attackers do take control of Geisha, they can open up that B wall with Hibana and get easy line of sight onto them.
Yeah, interesting to see, there's only 2 walls reinforced there on the side of Karaoke. I want to see if they reinforce the third one, if they leave it open. Leaving it open does provide with a couple of interesting angles for the defense, but we'll find out later. MBK, no surprises here, prepping some windows, ready to jump on out, looking for these aggressive
Montaigne
later on. So
just noticed it.
Doing them. We do have the Dock and Rook combination on the defense,
so
but
that's
yes,
the second
back onto
time.
attack, you are right. There is a Montaigne, and there's a Twitch again.
That's the second time so far in this entire weekend that we've seen a Rook and a Dock, and it's on the opposite team to the one we just saw, which is Era in the previous matchup. So it's interesting to see that Continuum are bringing that forward. I think it's something that really screams the lack of confidence on a particular map. It means, okay, we're not really sure what we're going to be doing here, so maybe let's take a little bit farther back. Let's be a little bit more defensive on the site. But NVK on the east side of the building, he's going to be kind of in the opposite spectrum of things. I'm really curious to see how they're going to use this Montaigne from Era. What are they? Oh, I know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to force their way. Sorry, they're going to force their way into the door on balcony and just come into the A site. There's not a whole lot of ground to cover there, and I think what Continuum is probably going to have set up for that is a lot of barbed wire waiting for that push. We're about to find out.
They have noticed the wall over by Dragon. It's going to be a very important spot because NBK is hiding over there. It could be the thorn in the behind that will stop this push straight in through the doorway you just talked about. They are stacking up on it. He is by the hole, but they are looking and waiting for him with a hollow side and Eclipse. Jumps NVK down to kick off map number 3 with our very first kill.
I like the idea of that hole because it shows that they know what they're trying to do, what Era is trying to do with this push, but it also means that Era's just going to stare at it and be ready. And there's a pick from Snake onto Necrox now.
Beautiful spot. This is they knew there was someone going to be there. MBK prepped that window earlier on. It's a common jump out, and Snake was waiting for it.
And now it's 5 versus 2 with 5 versus 3 on Continuum, and they haven't even started their push yet.
5 versus 2 now. Canadian's taken out, and the push is underway. Inside the A site now, Montaigne will sit. Goes to the back of the room, and he finds Young waiting in the corner and takes him out. Only King George left. He's already very, very low, and there's 4 players waiting around that corner for him. Very nice attack from Era to get us rolling.
A little bit too much aggression from CTM. I almost feel like they should have played a little bit more very conserved on that particular map. It is Karaoke. You can easily anchor and continue. Or sorry, Era, they know what they're doing with that Montaigne, pushing straight into the A site. There's nothing that Continuum brought to stop them. No C4, no barbed wire. I mean, one piece of barbed wire. I was expecting a little bit more, especially considering you could tell that they were ready and they knew that Era was going to make that push with that hole on the other side of the building.
Era then onto defense themselves now, and look at this. They are bringing that Tea Room Karaoke to the table too, but they have brought a lot more C4 to the table in the Valkyrie and the Pulse combination.
Instead of a Dock. And then no Montaigne from Continuum. Obviously, they're not really going to go for that same exact push. I'm thinking they're going to try and take Geisha, probably. I would have liked to see, if that's the thought process, I probably would have liked to see a Thermite instead of Hibana, but we'll find out. Maybe they're going to take from the east side of the building. A lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll clear the entire building, starting at the east side, moving all the way up.
Now, shield placed to cover that Geisha doorway from the person in A. Leave them a hole in the wall, let them peek out. It's a nice idea.
That's a really interesting rotation hole we just saw there in A. I'm not sure that leaving that window open is actually going to be to the advantage of the defenders, but I'm sure they must have a plan for it.
They have something. Yeah. Have that hole in the wall, which means if they lose drum, that A site is horribly exposed, but they're leaving a Valkyrie over the other side.
Looking at this, it is clear as day to me. Okay, so what did we see from Continuum last time on their defense? They opened up that wall on the east side of the building preemptively to try and take care of that Montaigne push. Era have done the same thing, but not preemptively. They have Valkyrie with camera outside, ready to open up the wall with her own C4. So it's going to be a little bit more of a surprise.
So, Snake Heartbeat sends it outside this window, spotted the Sledge as soon as Sledge opened that window. He stayed patient. Snake now on his way back up the staircase, realizing they're not going to leap in there aggressively, so his position can move. But Continuum starting to feel it out. Slash was downstairs. Jumps on out aggressively. Free kill for Necrox. picks that one up with a little bit of health missing himself. Meanwhile, Snake has lost quite a bit too. BK will open the door up. Grok's a little bit surprised by it, but there is no one there.
They told Slash, go onto the east side of the building, peek out on the attacking operators, and he got maybe just a little bit too aggressive there.
Yeah, we saw it in the later rounds there on board, and he's starting to wake up. He is starting to get very, very aggressive in these rounds, but needs to calculate a little bit better when to do it here on Skyscraper. Worked on border, but not working here just yet. Still only on the second round though, so he's got time. Minute 25 to go now. Let's continue to have all 5 operators left up, and Snake is lacking a lot of health. Avian trying to be the man to hold off the side of Geisha. Those smoke grenades, he'll be able to do it for a while, but not completely, as he no longer has all 3 left. Inside the A site, 2 players trying to save behind cover as Blackbeard will start spraying open the wall next to them. Avian right on the other side here. He's going to have Canadian meet him, and Canadian will win. Snake is on that back staircase with his heartbeat sensor. There's the shield in the wall, which will allow Eclipse to peek on out, but lose the fight to Canadian all the same. K9 now inside one site. Pulse has moved from the staircase in towards drum room now. Peeks on up, and that means Canadian's going to know where it is he came from. Here the leaps up and over. K9 has been down inside the A site. Now there's only 1 defender left up from Era. And even then, King George will shut him out from that same window that Snake himself picked up a kill earlier on in the round.
That early aggression from Slash, putting them a man down, really cost them there. Canadian was able to walk straight into Geisha without being challenged whatsoever and just pick up those 2 kills. And at this point, we're down 3 players, 3-5, and no picks from Era back onto the attacking operators. The round is obviously going to go in continuous favor. And then there's a Frost from Canadian, and we're seeing second floor Karaoke's Here Room all the same, though.
Yeah,
which is going to be interesting.
I mean, you talked about before, right?
Oh, he switched back to Doc.
I like the idea.
I'm thinking the reason that he was ringing the Frost was to try and counter the Montaigne push into A, which I think would have been sensible. But they're trying to play a little bit more conserved here, I think. I mean, I'm not really sure I agree with that Doc pick over the Frost pick, because that is a great way to counter the Montaigne. Maybe they're thinking that Era's not going to bring that again, but they did indeed.
I think maybe they don't want to go something so drastic. Like, we haven't seen a Frost on PC all weekend.
Yeah.
It's a very rare pick these days. She's not 100% great in the meta. Her weapons aren't too strong these days. Okay, she would be great with the traps to stop the Montaigne, but let's see if we can do it one more time with a normal defense. We've still got 4 rounds before we end up losing completely. Do it one more normally. If it doesn't work, we'll do it next time.
Right.
5 seconds to
As it is. Their setups now swarm this end with barbed wire as well. A lot more there than they had previously, so that's another option, another way to do it.
So interestingly, so far on Skyscraper compared to Border, it's been the complete opposite. On Border, all the defense rounds were won, and so far on Skyscraper, all the attack rounds have been won. Now this is an example of the complete opposite of what I was saying on Borders. Everyone knew what they were doing on defense. Here, everyone knows what they're doing on attack. Era, they have a specific idea on their attack. They push their Montaigne straight on into A, and Continuum, as of yet, have not figured out how to stop it. If this is the round to win this map, it's going to be because they can stop that Montaigne push for Continuum.
Claymore's placed in front of windows. Jump out's going to be denied because of those, and that leaves Era chance to swoop tape back. Heading towards the B window. Blackbeard will open it up and then once again begin to be able to spray straight on through towards the different sites. Rotating holes are still safe. The rest of Era once again using that Montaigne over by this A door. But now, as I said, they're greeted by a lot more barbed wire, greeted by a lot more resources from the defending team trying to keep them outside. Very static defense so far from Continuum. MVK not aggressively peeking the other side like he did before. They are waiting for these attackers to reveal themselves. They've got a good number on what it is the attack's going to be, where it's going to come from. And as a result, they're just waiting for it to take shape.
CTM knows that if they just wait for the Montaigne to come in, all they have to do is establish a crossfire to stop that push.
Here it is. Through the wall, it takes down Canadian from behind. Immediately looks towards behind in case someone peeks out from there in MVK. Slash goes in afterwards, but is smoked straight back out again. K9 deciding now's the time to drone a little bit more. More barbed wire inside, and Young won't be able to shut down the drone as he checks more of this A site. Back off as he leaves it there. Eclipse has come over and joined. Bounces off the Claymore with that drone. K9 cautious of behind, has another Claymore behind him as well, and now Eclipse is looking to prone on in. Montaigne is pushing farther and further into the A site. Young is being pinned right back in the far corner because of it. Grenade Nades rattling over. Impact Nades trying to shake Slash out, but he's still got a lot of health and he's being allowed to walk closer and closer to this pinned Rook. Hipfire will tag him once. Has to reload though, and now that's an issue here for Slash. MVK has finally peeked out and taken down Eclipse. Young's going to push forward for him. Doesn't get the stumble, and Slash is going to get the knife kill. But the smoke's immediately there from the Crocs to shut him out. 3v3 now. Snake, K9 and Avian are still up. King George, MVK and Necrox in for defense with 20 seconds to go and I believe one smoke charge left. Continue, we're in a good place for this. However, they are all pinned over the south side of the building while the attackers are all coming from the north. The diffuser is in K9's hand and he's looking to go in towards the A site. In he goes, but MVK's managed to sneak his way in and take out the diffuser. 7 seconds on the clock. They've got to pick it up and plant behind all the kills. Snake comes on in and MVK is there for it. Avian, now the last man, doesn't have time, and Continuum will hold again.
A great hold by Continuum. Arrow only getting one pick before pushing their Montaigne all the way into the site. None of the attackers followed up the Montaigne in his push, and as such, Continuum, all they had to do was wait for the inevitable push from the soft targets coming in through the windows. I think a lot of that round victory for Continuum had to do with the barbed wire.
So, time now for Arrow to mix things up a little way. Looking towards the downstairs site now. Barbecue and kitchen. Their operator selection is still similar. No castle this time though. They bring in Jaeger instead.
It's likely to see from Era that they will try and hold above on this particular bomb site.
We'll see if that was the case. Open the hatch door perhaps, and then yep, there's open the hatch.
They're definitely going to hold above. I'm surprised that they're not bringing a castle on this particular site. If you're going to hold above, you're going to try and hold Geisha, right? And it's nice to have that castle barricade on the window to slow them down at least.
Slash helping with a few reinforcements upstairs. George will lose his Twitch drone to the armor bag. I think the armor bag was destroyed by Avian shotgun there too, actually. So a small win for the attacking team. Not all the armor was taken from that. Last few cameras going on outside then for Slash, and he will check down towards some of the spawns. Nobody in that specific direction though, as everyone from Continuum spawning over the other side of the map. The attacking lineup still lacking a Montaigne here for Continuum. As you mentioned before,
it's not really
a bit more confidence in their play without on this map. Canadian takes out the default camera and is straight up opening windows into the sites. So a window that is easily covered from inside though, and don't expect to see him jump in too quickly. And MVK is there watching it in case of a jump out.
There are two very common ways that Continuum could take this particular site. They could come from the southeast, the door next to MVK right there, and push their way straight on into the kitchen. Or they could try and take above and push their way down into the kitchen through the drop.
Era are being herded back in towards the sites. From the floor below, the player upstairs is going to have to make a big impact here. Snake is that man, and he's got Slash and Eclipse up there with him. They need to pick their time back down fast. They need to pick their time back down right. Otherwise, they will just lose control of the site and be cleaned off when they rotate back through. As it is, though, this is a great angle here from K9 all the way across the bar, and he's going to have a couple of people possibly step into his sight line. Going to hate whether or not he can land the shots that will make the difference. Slash is still rattling off some fire upstairs. You can hear his MPX going off. But no one's taken any serious damage. No one's really seemed too bothered by what it is he's shooting at. Canadian repelling on that window looks into Geisha, but again, hasn't got eyes on anything and is just now cautious between the two different windows. Slash is here now, looking towards what we know to be Necrox somewhere outside of his balcony.
A lot of these CTM players have fantastic lines of sight into where they think a defender might be, but unfortunately, Era is playing a little bit too conservatively, not peeking out at all. They're just trying to whittle down the time as much as possible, and so far they've been successful. Only 1 minute left on the clock here for CTM's attack, and only the first pick coming out.
Avian down inside the site, but MVK will then take off Snake. Avian is down inside the smoke, and MVK is not 100% sure, so they're still cautious by going inside. Kanan's still holding this angle, does only tag MVK as he moves into the site. Avian's been finished now by Canadian, and it is 5 attackers v3. Eclipse, though, will trade back by taking Young out, and start to even the numbers up a bit more, but Slash takes off Necrox. Slash, though, will finish King George as well from above, and is now in the defender favor. Canadian inside the site gets the kill on the Jaeger, trying to rush the diffuser before he's taken out from above. MVK now has to get back out to safety, and he can before Slash finishes him off. 1v2 with the diffuser down. Slash drops from below, and now both defenders are by the site and by the bomb. Slash going to push forward. K9 looking for this different angle. They're both coming from a very, very similar spot. MVK could pick up a double here. K9's going to start holding on the diffuse, and he can hold this all the way through. MVK is the one that's got to make the move, and Slash knows where he's coming from. He turns away at the last second. He does get down. He comes off the diffuser. MVK is going to lose the fight anyway. K9 will hold the diffuse and will level out the scoreline 2-2.
A great fourth round by Era, but unfortunately I feel like a little bit of a stumble by Continuum. They tried to just simply force their way through delivery all the way into the site. They didn't take any of the vertical control. There were too many defending operators upstairs, and they had free line of sight onto the attacking operators.
Lucky, to be fair, that MVK even managed to make it out of the site there when he ran away off the plant.
I feel like it was an abundance of skill on Continuum's part there that they had any chance at that round at all. Canadian just hitting his shots, evening out the score a little bit, but it didn't matter, again, because they didn't try at all to take control of upstairs.
So, 2-2 then, and Era are back onto attack once more. Continuum, having held that tea room, karaoke room in the last round, are forced to go somewhere different now. And while they are still bringing the Dock Rook combination, they are going into that barbecue kitchen room themselves.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Montaigne still in the mix here then from Era.
What are they going to do with a Montaigne on a barbecue tack? I wonder. The most likely scenario here I see for, I'm probably going to try to go straight through delivery just like CTM did, but I'm not sure that that's going to work for them if they don't, again, take control above.
Yeah.
And look, this is the same exact setup from CTM that we saw from Era. Clearly, these two teams have practiced a lot on this map together.
The Montaigne, though, we've already seen how strong he can be taking control of T-Room Karaoke when that's the bomb site, and now when there's
Maybe
robots
that's
up
what
there,
their plan is.
Use it again. Take him in there, take control of T-Room Karaoke, take control of Geisha, then you've got floor above, and then getting through that dining, through that delivery is even easier again.
That is exactly how they used, that is exactly how Era used Montaigne on Chalet. Maybe that's their plan on this particular map.
I would like to see if it is or not. MBK heading upstairs with Canadian and King George are waiting for him. Necrox playing on some staircases close by as well. Let's see how many people they leave up here for this defense.
Obviously the vertical control coming out from Canadian, but not the drop. The drop is not in fact open, which means he won't be able to hold the site unless we maybe see a C4 from Bandit on that drop.
They are seeing the Montaigne rappelling up. We are seeing some members of Era spreading on out, taking out the cameras and looking towards the upper floors with their rappels. Not 100% sure, just teasing the idea and thinking about where is best to push. They try and drone and try and find one inside and waiting.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be clearing out those roamers with the Montaigne.
Yep. Straight in towards the T-room door he heads. The smoke grenades, though, from the staircase are peeping him a little bit further out, but getting those smoke grenades out very early on like this are not going to be something that Eclipse or that Era really mind doing. Eclipse is actually stuck inside that smoke quite a bit and nearly downed him. One more tick would have all it took. Lucky throw from Necrox getting it that deep. Now it has allowed him to puck deeper inside a site as well. Montaigne makes sure he's checked every single corner. Otherwise Necrox could surprise here. Also, one tick from the next smoke grenade could have finished off Eclipse, but it is used up before Eclipse is close enough. So he's safe from that one. But still, being that low health is a risk now as they try and push in through this floor. They are bringing the rest of Era with them now. Those K9 and Snake join in, and Avian is repelled on the karaoke window. Crocs hiding inside T. Spray goes to one corner. He's around the other side. He does get down, and Slash will take off the kill, but Snake is now low from that exchange too. They are taking chunks out of Era as they come through here. But they are alive and they still have weapons in their hands, so they're still a threat. Canadian spotted now over in drum room by that Montaigne. Does see his feet disappear around the corner. Eclipse has been downed. I believe he used his drone to do it so they can reset him back up. Snake just darts across the gap. Canadian doesn't get the shot off. That gives Snake alive, but Avian will finish King George here, so the attackers are winning off these fights. They are whittling down the defenders. This Montaigne push on the roamers is happening, but there's only 45 seconds left on the clock, and they need to get towards the site. Again, Canadian misses that shot and will pay the price this time as K9 shuts him out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Down and behind those fallen over tables. MBK underneath the hatch sees Snake darting left and right, but can't land a shot on it. Montaigne's still up and above. Young is now playing very, very patiently. 28 seconds to go, and the plant still has to get put down, but what site do they choose to put it on? Well, right now, there's a majority of players actually heading towards A. Twitch drone chasing MVK, who's very, very low. That was an important bullet to get on right. Young, over by the fallen over tables, he's now being pushed by multiple players. He's got two people coming his way. He's going to find one of them. Will he get the second one? He has down Snake Nade. Young is alive, still in there. Slash is here. The plant is going through inside the site, but MBK
Young's the last one. Just shoot him.
Young is alone. He's going for the shot through the revolver. He is out of ammo now. Slash looking now to try and pick it up. He gets knifed. Young will finish off Snake as he's down. Look for Avian now. Young's on tight for this with the take. NVK is down, so it's a 1v1. K9 is there around nearby. Doesn't know exactly where. The diffuser is down though, so he's on the clock here. Young does not have a lot of health. K9 only needs one shot to make this count. He is prone up and around one corner. Young with a smart play here, going for the pickup on MVK. He's going to have a lot more health to play with as a combination, but not a lot of time. K9 now still has eyes on the diffuser. There's a hole in the wall. He's going to see Young's feet. Does get the one, so it's a back to 1v1. MVK going to push aggressively.
Oh,
K9!
3 rounds to 2.
Era take the lead here on Skyscraper.
An extremely close round, but a round nonetheless going in the favor of Era. That Montaigne push upstairs, clearing out the roamers, forcing the last Continuum anchors to move their way out of the site and wait for the Era players to come in and work for that retake. They almost got it thanks to Young, but a nice clutch by K9 at the end there, putting Era 3-2 on Skyscraper.
I like the plant in A site too. They've set it all up. It's like, okay, your defense is going to be mainly for the kitchen room. We're going to clear the roamers out as if we're going kitchen room. We're going to get them all done. Okay, we don't know exactly where the last two are, but chances are they're going to be setting up to defend kitchen. That was the most common. We've got the numbers. Let's go back into the other side and just mix it up a little bit. And yeah, as a result, MBK is forced to go right across the big open area in the middle to try and get there, and is downed in the process.
They must have figured Continuum would expect the kitchen plant, and they certainly did. They played a little bit too passively. Young, while he did get that fantastic 3K, he just couldn't peek out to stop the plant fast enough. But now...
Very nice try there. As it is, though, Era have the lead. 3 rounds to 2, and they're upstairs again inside Tea Room and Karaoke. Once more using this shield and hole in the wall. This time they've moved the hole in the wall a little bit further towards the corridor and put a reinforcement up here. So if they lose control of drum, it may not be as catastrophic this time. So they have got themselves a Frost in the mix here as well. So mix things up a little bit further. There's still no Montaigne coming out from Continuum for their push though. So falling for the Frost traps should be...
They don't need a Montaigne. They have a Canadian playing Ash. She can just walk into the site and kill 3 people. And unfortunately, Canadian missing his drone just a little bit.
A little bit awkward after you...
That's good. That, that actually, you can cough that up to a minor mistake, but he just wasted about 25 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal to do that. Gets it up this time over. Goes back down to a safer spot to actually use it from. And then we'll begin to check Geisha room. So, Hibana charge is going off onto the wall on the far side of Karaoke, which will allow Young now to get a sideline across in towards the A side again. Avian is low now, I think because of the explosion actually. No one else has actually managed to have a sightline to shoot him. But they're down to 1:50 already as the clock is ticking low. Era still sitting firm inside the site. Not sure 100% as if this Frost has been spotted yet. They may not know that Frost traps are something they have to expect. That might come back to bite them if it's too late in the round. MBK heads in through the doorway as the Claymore is placed at the window of the A-bomb. And this shot through the back of the wall from MBK is not going to hit Slash this time over. King George still repelling out slide, and MBK will use this to get in on the staircase. Looks through the hole in the wall. No one quite there. Slash is going to pre-spray through it, but doesn't land anything close to MBK. He's now going to use the hole made to try and get a grenade up and through. It does go up, does come back down. It does finish Slash off with the help from Young. Very nice grenade to get the first kill over to the attacking team. Now though, Snake is still herding off at a long way from the site. He knows Necrox is close by, but Canadian has been down, making this currently a 4v4. MBK at the back staircase coming up. Necrox though picks up a double before Snake can come out from behind and trade him out. 2 defenders left up, K9 and Snake. Snake using C4 by Dragon to get himself out, but there's 4 attackers left as Canadian has been revived. Canadian, here we go, as you talked about pushing straight in. MBK has finished off Snake, and now K9 is on his own. Pinned inside the A site, they know where he is. Great flick up takedown MBK. Looks now for Canadian towards Geisha, but the plant is going down inside the A site. It's only going to be on a limited clock in a moment as that is now completed, and there's 2 players left outside. Tucks on inside and tries to wait and see and hope somebody will aggressively peek him, but it's not going to happen. Continuum are looking to level out this scoreline right here, right now. Out on the balcony, King George is holding one angle. Blackbeard and Young is repelled and looking straight into the site for the other, and K9 still over in Geisha, holding very, very statically. You know, looking at every little angle other than where the players are, making sure they're absolutely clear and empty. Sprays towards the window at an empty space at the moment. Young is choosing to come back now, and there it is. Continuum, 3 rounds to 3.
Continuum cycled the way around the entire site, challenged all of the roamers and won all of their engagements, and ended up taking that round. Just a little bit too much aggression, I feel, from Era. They could have anchored a little bit harder on the site and probably would have had better chance of winning that round.
All right, back up to the OG now as Continuum are on defense with Era on attack in the opening round.
Again, Karaoke Tea Room. They have, as of yet, not been able to stop this Montaigne push.
They did fill it with barbed wire last time. It came very,
and there's the dock again.
Got on in, and yeah, they're still not bringing that frost to the table, which they teased, but decided against. The same push is going to come out here from Era. Continuum have played it twice now. What have you learned, and what are you going to do differently third time around?
Third time's the charm. They have to have made some sort of counter plan to that Montaigne push at this point.
Hopefully, for their sake, they do.
I mean, they're a team that learns. Continuum is a counter-strat team. They are good at adapting in the middle of the match, and certainly something like a Montaigne push straight in from the balcony door into A is not going to be stumping them, and at least not 3 times in a row, certainly.
As they finish their last few setups, again, level holes here, and the clock's being made inside a side room as Snake and Eclipse have fun with their drones. The round will kick off. Again, everyone's been pretty passive at the start of these rounds. For Consular, and some cases on Border, we saw some very aggressive spawn peaks. We saw people sticking their heads out of windows, running after the wall there. We saw Rook and K9 on one occasion on Border. Here on Skyscraper, though, no one feeling confident enough with that and staying very much inside the building at the start of the round. We've also seen a lot of these here. Claymores on windows, Claymores on doors, so many placed. And none of them actually being needed. No one's jumping out. No one...
Better safe than sorry.
Willing to do that. No one confident enough with the way the other team plays outside. No one willing to take their life into the hands of a possible, is it on or is it not, their Claymore situation.
An extremely passive defense from Continuum. Almost, I don't think they have any roamers. And Era just setting themselves up for that same push that they've been working on this whole time.
MBK is downstairs, but
oh yeah, there he is.
Too far from the bomb. It's just on
playing on the west stairs.
Yeah, exactly. So if needed, he can drop down and rotate right up the other side quickly, but also very, very close to the site for a rotate up to that if needed there.
He's going to receive the brunt of a Montaigne push here. He pretty much is going to be the linchpin in this defense. If he gets pushed off those stairs...
Necrox there before, which is great at doing that with his smoke grenades.
Right. But he could only delay them until, actually, this particular point in the round. Era was a lot more aggressive with their Montaigne push last round. There's only half the round left, and they haven't actually gotten into the building, only just breaking the first barbed wire now.
Avian shooting the window underneath NBK. Flash is going to the top of the staircase, but NBK can't get the shots behind him. Only one bullet lands, and that's just enough to let him know he's there, but not do anything serious. NBK now taking damage from Avian on the window, and is now very, very low in that position. And with Snake at the top behind Slash, picking back up from there is going to be a dangerous play from him. So Avian's going to hold this angle for a little way and see if he gets lucky with NBK again later on. But it has slowed down the attack from Era even further, and like before you said, they're outside still a minute on the clock. Despite doing this push successfully 3 times, they've slowed down, sorry, twice. They've slowed down here on the 3rd attempt.
Where is that confidence that we've seen from them all those previous times? Why are they taking so much time with this particular push? Are they worried about MVK on the stairs, who's playing incredibly passively?
Slash is inside, Eclipse will grab on a King George, but Necrox's smoke takes down Snake this time. The push comes up from Eclipse now through Drum. The shots are going to rattle past him from the Rook, but not land. The Sledge, sorry, the Montaigne is down. Canadian comes in, takes out Slash. NVK will be picked off by K9, and Eclipse takes out Necrox. The Rook and Dot combination is still alive against 3 now. They're very tanky and very healthy. The shots are coming up from the stairs. Eclipse has finished off the Doc. He does try and revive himself, but it will not work. Eclipse out one side, Blackbeard out the other. They know exactly where Young is pinned, and he does not have a lot of health. The shock drone is heading forward. He does take one zap that softens him up a bit further. Eclipse is looking to push on in. Does go around the corner. He stands on up, and Eclipse will take Young out. Took him a long time, but they still win the round.
4 rounds to 3 now for Era. Young almost with a clutch. That's the second time he's come inches away from pulling the round back into Continuum's favor. The Montaigne still working up on that T room, though, for Era. I feel as if Continuum, what they really truly need to do, they would be winning this map hands down if they could just stop that Montaigne push. That's 3 out of the 4 rounds now, I think, for Era because of that one particular strat.
Era now to barbecue and kitchen for what could be the World Championship defense. They're setting up like before. However, like before, they're going to have roomers upstairs. Continuum did nothing about those roomers on their last attack.
They have to do something. They have to try and take out Geisha. At least apply pressure. Maybe put Young on the Geisha window just to deny them access to that drop. That's all you really got to do. You've got to apply at least superficial pressure to Geisha.
Yeah, just make them feel a bit scared, if nothing else. Even if their life is never actually in danger.
Or better yet, you know, kill the guy.
Yeah,
to do that as well.
That would be great too. That would be a really good way of applying pressure. As it is though, the last few setup defenses are out for Era. Snake now the man upstairs. The slash is no longer there. He will possibly rotate up later on though, but again, these are matching defense holds as far as reinforcements and holes being made as the Continuum setup. Snake playing off on the far side, looking for where these spawns may be.
It looks like Continuums is setting up to do another delivery take, but again, they have to apply pressure above. If they just simply walk their way into delivery, they're going to have to rely on Canadian, again, going big and getting those opening frags.
So he did catch a couple of heartbeats repelling up this side, seals off the doors. The Claymore will then come down from the Crocs. They are pressuring the top.
Here we go.
Now. Finally, we're seeing this from Continuum, and they did it sort of quickly. 40 seconds. Taken off the clock before they got up here. Trophy system taken out inside by the grenades from Canadian. Slash is inside that room. Eclipse is close by. And Snake is underneath. Ooh, Canadian sees the head. Slash will stay very hidden now that he knows that's there. Canadian though uses up so much ammo that Slash was comfortable enough to peek. And on the reload he comes out again. Canadian gets the kill onto Slash, keeping Continuum's hopes alive. There are more roamers up here though, so they need to find the rest of them. And MBK is being tracked by Snake's heartbeat sensor inside drum. King George coming through from underneath with Young as they're looking to push through delivery, and they will be the pushing towards the bomb site once the top floor has been confirmed clean by the rest of the team. Continuum's drone from MBK comes on through, spots Eclipse, and will spot the pulse on the stairs too. MBK now fighting with Eclipse. Eclipse will not land any serious damage. MBK, however, will be downed on the second peak. Canadian's drone comes in from Geisha and also keeps an eye on Eclipse. Snake still on the staircase. The Crocs is hanging onto the Geisha window like you asked, and making big holes in the wall to make it easier for them to deny this drop. The rest of the team has gone downstairs and are looking now to pressure into the bomb site itself. Snake and Eclipse, while upstairs still, cannot affect this drop with Necrox on this window, and that has given the rest of Continuum confidence to actually pressure in towards the bomb site. Down the back staircase now, Eclipse has decided to come, and realizing this is what's coming on through as a minute ticks past on the clock. He's going for the flank. King George taking out Avian inside the site. At the window now, he's pressuring in towards B, and therefore he's going to go round and join Young again. That's the superficial pressure you talked about, opening up that wall, but not actually playing it. Takes away the options for the defenders. 3 defenders left up. Eclipse's flank has slowed down with that kill onto Avian, so he's staying close to the bar, but he was heard there with the noise he made by King George. You can see him checking this door cautiously as he heads past. Sprints back across, but Eclipse will miss the shot and give his position away again. Young now coming through the hole in the wall. Sightlines onto it, looking across towards the bar, looks a bit too far, but Eclipse again lives to fight another day. Shots rattling off from both of them, but nothing serious. Pulse coming down the staircase will be picked up by Canadian from the hole in the wall. King George is planting inside the site now. Continuum really looking good for this round, but Eclipse is pushing into the site. We'll find the planter, but can't get the kill. K9's now 1v4. We could be looking down at overtime here. They know where he is. The Croxies are repelling and can see him as spraying through the window. He's got mere seconds before the clock will tick down on this diffuser, and he has no more time left to defuse it. They are all outside the different windows. The shots are coming through from delivery from Young. He will grab the kill. We will head to overtime. 3 more rounds to decide the World Championship.
That was a great round from Continuum, and fantastic round from Canadian in particular, getting those early picks, especially onto Slash, but even more so a worse round for Era. Slash with that unnecessary aggression in Geisha room. You have to stay alive up there. Your job is not necessarily to challenge the Geisha window, it's just to deny them access to kitchen. And when you die early in there, Necrox, as you saw there, he was repelling. You couldn't rotate back into Geisha, and as such, the vertical control was lost. How are you going to stop them from walking into the site? There's no one in there, or there's no one in the site, there's no one in Geisha above. There's nothing stopping them from planting.
All right, with the overtime rules, we're about to see exactly the same round again from Era.
Hopefully Slash will just be a little bit more passive in that Geisha room this time.
I feel like that's all he needs to do. They were already getting low on the timing for that push. They already gone down to about a minute before they'd actually killed him out. If he just hangs in there and forces them to come to him for a couple of extra seconds, they could be looking really, really good to hold that side this time over. Putting him on a second match point, series point, championship point after this round. Holes being made in the floor here by Avian. They did leave those sealed last time around, so he's opening them up now, giving Slash a way to help from above while he stays on in. Cameras and reinforcements all still being done the same as before. Holes in the wall from Kane, and there's a smaller one than last time this time over. Pinning it a little bit more down towards the side. Young using, of course, that very hole to get that final kill in the last round. With it being in this slightly smaller position, maybe not as easy for him to do it. Yeah, Snake Nade staying much closer to the side this time over, using that heartbeat sensor again through the delivery wall. Slash is there with him, but Eclipse is still the man upstairs alone this time round.
Slash figuring if he cannot hold upstairs, he'll just hand it over to someone else who can.
Well, the thing is, last time they played all three of them upstairs, so
yeah,
handing it over to someone who can, it's just...
Well, I'm guessing they're trying to play a little bit more for the later of the round, just holding the site in of itself, because they know Continuum now is going to try and get aggressive on that upstairs, and maybe they just don't want to challenge him.
Yeah, possibly so. The drones are collecting every other corner of the map right now, though, making sure everything is clean and safe. Snake in the safety of that small room next to delivery, but can heartbeat sensor the entirety of it from where he stands. Has now been droned out and confirmed by King George, so he'll have to reposition and think about a different place in a moment. Young, though, peeking to check the corner. Upstairs, Slash has gone to join Eclipse, but he went up the back staircase and now has to come all the way back down again. So once again, Geisha is now lost, really, to Era's defense.
They never tried to hold it, and they've got to be expecting that aggression again, and they just don't want to deal with it. They're not worried about the verticality because they can technically hold Kitchen all the way from Barbecue. They don't have to play anyone in the site. So even if the attackers take control and start looking down, they might not see anyone as there's no one in there.
They are playing 3 players inside that bar seating area over the tables. Up the staircase at the back again, they send one more player inside the site itself with smoke grenades, so he will be the man to hold off B for as long as possible. Minute and 10 on the clock, and well, Continuum are starting to herd them off to one way and start to drone out their current locations. Not ready to grab them yet. Eclipse, though, steps up after getting droned. It's the first kill here for Continuum. Flash now alone upstairs. Canadian repelling over by A still. Era have all been droned now. The last 3 over by the flipped over tables. Slash caught upstairs here by Necroc, spraying through a couple of walls towards MBK, where he may be a little bit up and above the head. MBK edging forward. Snake's taking Continuum back, Canadian back in return here. That is the Ash that was repelling outside gone. Looking towards the door is Slash. Oh, he switched on the cameras at the last second. It's not on the right one, and MBK is going to get aggressive because of it. Young is low. Young grabs Necroc, and Avian will fall. MBK grabs Slash. Snake is now 1v4. Finds Young, cannot get the kill. Continuum are on to championship point with that win here in overtime.
Continuum have read the momentum of Era, and they've said, all right, listen, if you're going to get aggressive, we're just going to wait for you. And they're doing exactly that. Unnecessary aggression coming up from Era, allowing Continuum to just set up their crosshairs and pick off the players.
I also feel like those last 2 defenses of Barbecue Kitchen have been thrown away by Era because they keep giving up Geisha. First round was by an unnecessary aggression. Second round, they just never went near it.
You don't necessarily have to hold Geisha as a defender because you can hold Kitchen Site and almost exclusively from Barbecue, but it makes your job a whole lot easier. All you need to do is just have a player sit in that site and, sit in Geisha and stay alive. And we saw Slash get aggressive and get picked, and then we just saw them completely forfeit it, like you said. But now we're back to T-Room again. Era with their Montaigne. Will they be able to be stopped?
Which Continuum haven't been able to
exactly
stop every time it's come their way. But they're doing it again with the same operators again.
I mean, operators, okay, I get it. You know, maybe a little bit more extra barbed wire on that dock is what they're going for with that. But
Frost runs barbed wire too.
Yeah, Frost runs barbed wire too, and then you have the Frost traps to slow them down even more. And so far, they haven't put forward any actual particular plan, seemingly, to stop the Montaigne. They've got to establish something, some sort of, I don't know.
The closest they got was Necrox's smoke grenades from that kitchen staircase.
Yeah, but that only delayed them for like half the round.
Yeah, but the closest they came.
Yeah.
And they still gave that up and put MBK there the last time around, who was then murdered from behind by Avian. They have tried slightly different things each time, but neither of them to any real success.
All right, but leading into this round, they know for a fact that Montaigne is going to be coming out. It is the 4th time that it's been made, or that this particular push has been made. And if Continuum cannot figure out this one particular push, then they deserve to lose this round and bring it to the 5-5.
So, as the first minute has already ticked past, Era are now starting to approach the windows and the doors towards the bomb site. Eclipse is once again up by Terrace, and it will be the one watching the flank, and it's a good place to watch as there is one player over in this direction. Barbed wire has been put deeper into the site this time. As you can see, Montaigne is already in through the door, nothing there to hold him off. No one on the staircase to hold him off this time either. So, I mean, Snake's position down there at that window, currently null and void. Still a player out flanked around over by Dragon and Exhibition, though. So, Slash hedges forward, has that barbed wire in front of him this time, is cautious of where and what it might be hiding. Once again, down in the back of that T-room, prone, there is Young's Rook. Just this time staying very, very passive. The drones are going in to find them, but they are still staying very, very static.
Continuum's not risking anything at all on this defense. They don't want to give up any picks to Era, because even though Montaigne can force his way in previous rounds, Era have gotten 1 or 2 picks leading into this particular defense from Continuum.
K9 once again at this window. Slash is going in now that Eclipse has got the diffuser and come to join him. Snake's back on the window, watching the lower staircase. Still only a minute to go. And Continuum have all 5 alive. Era have all 5 alive. This could be the World Championship round. Flash grenades. Smoke grenades going in towards the corridor. EMP is going out. The barbed wire will rush on the Snake as Slash goes on through. Young's there and he'll pick up Eclipse from behind. The smoke grenades now choking Slash out and he's not got anywhere to go. The Montaigne is down. Young picks up the kill. Continuum of 5v3 now. 38 seconds to go. 5v2 as MBK picks up K9. Snake's coming in the staircase. Avian is inside B, but they don't have the diffuser right now. Very healthy Continuum looking at this. 30 health to go as Snake will take out Young at the backside of A. 25 seconds ticking down on the clock as now Avian holding inside B is looking for someone to peek out on him, but they're not going to do it. They have the diffuser locked inside the A site. They know they've got to come for it. Snake will push his way in. Is it tucked in the corner? 10 seconds to go. Comes on around. Loses the fight to Canadian. 1 to go. It's Avian alone. And he drops down. Continuum are your world champions.
Continuum winning that round, finally figuring out the Montaigne push, realizing that, okay, let's wait for them to get into the barbed wire before we throw our smokes. And now they are the world champions of Rainbow Six Siege PC, continuing the trend from Season 3.
Era heartbreaking, but they needn't be. They put up an impressive fight. A very, very strong game, especially through the end of Skyscraper. Continue consistently losing against that same push onto the top floor, but pulling it out when it counts. Right at the end, in the final round of overtime, 6 rounds to 4, they finally take the victory and will be crowned world champions.
Canadian extremely happy, as you can tell.
On home turf of all places, that man.
And this is now the 4th LAN event that Era has been to and not been able to secure that final win in the finals.
It's definitely a bitter taste, but what a final it was. All the way through Consulate, 5 rounds to 3 in favor of Era, kicking us off a map that we really did not think they were going to win. They've not had a good run on it this weekend. Continuum have, and they switched it up. They brought out new things. They played really, really well, and they took that first map. Border, 5 rounds to 2 in favor of Continuum. Again, the scoreline looks like it's a bit more spread than it was. It was still a very, very tight map. And Skyscraper, 6 rounds to 4 in favor of Continuum to wrap it up.
Yeah, clearly both teams have practiced Skyscraper a lot. I wasn't expecting the Border to be as one-sided as it was, but hey, there it is. And looks like we're going to be moving over.
Yeah, they're going to give them a moment, set themselves up. Crowd on their feet again. A well-deserved victory for Canadian here at home. And with that, we will go over to the stage. Congratulations once again to Continuum, your world champions. Matt, please take it away.
Packing Kicks taking us there through a world championship final like the amazing cast as they are. Thank you so much, guys. And here we have for Rainbow Six Siege. Wait for it. Let me just address a small thing. when you won Season 3 Pro League, ever since then, you've been calling yourselves the world champions. And I didn't ever really know how to break this to you, but that wasn't actually a world championship. It was Europe and North America. This is a world championship! And you are the world champions. This is it now. There's no doubting it. No one can ask. It is yours. And how does that feel?
I don't really have any words. I just really want to pick up this hammer.
Then you should pick up this hammer. Go get it. Come here, man. Don't back into people with a sledge. Do you play a sledge often? Because I'm not sure you know where to go with that. So yeah, I know it's going to be really hard to put into words, but let's think about this. We knew you were good. You're the reigning champions of the whole, the last season of the ESL Pro League, and now you come here. You get an invite ticket to this. Era was saying earlier on, they feel like they're in your shadow. You're the rivals. They started off really strong. At the end of that first map, I was looking at you. You looked like you had to really deal with that loss on the opener.
It wasn't necessarily that we were dealing with it. We were surprised. Consulate was what we were expecting to be their weakest map going into it, and they definitely showed that they did their homework and played very disciplined and whatnot, but we all knew we could still win. We knew Border was a good map for us. We knew Skyscraper was a good map for us. We knew that we just had to change the kind of play style we were going with. We were still in that more aggressive mode due to playing decks, and Era is a team that plays really passive and plays off picks a lot. They have strats and everything, and they have well-organized strats, but the execute, they wait for picks. And you could see it on the Skyscraper with literally all 5 hidden corners with barbed wire, and 20 seconds left, they would just walk in through barbed wire.
So you were well organized, you knew what was coming, but still, there must be a lot of praise you want to give to your North American friends.
Definitely. It was a much more difficult match than I ever expected. This was an insane finals. Yeah, props to them, and I'm glad to see 2 NA teams on top, honestly.
You're not alone in that feeling. The world champions, then. Never to be disputed. First ever time on PC, and we have a whole incredible second year of Rainbow Six Siege to look forward to. We're going to have more seasons of the ESL Pro League. There's going to be another 6 Invitational. And you are going to be the world champion, so we will see what you bring next time. We've got you in competition, but for now, rightly, you're world champions on PC. It's Continuum!
What a showing from both of these teams, Era and Continuum. I mean, this was one of the most fantastic appearances of PC play that we have ever seen, and I'm so happy that we actually got to see all of it here.
We saw so many great plays from so many players. Sometimes it was their map, sometimes it wasn't. We saw players like K9 and King George not doing a lot in those first maps, just really coming out, especially in Skyscraper. And these plays on Skyscraper were just so intense. Those knife fights, those Montaigne battles coming down to the gas and the barbed wire.
So it's exactly what Canadian had said, is that Era is a team that loves to go for the soft angles, loves to go for those peaks and hold on to them, let the attackers and defenders come to them. But when it came on down to it, you've only got so much time in a round. And this is what happened to Era. They tried to go for it, but it always came down to a final push, and a lot of the times it didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, and you saw a lot of sometimes the aggression just not working out. Players like Slash, for example, are great at what they do, but sometimes it was just over-justified. And you heard from Canadian, they adjusted to that, and that's what really backfired in the end, is they adjusted a little bit better than the other team did.
Definitely.
You saw them just make those changes, that barbed wire, that smoke. The frost trap thing didn't necessarily work out for either team, but just great adjustments from both teams.
I mean, what I really noticed about this map that I had never seen too much of a strat on was there's a lot of repelling. There's a lot of, we saw at times 3 or 4 of the attackers all repelled off the banister, off the balcony, looking in through different windows or walls that they had opened up. And that's something, to me, I was seeing that makes you very exposed, very vulnerable. But you had the teamwork, you had the coverage for the crossfires to occur and allow that to be an asset to the attackers.
Yeah, you even saw that on Consulate. A lot of them trying to repel and cover for each other, even baiting them out, hoping they would come out for those picks. We did see occasionally that happen, but eventually that got pulled back and no teams were risking it at that point.
Yeah, and so, I mean, just the culmination of the entire 3 days we've been here, it all came down to this. It was a fight to the death here between the two NA teams of Continuum and Era, and this is, I couldn't be happier, let's say. I couldn't be happier with the outcome, with the competition, the enthusiasm of everyone here. I mean, you see the crowd going wild in the screen. It was amazing, amazing here.
I felt like at the very end there, it could have gone either way. Both teams pulling out big surprises on each other, that Consulate especially, a big surprise for both teams. Just amazing. We did not see that coming at all. And the end, I still don't feel like I saw coming.
And I mean, here we have it, our champions Continuum right now, lifting the hammer of power, their Sledge's hammer, to call themselves the first ever PC World Champions.
Look at Canadian there thinking, oh, I didn't quite realize how heavy that thing was. Yes, it is a sledge of a trophy. And yes, Continuum. It is now yours, along with all the bragging rights of being genuinely now the world champions. I had to point out they've been calling themselves that since season 3.
They have.
But I knew they would take it, and they would take it well, and now it's theirs. So congratulations to them. Let's show you how that whole thing came about. There it is. We had our invited teams on Friday. Qualifying teams on Friday. They were Era, Envy, Euronics, and Santos. We had amazing games. We knew from the start, it feels like many, many more days ago, we knew this was going to be an incredible competition. Sisu went down 2-1, one of our invited teams, but the other invitees, Continuum, put away Santos quite dramatically, 5-0 in their first map.
Definitely.
Still great comeback from Santos, though, to take it to 2-1, and we loved having them here, and we're very pleased to be seeing more of the Latin American scene in future ESL Pro Leagues. And there's your final, Continuum. 2-1 over Era, a great contest.
We did pretty
final and a great result.
We did pretty good on the predictions this time.
You did pretty well. That's what he wants me to point out, is he did pretty well on the predictions this time. We could only do better than our predictions on Xbox.
Agreed.
Let's be honest.
Agreed.
Yeah, but yeah, you were a bit muddled up on maybe who would win what.
Well, I had the order correct. I had the order correct, but no.
Yeah.
It's all
good. Yeah, 5-3 on Consulate and 5-2 on Border, showing we had a real final map to look forward to.
Absolutely. I mean, we knew that Border was a little bit CTM favorite, but it looked like they had a bit of a struggle on it at first, and we had to see them do some of that adaptation that they needed to do, because I don't think they were expecting the kind of attacks and defenses that Era was doing. And it was a good start for Era, but eventually I think they lost some of that momentum, and it just became a little bit of a struggle there. But doing so good on Consulate, I think, still kind of carried. You heard Slash yesterday kind of saying that Consulate was almost a throwaway for them, and we're just sitting up there wondering, is that a bait? Were they using their weaker strategies to kind of bait Continuum into it? And maybe they were. And I think it's that kind of mind game at this high of level that you see from both these teams going back and forth. It was interesting to see even Era just pushing the same strategy, not only that they were doing time and time again in this round, but they've been doing it in the qualifiers as well. It's something they'd shown, and you saw constant iterations from Continuum trying to adapt, and because they finally were able to, there's that woo.
Wonder who that could be.
Yeah.
No, I think that's one of the things to point out about Era is, like you said, they've shown very similar strats throughout the closed qualifiers and the open qualifiers, and in this weekend's, the 3 days of matches here. But I think that goes to highlight how well they can execute those strategies. Yeah. Even if the opponents know it's coming, they still need to be able to defend against it. And Era has put up time and time again some great showing of all of their strategies and shown that they can be one of the world's best executions.
Yeah, and we will look forward to seeing a lot more of them throughout our second year of Rainbow Six. Yeah. It's been an incredible first year. You've had all these new maps, you've had all these new operators, and we've had 3 amazing seasons of the ESL Pro League on Europe and North America. Welcome now for year 2, Latin America, to the Pro League party, because on PC we're going to be doing it throughout EU, NA, and Latin America too. So we'll look forward to bringing you those finals. We've got lots more to look forward to, as we said on the year 2 roadmap earlier. There's going to be 3 more seasons of an ESL Pro League, and guess what? We're going to have a 6th Invitational again. Can't wait. Going to be quite a long wait, but can't wait. So we're going to be doing that. There's going to be 4 more updates, new seasons, and the first of those kicking off the year 2 of Rainbow Six Siege. That is Operation Velvet Shell, and that is yours in 2 days' time. Live will be Coastline for everyone to play on. Season pass holders, of course, you get Jackal and Mira to play with a week ahead of everybody else, and then everyone else, you can have them with Renown. Jackal and Mira on Coastline, going to mix things up a bit as well. I do know people are really interested in the chibis as well. You're imagining it. They're not actually there, these things. No, there was nothing.
I want to point out as well that now's a good time.
Distract them now, Emzo.
Yes. If you want to get into that Velvet Show, like, before the weekend's over, pick it up at 50% off.
Yes, absolutely. It's been the free weekend of Rainbow Six Siege, so get on that. And if you want to buy it now, because on all platforms it is half price during the free weekend. Thank you, everybody who's watched the whole of the Six Invitational. It's been such a genuine pleasure bringing you this, working with these incredible teams and the amazing crew that we have here in production as well. So thank you to everybody behind the stage and behind the scenes in production. Thanks to Emzo, Bloodbath, Panky and Kicks for making my job quite a lot easier by knowing what they're doing. Thanks to all the teams who qualified from all the regions to come here and everybody involved with this. Thank you, Montreal! It has been so much fun here in the home of Rainbow Six Siege. And let's remind ourselves once more, we now have, for the first time ever on Rainbow Six Siege, genuine world champions. Congratulations to both of those teams.
Elevate, and we have Continuum.
Elevate and Continuum. Can they hold it till the next Six Invitational? Will they retain it at the next Six Invitational? Well, we'll find out.
According to Canadian, we did it, we could do it again.
There you go, yeah. So, have a great year 2 of Rainbow Six Siege. I'll look forward to joining you all again when it's the time to have our next Pro League Finals. You guys will be casting and having a load more fun with the competition. Let's get on to Velvet Shell as soon as we can. From all of us here in Montreal, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you this. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again. Of this incredible game. 1 year of new maps, operators and new content for us to play. 1 year of incredible international competition. It's all brought us to this. Welcome everybody to the Six Invitational! Thank you, Montreal, for being so welcoming to everybody involved in this show, all the teams, all of us who are on stage, and everybody behind the stage in production. We thank you, Montreal, for being so welcome to us, and we thank Ubisoft Montreal as well for this incredible game that we have enjoyed over the last year. This is our 3rd and final day of the Six Invitational. Amazing competition over the last couple of days from all of the teams who made it through the Invitationals and those incredible teams who qualified to be here as well. Now just 4 teams remain. They will be fighting to be the first